All right, sorry, everyone. I don't think Michelle is actually joining us for the first part of the meeting today, so we'll go ahead and get started. Um, so thanks everyone for being here. Today is December 18th, 2025, and it's about 9:05. So we're going to start our Endangered Species Recovery Committee public meeting. So my name is Afshin Siddiqui. I'm a wildlife biologist with DLNR, and I'm going to be representing the chair of DLNR in today's ESRC meeting. So before we get started today, just a few reminders. Again, this is being streamed live on YouTube. Don't use or refrain from using that chat function on the Zoom meeting because that isn't visible to everyone in attendance. So if you'd like to make any comments or anything, just please raise your hand or speak up. Written comments can be submitted to email. The email address is DOFAW, that's DOFAW.hcp@hawaii.gov. And then all the meeting minutes and materials are viewable online on the ESRC meeting archive website. So I'm going to go ahead and let everyone in the room with me introduce themselves. So we have HCP staff and other DOFA staff in the room.
Okay. Aloha kako, Jesse Adams, HCP staff.
Morning, everybody. Kelly Yamaguchi, DOFA HCP staff.
Aloha, everyone. My name is Kinsley McKeecher, and I'm a DOFA HCP associate.
Hi, Mason Russo, solely off camera, Hawaii Invasive Species Council.
Thank you, everyone. And then I do want to note that our State Deputy AG Danica Patel is also here today. Should the ESRC need counsel, she's on the Zoom. And then with that, can I have all committee members introduce yourselves and let us know if anyone is in the room with you today.
Hello, my kako, Kaviko Winter, ESRC member. I am at home. I have one minor child and one adult child in the house. They might be passing through. Thank you.
Good morning, Melissa Price, sitting in on behalf of UH, and there is no one in the room with me.
Hi, Lindsay Young, member at large. There is no one in the room with me.
Good morning, Karen Courteau, and representing USGS. There's no one in the room with me. I'm sorry, I am losing my voice. So,
Okay, great. Thank you. And also just a reminder, remember ESRC members, keep your camera on when we are in the discussion section of the meeting throughout today. Okay, so we have 5 items on today's agenda. The first will be approval of minutes from August 8th, 2025. And then we have a voting item, that's item 3, and that is with regard to the KWP 1 Habitat Conservation Plan. Staff will provide an update on all the revisions of the most recent iteration of that HCP from December 11th. And then we have folks from representing the wind farm, that's Molly Stevenson and Troy Ramick, that will present the HCP updates as well on behalf of the licensee. Following that, we will move through today's agenda. We've allotted 2 hours for the KWP 1 discussion. Hopefully we can get through that. If we don't, then we will stop at around 11 and move on to item 4 and then come back to the KWP agenda item. We do want to get some comments in on the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative draft HCP. That's item number 4. And then item 5 is adjournment. So that's about it. Any questions before I move on? All right.
Sorry, Ashim, sorry, it took me a while to get off mute. Before, I'm just hoping that after the staff presentations, just would like to open it up for ESRC discussion before we move on to applicant presentation. Is that okay?
So you want to have discussion before the applicant gives their presentation on the updates?
Yes.
Okay. We
Thank
can
you.
do that. We can. Okay, that's fine. I'm sure we'll have discussion after the presentation
Yeah,
as
but
well.
if we wait till after both, then it just too many questions and it gets confusing. So I'd prefer if it was broken up a little bit.
Okay, does anyone else have any preference either way before?
I'm in support of that suggestion.
Yeah, same here.
Okay, we can definitely accommodate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so item 2 is the approval of draft meeting minutes for the following ESRC public meetings. And so this is the August 8th meeting minutes. Everyone should have had a chance to review those meeting minutes. So is there any discussion from ESRC members?
Yeah, I have something I'd like to discuss. So in that meeting, we voted on a site visit for the ESRC mitigation project. There was quite a bit of discussion that I don't see reflected at all in here about it being a limited site visit. And I was trying to understand what a limited site visit was, and there was a lot of discussion back and forth. And at the end of it, I asked, well, does a limited site meeting mean that people who are physically fit and able to traverse the terrain and have an interest in the project, will they be denied entry? And the answer was no. And I'm pretty sure I asked that to make sure that was in the announcement, but I might have not said that part. But anyway, regardless, when the public announcement came out for the site visit, it said no public access. And so the people that wanted to show up thought they weren't allowed to show up. They were physically fit, interested in the project. So there's a lot of confusion about whether or not they could be there, and they ended up not being present. So I'm trying to still understand what a limited site visit means. I'd like that all of that discussion reflected in the record. And I'm worried that the actual announcement didn't follow what we voted on. So those are my issues with the minutes.
Because I think most of that discussion happened in executive session. I don't know how we treat that when we're doing the minutes. I agree with the concept behind it. I'm just wondering if that's the reason why.
I don't remember being in executive session, but you might be right.
Yes, we do not include conversations in executive session in the meeting minutes.
Usually when we come back from executive session, though, there's a statement of what was discussed and any recommendations or decisions or whatever that were made. Is that reflected, Kavika, to the degree you would expect it to be in the minutes following the executive session? Because it should show that we went to executive session and then it should show what was said when we came back, right?
I didn't catch that. Does anybody else catch
I don't know.
that we went into executive session? And I don't remember if I thought we did it in the public part. I don't even see, I just did a word search for executive session. There's nothing about executive session.
I'm confident we went into executive session for that one, but it doesn't look like it's in the minutes.
Okay, well, that's another issue with the minutes then.
Can I make a recommendation? Because that's a pretty big discrepancy. If it doesn't, usually the minutes are a line by line exact replication of what was said in the meeting. If that's missing from there and there's no mention of executive session and some members are quite confident we went to executive session, can I suggest that we defer a vote on those minutes until our next meeting so that staff have time to double check the minutes and can ensure that they accurately reflect what took place?
Hi, Melissa. This is Danica. I would recommend that someone make a motion that DOFA staff amend the meeting minutes to reflect executive session.
Okay, I will make a motion to suggest that motion that the staff amend the minutes to reflect the executive session and that we defer voting on approving the minutes until they are amended and we have time to review to ensure that they reflect our memory of what took place.
I'll second.
Well,
So
before we vote, I have a question for Danica.
Yes.
So what do we do about my concern that the public announcement didn't conform to what we voted on?
The limited meeting already occurred, correct? It's the one that was
Correct.
last month. Unfortunately, there's not really a remedy for that other than you being able to make the record that you don't think the announcement comported with what you guys voted on, and just moving forward, any other notices, expect to be consistent with your votes.
Is this the right
But if
place
you wanna have
to make that motion?
Yeah, I don't know if you necessarily need a motion, because
Okay.
yeah, but, and then if you want to further discuss what a limited meeting is for purposes of ESRC and HRS 92-3.1, I'd recommend that be agendized for another meeting. So the council members could have a full discussion on what that means. We could go into executive session to discuss if you want. But it would just be about what that section means and how that functions.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, I know there's a motion on the floor. I would recommend that we amend that motion to say that the staff will also, if the discussion of the limited site visit was in the public meeting, that those be reflected in the minutes. And for the record, I would like to be sure that staff, that the public announcements are in following what the ESRC actually voted on. Thank you.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, so can you rephrase the motion? Sorry. Record.
Who, me or Melissa?
You.
The motion is that staff will revise the minutes for the August 8th meeting to reflect whether or not, or if we did go into executive session, that will be reflected in the minutes. And that if the discussion regarding the limited site visit to the KIUC mitigation site, if that discussion was in the public meeting, that also be reflected in the minutes. Does that sound right, Melissa?
Yes, I think so.
I'm not Are you talking about meeting minutes? Yeah, it didn't reflect certain, or they want us to go
Okay,
back and
let's
check.
have, so let's have a vote on that. I think, what the staff will do is we'll definitely check these meeting minutes. I don't think we went into executive session, but we'll definitely check through and make sure that the meeting minutes are reflecting what happened in that meeting on August 8th. But we should vote on that motion now that Kavika has just stated clearly. Okay, so all in favor? Raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay, we have a unanimous vote.
Just for clarity's sake, it was at our last meeting earlier this month or at the end of November. I can't remember when our last meeting was that went into executive session to discuss this. It was not, I don't believe it was on the August 8th visit. So just for clarity's sake, I think we might be talking about two separate things there.
Right, I agree, but staff will check that. Double check everything, yeah. Okay, oh, sorry, I think I was supposed to ask if there are any comments from the public on that agenda item.
Nothing on YouTube?
YouTube and the email.
Not related to this, no.
Okay. Okay, good. Then, I think we're good on that agenda item. Okay, so moving on, we're going to item 3, and this is the request for recommendation to the Board of Land and Natural Resources to approve, amend, or reject the Kaheawa Wind Power One Habitat Conservation Plan for the proposed continued use of the wind generation facility located at Ukumehame Island of Maui. So DOFA staff will start with a short presentation, and then we'll go into ESRC discussion, and then to the presentation by the applicant.
Okay, can everyone see the screen online? Yes, okay, great. Aloha, everyone. My name is Kinsumi Keechern, DOFA HCP Associate. My presentation will be very brief. As Afshin mentioned, Molly and Troy will be doing a more extensive presentation regarding the revisions to the KWP 1 HCP. So I'm just going to go over a few points in summary. So these are examples of important revisions that were made since our November meeting. So in consultation with the DOFA entomologist, the take was actually revised to include a take limit of 25 nests, in addition to the 5 acres of foraging and nesting resources that were indicated in the last meeting. This was done, yes, in consultation with DOFA entomologists as well as DOFA Maui. Because there's so many unknowns at this project site and surveys have not occurred, we want to have a cap on the number of nests and to identify a take limit in number of nests as well. Hopefully, this is something that aligns with the ESRC. I know previously this was discussed that this was requested by the members to have kind of a nest count as well. So I hope it aligns with your requests. And then in terms of mitigation, we did do consultation, or KWP did consultation with the DOFA entomologist as well as DOFA Maui, and came up with a mitigation package that includes an approximately 18-acre ungulate fence site that should exclude ungulates and protect the outplantings that KWP will do after removing ironwood at this site. This site is located adjacent to the wind turbines. It encompasses the core nesting site that has been documented for this species on property. And it would involve 2 control sites that would be established within this ungulate fence, and a control site outside of the ungulate fence so that the fence can be tested in terms of the protection that it provides to the outplants, the plants that have been outplanted. And then there will be 2 treatment sites within the ungulate fence area that will involve ironwood removal and outplanting of foraging resources for the species. And then there would be a treatment site outside of the fence as well. That would again involve this ironwood removal and outplanting of foraging resources for the bees. With the success criteria, the entomologist devised, a vegetation monitoring scheme as well as a nesting count that would occur that KWP would conduct in order to deem their mitigation successful. And this would be looking at the treatment sites inside the fence, comparing to the controls inside the fence, as well as the treatment and control plots outside of the fence. So Molly will we'll go into more detail about this, but I wanted to bring to the attention that this was, done in consultation with DOFA entomologists and DOFA Maui. And we also have Janice online this morning to answer questions, as well as Peter Landon from DOFA Maui. Some outstanding concerns that were posted on the comment matrix that need to be kind of worked through today are references to the surveys. In the HCP, it references first year surveys for the full scope of the 40 acreage, and then surveys kind of on an annual basis, but not necessarily specifying the acreage that will occur for the continuation of the license term. And in consultation with the entomologist, it's been deemed, that surveys need to occur that would fully and adequately depict the full scope of potential nests on the site that could be taken due to any wind farm activities. And then also a concern is the mitigation should encompass the long-term management of the acreage site. So especially since the acreage is on the incidental take license, this acreage should be continued to be maintained and ensure that it provides nesting and foraging resources for the bees for the lifetime of the license. And with that, there should be language in the HCP that provides this assurance. And so those are things that I want to highlight, and I believe Molly will touch on those more and where that language may be. But these are kind of things that we just want to make sure, in a sense, that the mitigation is fulfilling the take for the species, especially being a brand new species for an incidental take license. So that's it for the bees. And then moving on, just a broader concern that I think will be brought up today as well from DOFA side is the lost productivity that is referenced currently in the HCP. References of 5% kind of coverage, 5% of the mitigation that is proposed initially, that would be added on at an annual basis, depending on if the mitigation has not occurred at that time. According to past HCPs, lost productivity is based on biological basis and incorporates outstanding take, and including any potential offspring that has been lost in the years that mitigation has not occurred. And this is to ensure that, mitigation is keeping up with the pace of take. So this will also, I think, we'll touch on this in the conversation and be good to touch on this. I know for Nene, KWP has outlined this extensively and has this outlined in Appendix H. But this is something that DOFA has been commenting, and I think there's a lot of reference to the past lost productivity that occurred on the past license, but these kind of details still need to be ironed out.
Actually, can you please clarify which are the species of concern relating to this statement? Is it only Nene?
Are you asking me? Sorry.
Yes, I was asking you to clarify which species this statement is in reference to.
This would be for the seabirds and the bats, I believe.
Okay.
I think it might be challenging. We talked to Shane about Ake maybe having lost productivity just based on the unknowns of the species, but
Yeah, I mean, I think, so in previous, like I don't know if it was KWP 1 or KWP 2, there was a factor for seabird mitigation that accounted for loss of productivity. So it's just ensuring that mitigation keeps up with take, right? And so and I don't know, maybe Molly knows if it was KWP 1 or 2, but with Makamakalole, they were behind in mitigation for Hawaiian petrels, because Hawaiian petrels didn't really colonize that site. And so that was the reason that they started mitigation work on Lanai, because they were so behind in their mitigation and they were accruing that loss of productivity over the time period that there were no Hawaiian petrels utilizing that area. So we're just trying to ensure that mitigation is keeping up with the take for species.
Was that the last slide?
Yes, that was the last slide. Yeah, we can open up for discussion now from ESRC.
But there were other concerns that were expressed at the last meeting that aren't reflected in here. But before we move on to those, we should probably make sure that last one, or the yellow face bees one, if there's any discussion on that.
And I'm happy to pull up the comment matrix as well, that I posted on the ESRC website. Those include all the outstanding concerns from the last meeting. And KWP references in their HCP what sections kind of resolve those issues. And so I only had those kind of specific B ones that I think were left over that maybe have not been resolved in the revisions of this
Let's
revised.
talk through
HCP.
these ones, and then I can talk about the concerns that I remember expressing, but maybe I don't know what happened to the notes.
Yeah,
Well-
I have a question. So Kinsley, that matrix that you posted online. So yeah, I mean, there's a number of issues that were in that matrix that are marked as resolved that I guess ESRC members may not have that same interpretation of them being resolved. And so are we going through that matrix, or is it going to be after? I guess I'm just not sure when to address that matrix, if that would be after the.
We can definitely do it now, or Molly also has it in her presentation as well.
Okay.
To run through, because KWP inputted, and I went through and checked and kind of saw what they put in terms of what section, and they resolved it. So I was going to allow Molly to do that, but I'm happy to pull it up now if we want to.
Yeah, I think Kavika, I just wanted to follow on
Make sure we
to
do it.
find out
Yeah.
about that within
Yeah,
context.
maybe good to see that. I mean, we definitely talked about concerns of off-island mitigation. I don't know
Yep.
how that didn't end up in the staff
That
presentation.
has been resolved. So
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
So in the comment matrix, the only ones that haven't been
Oh,
resolved
okay.
were what I presented on now, and then everything else has been resolved. And it outlines the section that it's occurred. But the comment matrix was just posted this week, so I'm happy to pull it up now if you want to go through it.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that. So
And so DOFA's considering it resolved, is that, or
Yes.
or KWP is, so DOFA's, okay, yeah, we should discuss.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Karen. And yeah, thank you for letting us know that that was posted later. I had taken a look at that. Kavika, if you hadn't, because you reviewed the materials before they posted it, it is helpful to look over that Excel matrix. But I think, Karen, that's a great point that resolved maybe from TOFA's perspective and may not actually meet the committee concerns. So it is important for us to take a look at it and see if we agree. And I just want to note that the public testimony that came in September, I think this thing of the mitigation on the other islands was a major concern that was mentioned. And I think where we ended up on our discussion in our last meeting was that Molly had spent an extensive amount of time explaining that they had looked for other mitigation sites on island, were not able to find them within the period of time to, put it in there officially, but that they were continuing to work toward finding mitigation sites on island that could be implemented in the future. I think I'd like to make a note that to me, this is an issue of having a long enough runway to get that kind of thing done. And essentially, if ESRC is saying, look, based on public testimony and our own thoughts about this, mitigations should take place on the same island where the mortalities are occurring, then we need to essentially say, look, at least moving forward, let's make a statement that both DOFAW and the applicants need to have a long enough runway that they can find a mitigation site on the same island before bringing it to the committee. So if we want to essentially put our feet down for future permits, I think that might be an important statement to make. And then for this one, we can have that discussion about, is there a way to ensure that on-island mitigation is added in as soon as it becomes available, and that they're working in good faith toward that and maybe put an outside limit on it. So anyways, just some potential pathways to move forward on that. And that may already be in there. I didn't see it reflected in the matrix, if my memory serves me.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull it up now. It is quite extensive in terms of, their resolution and what section it's in. So I also, we can kind of look at how, no, I'm just curious if it might be helpful when Molly presents, because she's going to kind of present on a per species basis, but.
Well, maybe since this is the off-island thing is issue, maybe you could, I'm assuming that it has been addressed to DOFA's satisfaction. So if you could just update us on why you decide.
That sounds good. Thank you, Kavika. Thank you for, so I think, regarding, that would be this one. Let's see. Okay, this one specifically talks to further developing the Hawaiian hoary bat mitigation, which KWP did. They created a more detailed plan for their actions on Molokai, and added more details for developing their mitigation plans on Maui for the second half of the mitigation that will occur. But then in terms of, here we go. Exhaust all options for mitigation on island of take first. If no available options, consider expansion to Maui Nui. So this one will begin with mitigation on Molokai, but it will go to Maui. So it says continue seeking opportunities, but it is in section 6-3-4-4 that outlines that KWP will continue mitigation on Maui to fulfill approximately half of that mitigation requirement.
Okay, what about the seabirds on Lanai?
Oh yeah, sorry, we can go there. I just didn't know if you're talking about bats.
Oh,
So-
both all of it.
Regarding Oahu for off island, so that was resolved. Essentially, it might be down here. Mitigation on Maui. 6-3-5, I believe, is where they propose, or they modified their Oahu mitigation to be on Maui at the High Alpine Wildlife Sanctuary near on Haleakala. So that is detailed out, and the specifics related to the success criteria and kind of the scope of work is detailed there as well.
Kavika, are you satisfied with the one for seabirds? Since that's been moved to Maui?
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
And then did you want further discussion on the bat one currently, Kavika?
No, it looks like it's articulated in that section, so.
Okay.
Did that, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying.
Did you have something?
No, I think I stated what I needed to as far as making sure that in future ones that this is essentially stated from the outset. And so that effort to find mitigation sites on the island is done essentially prior to when it gets to ESRC.
Okay.
The language in the HCP as it is now is not for the remaining mitigation for the bats is not definitive that it'll be on Maui, right? The language is a bit vague that if they like it still leaves the door open to do the remainder of the mitigation on Molokai or Lanai, right? It's not, it says like they're going to pursue the
Right.
options. I have to find the exact lines, but not that it will.
I think if that's something that's important to the committee to reflect, yeah, if that's something that we feel like we should ensure happens, then that's a great catch, Karen. And perhaps we could ask for I think based on my memory of how Molly described it last time, it seemed like it was reasonable to find mitigation sites like definitely within 5 years. So if we could put like an outside boundary on that by X time, they will have implemented the mitigation on the island where the mortality is occurring. What are the committee's thoughts on that?
And if I could just say one thing too, the process that we outlined in the final draft does include the site-specific mitigation plans coming back before the ESRC each time. So the location of all mitigation would be disclosed to you all for approval.
Yeah, thank you for that, Molly. I do think that if it's important to the committee, Karen's point is well taken that the wording in the current HCP is pretty fuzzy. And if it's important to us that it get done, the only way to ensure it gets done is to have it in writing and that there's essentially a deadline that needs to be worked toward. And it needs to be a reasonable deadline that there should be kind of no reason not to meet it. So I don't know from the committee if that's something that's important to us to do.
I would agree we should have measurable metrics that are time bound.
And I'll just add, there is an adaptive management measure that the bat mitigation, if it hasn't been initiated within 5 years of operations under the new permit, that would trigger adaptive management.
Yes, thank you. But that's not in regards to which island is taking place on, correct?
One of the it is. It's specific to the additional mitigation site on Maui, and that if it hasn't happened within 5 years, one of the responses is to potentially expand the search to Maui Nui, although it doesn't sound like that would be.
Yeah, to me that wording is still fuzzy, where it's saying like, we'll start working on this if it hasn't happened yet. Like, that I think what we're looking for is some assurances that like, look, for goodness sake, 5 years is a long time. You can find somewhere within 5 years. Sorry, go ahead, Karen. Oh, sorry, Karen, I'm not hearing you. Is everybody else hearing you?
I can't hear her either.
Oh,
You look unmuted, but I'm not hearing you. Oh, now I'm hearing you.
Okay.
Okay, it's working. Yay.
Okay, sorry. I have a number of comments to make regarding the section on the strength of evidence for the Maui Nui piece. And yeah, I think that it's related to I think that the HCP wording needs to not, for me, from the USGS side, if the HCP wording needs to not leave it open to searching for sites in Maui Nui. I don't think that the strength of evidence for the Maui Nui piece is strong enough that the mitigation should be allowed to be 100% off island. And then that's also leaving the door open for our other wind facilities on Maui to be looking elsewhere for for sites. And so I think that I even take issue with it being part of the adaptive management part for the search for additional mitigation to be off island. With the evidence that we have this time, like if there is research done and there's further evidence that makes a strong case for connectivity among the islands of Maui Nui, then I think they could come to the ESRC with that data and and we can discuss again. But the current state of the science, I just don't think supports it. So I think, yeah, I even take issue with it as part of the adaptive management piece.
Well, I think some of this we can probably discuss after Molly's presentation. So okay if I ask about another concern that I remember expressing. So I expressed concern about the searcher efficiency modeling, and the way I was looking at it, the only way it could possibly be accurate is if it defied the laws of physics. Is that reflected in the matrix?
Under general recommendations for increasing the search area, taking wind direction and adjusting it accordingly. This is in section 6-4-1-1. They discuss the DWPs and kind of how we went into detail last week with their, or sorry, not last week, last meeting with their statistician regarding how they will be, or how their DWPs that they're using were calculated. And then I think that, yeah, they updated their appendix to reflect new DWTs calculated from the 19 years of on-site data. And then to also, it's not reflected in this comment matrix, but to also incorporate new models as necessary to modify their DWPs.
Awesome. Molly, you gonna present on that in more detail? Molly? Oh.
Going with unmuting myself there. We can definitely present on that in more detail. I think, and we have that in what Kinsley just mentioned, the incorporating new models. I hadn't incorporated into this comment response matrix, but I have it on the updated one that I have on our slide. And it's in the HCP that will, continue to revise the DWP over time.
Okay, thank you. If we could, sorry, real quick, if we could just, after you present, if we could spend on that, so a little bit of time on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Melissa.
Molly, in your presentation, are you going to be discussing wind direction and wind speed? I think that the matrix specifically included that, but I guess my understanding is you guys did include the site-specific data, but that doesn't incorporate wind speed or direction, right? And the new model that was applied,
yeah,
that expands the area, right? The Dalthrop model doesn't incorporate wind speed or wind direction, and so I think I took some. It was unclear how those sections in the HCP that were referenced actually address the comments that were made related to wind speed or direction.
Yeah, and Jenny can jump in here too, potentially to answer this, but I think in the HCP, what we do is, make a commitment that if models become available that could take that into account, or if we have the data to look at that, we would, but with the sample size we have and the data we have and the current models, there is not, to my knowledge, a model that could take into effect wind speed and direction on the data. But a lot can change in 20 years, as we've seen over the last 20 years.
Yeah, well, just not Molly, that's a concern of ours. So if we could spend some time on that when you get to that point in your presentation. I don't want to steal your thunder with all of this matrix here.
Yeah, I do think that I would not consider it a resolved issue.
Good thing we went through this.
I guess I just want to push back slightly too on the whole thing of like limited data making it impossible to model this. Like, I think what Kavika is asking for is basic physics as far as, you know, the mass of the bird, you know, the trajectory of the turbines. You can model different directions of flight, and if they're coming in from different directions, where they would be projected out to. And that all seems like pretty straightforward stuff that you don't have to know exactly where you've discovered them within the last 10 years, 15 years or whatever, to actually know where they might be projected out to. Like, it's just basic physics modeling. So I guess I just want to make sure that we're thinking about basic science. Are we ready for Molly's presentation so we can, or are there any more questions on the DOFAW one?
I'm ready.
All right, so go ahead and start presenting. So I think we have Molly and Troy here to do the presentation, and maybe Jenny Taylor as well.
Thanks, Afshin. Kinsley, I don't see an option to share my screen.
We'll go ahead and make you co-host.
Oh, wait, and while you're doing that, sorry, I did want to mention Dave Smith did join the room. So I don't know, Dave, if you want to introduce yourself. And I think Danica wanted us to clarify roles here for who is the voting member in the ESRC. Today.
David Smith, Administrator, Division of Forest and Wildlife, and right now, Afshin is delegated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's here to provide information and background.
Thanks, David. Can you see my screen, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Well, you guys all know me now. I'm Molly Stevenson, the senior biologist with Kaheawa or KWP. And like Afshin mentioned, I'm joined by Troy and Jenny from Tetra Tech today. So here I just have the DOFA HCP process on the right, and I've highlighted in red where we're at right now down in the approval section. The first item there is compliance with Chapter 343 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes. So I wanted to provide a quick update on that process. Our EIS was accepted by the BLNR last Friday in a unanimous vote, and the acceptance determination has been submitted to the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development and will be published in the December 23rd edition of the Environmental Notice. Now that our Chapter 343 is complete, we're here to request your all's vote on a recommendation for approval for our HCP so that we can bring it before the BLNR next month. And as Kinsley mentioned, we're not going to go into all the details of the HCP today since we presented on those back in August, October, and November. So today we'll focus on the comments that you all had provided at those 3 meetings and how we've addressed those comments or recommendations, and specifically the changes made since November. So I wanted to start off today with thanking you all profusely for the coordination that the ESRC has provided us over the last 1.5 years of development of this HCP, not to mention the 2 decades of prior implementation work on our existing HCP. From our initial discussions with you all in September 2024 to the multiple meetings we've had in the last few months on the draft and final HCP, I believe strongly that the input from the ESRC and the multiple touch points we've had with you all have led to a strong, well-developed HCP that I'm excited to implement over the next 25 years. And I'd also extend that thank you beyond the ESRC to the DOFA HCP staff, the species experts, as well as the public who've commented. So just wanted to thank you all before we get into this. Based on the input we received during HCP development and during the public comment period on the draft, We added yellow-faced bees and band-rumped storm petrels as covered species. We've altered our minimization for bats to include a more protective low wind speed curtailment regime. We updated minimization measures for seabirds to include the current BMPs related to lighting and marking of fences. We have a strong adaptive management program with specific triggers and responses. We've updated our carcass distribution modeling using a newer model. And we've focused as much of our mitigation as possible on the island of Maui rather than the broader Maui Nui. We've also developed a detailed mitigation plan for the bat mitigation on Molokai, which excitingly incorporates a lot of the research that was funded by our current HCP mitigation efforts. So in summary, since November, we've been working with the entomologists, like Kinsley mentioned, to update the yellow-faced bee take estimation and mitigation, as well as adding some language about turbine interaction research. We incorporated the recommendation from the ESRC for bat minimization to include the month of August in the raised cut-in speed of 6.5 meters per second. And we added in details of the Maui mitigation development process. And then we also added in a Maui-based mitigation site for the Oahu at the Alpine Wildlife Site in West Maui. And so I'll provide a little more details on each of those items. Kinsley kind of covered this well. We worked with DOFAW entomologists to update our take estimation. The impacts to habitat remain the same at 5 acres of habitat, but we've added in 25 nest burrows at the advice from the entomologists. We also added in research on bee turbine interactions, which will continue to work with DOFAW entomologists and other experts. We currently contemplate eDNA research, LIDAR, or aerial netting, which is outlined in section 6.4.5.1 of the final HCP. DOFAW entomologists provided us with a mitigation plan that's been incorporated into the HCP. They identified an approximately 18-acre site around one of the known nesting congregations adjacent to the project area. And based on their advice, we're proposing funding construction of an ungulate fence around this area, and then establishing 2 ironwood removal plots with paired controls inside the fence, and then a third paired removal area and control outside the fence. Within the ironwood removal plots, we would be outplanting a lima and other native flowering plants. And then the success criteria would be establishment of more than 25 nests within the ironwood removal areas, control of ironwood within these plots, and an increase in foraging resources through outplanting. DOFAW entomologists are also working out how this mitigation project could be used to further our knowledge of how to help the species. And they've designed the mitigation in a way where we may be able to research how ironwood removal, ungulate fencing, and distance to core nesting area impact new nest development. And so the map up on the right there just shows kind of the approximate outline of that 18-acre area. And we don't have the specifics of the ironwood removal plots in there, but I believe they were proposed at around 1 acre each, with then 1 acre control. For yellow-faced bees, next steps are to fund DOFAW entomologists to conduct a nest survey of the entire 40-acre limits of disturbance during this upcoming active season. They'll also survey the proposed mitigation area and control sites to establish a baseline and to inform the ironwood removal and fence placement. After this survey, we're planning to host a site visit with the entomologists and HCP staff to discuss the results of the survey, identify areas for avoidance with our site crew and on-site biologists, discuss what the limits of future surveys need to be, and then further refine the scope of work for the mitigation project. Our FY 2026 report that you all will receive will include the results of the bee surveys and then a summary of the site visit and next steps that we identify. And then I also wanted to highlight that while right now we're thinking that the future annual surveys will be limited to the edges of the roads and paths, we have included the possibility of a larger scope in our adaptive management measures in case bees are found to nest on the roads and paths themselves, in which case we would increase the survey frequency or the scope and design and implement a study on the bees. For BAT minimization, we addressed the ESRC recommendation from last month to add the month of August to the raised cut-in speed of 6.5 meters per second. And then lastly, we added details on the process we will use to develop the BAT mitigation on Maui. And so that includes development of the site-specific mitigation implementation plans, and getting, approval from all agencies and ESRC. So we've already covered how we're going to be monitoring impacts to the yellow-faced bee and how ongoing coordination with the entomologists as well as with the ESRC in our annual updates will be used to adaptively manage our HCP related to the yellow-faced bee. And the other item that DOFA brought up in their comment letter was the lagging nene mitigation under our current permit. So I wanted to address that quickly here. As we discussed back in August, when you last saw this slide, our current permit expires at the end of next month, which is in the middle of the current breeding season. We've currently offset around 50 nene through mitigation, but we have an obligation for around 66 nene. However, our original HCP, the biological opinion, and our implementing agreement all contemplated that mitigation obligations may not be met by the end of the permit term. And we currently have 2 letters of credit worth over $3.5 million that cover the contingency funds laid out on the HCP and implementing agreement and provide financial assurances that nene take will be offset, even if that obligation has to continue beyond the end of the current permit term. So this is the graph we showed you back in August. As a reminder, our current ITL began in 2007. And at the same time, we began providing funding to DOFA for nene mitigation under that 2006 HCP. Between 2007 and 2010, we provided $223,000 in funding to support pen construction and management. However, during this time, DOFA encountered some delays in securing a site and completing construction. So while we proposed some interim options such as predator control or translocation, ultimately those were not implemented. By 2011, the pen was completed, and by 2013, we had provided an additional $41,000 needed to fulfill the baseline funding obligation for construction and management. So on the graph, this is shown in the dark gray area where take was occurring and we had funded mitigation, but no mitigation offsets were accruing. So from 2014 through 2018, fledgling production increased steadily, reaching 47 fledglings by 2018. And then since 2019, we've been working with DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service to address funding and management challenges. This included taking over direct management of the Haleakala pen in late 2022, and then expanding efforts through a second pen at Pu'uhoku Ranch on Molokai. We recognize that it may still take some time to fully meet all of our obligations under the current permit, but we also want to highlight how conditions are very different as we move forward into the new HCP. With 2 established mitigation projects already in operation and more than a decade of hands-on management experience, we anticipate being able to offset take under the new permit right from issuance. That means that mitigation should keep pace with and in fact is expected to outpace permitted take well in advance of permit expiration. And you can see that with the green lines shown on the graph. And then just quickly an update on where we stand today with nene mitigation this year. At the Haleakala Ranch release pen, we had 6 goslings as of last Friday across 3 families, and there were 5 pairs still sitting on nests. And at Pu'uhoku Ranch, we have 4 goslings who hatched on November 11th, and then we have 1 additional nest that has been laid and an additional pair that we think may lay soon. So the picture on the right is the 4 goslings shortly after they hatched at Pu'uhoku, and the photo on the left is 4 of the goslings at Haleakala Ranch from last week. The last slide that I have for you all today is from the comment response matrix, which DOFA posted earlier this week. The matrix had all previous ESRC comments and recommendations through November 25th. And we provided what we felt was a resolution for each item. There were 2 items that DOFA had additional comments on, which are shown here. The first is related to the yellow-faced bee mitigation approach, and their follow-up comment was not related to the approach itself, but rather to the funding estimates. So we'll continue to work with DOFA to refine those costs. And if mitigation offsets have not been met after 5 years, we would continue to fund or adaptively manage the mitigation until the net conservation benefit is reached. Likewise, the scope of the annual survey area will be determined after the surveys this spring, and we'll work with DOFA on that scope for coming years. So those were all the slides I had, but I do have all the other comment response matrix. I have those slides available, and I can show those as well.
Molly, are you going to go over the DWP stuff that Kavika was asking, or Karen were asking about?
I can. The only slide I had today was just what our new DWPs proposed in the HCP are. We do have, Jenny might be able to provide another slide showing some of the distribution.
Yeah, I can hop in here, Molly.
Okay, thanks, Jenny.
So before I do have some new information from our last meeting to present and show how we're thinking about this, but I think it might be worth revisiting the history of fatality searches at the site over the past permit term. And we started with 180 meter by 200 meter search plots that had that extra 20 meters downwind. And over time, the search plot size changed, and we brought in the use of canines. And with each change that happened, it was because the state of the science and the understanding of how to get the maximum benefit of searching had been updated. So, you know, as the science was changing, that was being applied to the site. And then as that was also changing, new tools of estimation were coming on, and those were also incorporated, which the thinking about how carcasses are distributed and how that needs to be accounted for in models was largely driven by Manuela Huso. So that's just a little bit of background to say that that's how we are thinking about this new HCP term, is that starting with what we know now, as more information comes about in peer-reviewed literature, we will definitely revisit what we have and what we know to ensure that we are using the most up-to-date methods. So the starting place for this HCP and fatality searches is to use the distribution that we have found with both the expanded methods and some of the the contracted areas, all of which are influenced by the physics of how fatalities fall, because they have been found as fatalities. So with that background,
Jenny, sorry to interrupt, but Molly, I know you have some slides on this from the last presentation. Is there any way you could pull it up so we could visualize this search?
Yeah, absolutely. I have last month's slideshow.
Sorry to interrupt, Jenny, but this would be helpful.
no problem.
While Molly's pulling that up, Jenny, I think one of the things that just isn't totally making sense to me is there's distribution models, and then there's the outline of where the search grid is taking place. The searches are essentially taking place on the pads and roads themselves, with no searches outside of the roads and pads. And well, okay, I'm going to talk out of two sides of my mouth right now, because there's the yellowface bee concerns now, which, you know, now you've got this whole thing of, okay, if you go off the pad, now you might be stomping on burrows, and it gets really complicated. But I'm going to set that aside for a moment and just think about the logic of distribution and searches. And like, what are the chances that the, you know, search grid is going to 100% fall within the pads? It really seems like it's more about the convenience of searching on the pads than about where you're most likely to see, you know, carcasses. What are the chances?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I think there's a lot of reasons why we do search on the pads. One is it's it helps with our overall searcher efficiency. But two, the use of canines, they're not restricted to searching on the pads. And in fact, if they catch a scent that's out of the search area, we definitely trace that down. And we have found, we call those the incidental finds. And so those are all included in our carcass distribution that we're using and modeling for the site. So the search area defined is for what we based our model data on because it's the systematic search, but we include any incidental data that we find
Right.
because
Sorry, I get that, Jenny. I guess what
Okay.
I'm saying is that, like, if you just logically think about, okay, where are dogs going to smell stuff? They're going to smell it downwind, right? Essentially of a carcass, right? Am I thinking correctly about where they would smell it? And
Yep.
downwind of the carcass is uphill of the pad, right? So like, I guess the place where they are most likely to get blown, we had asked about the dominant direction of the wind when we were at the site, and essentially if I'm remembering correctly, it's kind of blowing uphill. And so the place where they're most likely to get blown is the place they're least likely to get smelled. Does that make sense? So I guess that's just the concern.
I think that there are subtleties to how the wind moves around the pad. And we don't have Spencer, our canine handler, here on the call today. But so in general, yes, Melissa, that is absolutely right. And also when the dogs are working, there's the overarching wind direction, and then there's the wind as it moves through vegetation. And there's all kinds of subtleties that dogs use, like, how can I say this? How the wind's workings through the search area is greater than just the strong directionality on like a trade wind day. So while they are searching downwind, the way that the wind moves around allows them to pick up things that are slightly out of the directionality. Not every time, but this does happen. And so I think maybe what would be helpful here is if I share my screen to show. So last time we talked about modeling the data with the directionality of the fatalities. So I have a slide, if I can figure out how to share my screen. Let me just do this for a second. Sharing is not turned on. Okay, I'm going to send a request. Okay, I'm getting multiple present. Okay, so let me try this again. Sorry. Here's the screen. Share. Oops, that's the wrong screen. What are you seeing? I'm sorry. Are you seeing a figure that says
fatalities?
Okay. So basically what this is, these are the 17 fatalities that we have between KWP1 and KWP2 mapped out on what we call an annulus plot. So these are 10-meter bins, and these are the fatalities of their positionality of where they were found. And so that's the distribution there. You can see here's one that was found all the way out to 80 meters. And what we then did, here, I'll just pause, and let you take a look.
Is it possible to make it bigger?
Yes, let's see if I can do that.
Can you put it in presentation mode, maybe, Jenny?
Yeah. Let's see if I can do that. So
And then while you're doing that, Could you clarify what 0 degrees means? Is that due
Yeah,
north?
sorry, lots of things.
Yeah.
Now the presentation mode is showing up. Okay, that looks good.
We're
Are you
still
all
staying-
seeing it in presentation mode? Because it looks like I'm sharing the screen that's not in presentation mode.
Yeah, we're still seeing the what you had before, which is we can see all the slides.
Okay, so how? Mm,
We might have to stop sharing and then reshare.
I
the
think so. Yeah,
screen
give me a
showing
second to
presentation mode.
figure this out.
And Jenny,
Okay,
I think just noting this, like this is, I think the challenge that we're always facing is evidence of absence, right? Like where are you not seeing, you find things where you're likely to find things based on the current methodology of searching. And so what would be an important thing to do is to run like on the days that these were discovered, one, were they discovered with dogs? Two, what was the wind direction on the day that they were discovered? And what was the prevailing wind direction on the days prior to that, so that you understand where they might have been flung versus where the dogs discovered them. For example, if you're finding them upwind of where you would typically expect to find them, is it because it's on a day with a Kona wind? Like right now, I live on the windward side. We're getting a bunch of Kona winds. It's lovely and different in the ocean than it usually is on this side. We know that the winds shift directions, and so you're going to be more likely to find them on those days. So I guess it's nice to see where they've been found, but it doesn't tell you things like on the days they were found. Or do those happen to be the anomalies? And there's, oh boy, a whole bunch more getting hit into places that you don't detect on days that the winds are in the predominant direction. So yeah, I don't know. Could you give? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And okay, so let me try sharing again. I think I have this.
I'll make just a quick note on that. Melissa, it sounds like what you're looking for there, and maybe Kavika, this is what you're getting at, is basically a site-specific model, right? Because we rely on these more general. I mean, all facilities around the country rely on these more general models. We're lucky to have site-specific data from all of those larger plots that were searched for a number of years in the past to inform our fall distribution. But for the evidence of absence piece, we are relying on the more general models. Melissa, what you're describing is, I think, a site-specific model based on the information we have from the location and all the parameters that are present on a day when, or a day whatever, when a carcass was found. I think that's something that, going back to your original point about kind of like basic science, I think that's something that we could attempt to do. I do think that we may run into a sample size issue, but maybe we could just explore that and have a commitment to explore that with maybe the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service modeling folks to see if we could do something site specific. I just don't know that we could commit to having results that would be super informative just based on the number of detections we're talking about.
Yeah, I understand. And maybe Kavika has a proposed pathway forward so that we can not get stuck on this particular point. But I think what he's calling out and what I resonate with is that when I look at your search grid, it's very conveniently showing up at the areas that are most easy to search, which is the pads. And so what are the chances that it just happens to coincide, that the fallout pattern is going to coincide exactly with that? It's not kind of logical there. And so we find things where we search for them, we find things where we're most likely to find them. And so I guess just the logic has to be there. And sorry, Karen, I know it's difficult for you to speak today. I want to make space for you to say what you need to.
Is it okay if I just respond, Melissa? We absolutely true. We find things where we look for them. And that's what the next slide that I want to show addresses. And so when we are looking in an area that is limited for the carcass distribution, then we have to correct for that. And so that's where this is just a screenshot of how the EOA model looks when we are doing any particular time period. So what this is showing is modeling for the Ukumehame, and there is the spatial coverage that of that carcass distribution that you are using. And that's one of the corrective factors. So when we are not looking in the full carcass distribution, we apply this correction factor, and that's what Molly was talking about. I think she brought it up this time and in the last one. And so this is from FY 2025 modeling. This was the correction factor that had been previously used. And in looking at the distribution that I just showed, we found that that's actually the new, with all of the data now, the new correction factor that we will apply going forward is less than that. So if we're fully covering the distribution, we would put a 1 in, but this is a reduction from where we were. So it's basically this part of the correction is like for every 1 bat that we find, 2, it's modeling for 2, plus all of the other factors that get figured in for bias correction, like carcass persistence and the searcher efficiency and the temporal coverage. But that's just how that correction factor works. So even if we are not fully searching all of the areas where bats might fall, we correct for that. And I think that's important to consider because in some cases we can't safely search all of the areas based on topography. And now, especially with the yellow-faced bee, the question becomes, as you noted, it's kind of a conflict to walk out and search that area with the potential for, finding nests and managing to that species as well. So that's where this idea of this correction factor and the science around fatality estimation evolved to say, hey, we might not be searching the full distribution, but we have a mechanism to account for the fact that we're not searching the full distribution. And I'll just say one more thing that, to Troy's point, absolutely, we can, continue to look at new models and new data that come out, and we collect with each fatality, we collect all that information about wind direction and weather and position data. So we do have the ability to look at that, and we want to use peer-reviewed models that have the most applicability to the site. So we can work to try to create our own as well, but in the absence of that, we have been using models that have gone through the peer review process and the ones that make the most sense for the data that we have. And then finally, I'll just also reiterate that sample size, when we're working with endangered species, sample size on carcass distribution can be challenging. So we're working with 17 bats here. If we had more, which, we don't, how the distribution looks at a site that like on the mainland that has a lot of bat fatalities, might model differently, but this is what we have to work with. And this, let me go back. This gives us a fairly good idea of, what the distribution looks like. Also, I think, I can't tell, but well, maybe I'll pause there. We have Madeline, our statistician, on as well. And if we have questions about the actual model, we can bring her in. So maybe I'll pause there. And Karen, I see your hand is raised.
Thank you. Thanks, Jenny. And thanks for providing this plot. And I'd like to see those data like in the HCP or at a minimum in the annual reports. I think this is the first time we've seen those dots, right? And I guess one thing I know in that earlier slide, you showed how the search area looks like within the radius. But I guess I would encourage ESRC members and everybody to take a look at your within the HCP on page 167, right? And 167, right? You have what the you have the search areas within those circles, and you can see that those dots are falling largely outside like the search area, right? The roads and a lot of the search area is in that space that's upwind, right? And so it seems like that DWP becomes inflated because so much of that upwind area is the search area, right?
Well, let me see if I can answer. Can you see my mouse moving around? So let me think about how to answer this. So this plot right here takes into consideration all of these different fatalities were not necessarily found at the same search plot. So this is a conglomeration.
Yeah, I understand that.
And so what the configuration of those roads and paths is at each search plot is a little bit different. So we see, when we do it this way, we see that, the broadening of the area that's searched because this is a conglomeration. So by each road and pad being a little bit of a different configuration, we get a little bit more coverage than what is represented in just one figure of a road and pad. And then the other thing is that the prevailing winds, it's my understanding that they are coming this way approximately. And so looking at what we have found, Molly, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but just looking at what we have found in this distribution, it's looking like that directionality is mapped from this distribution. I mean, we haven't done that full exercise because there's a number of limits to the models that we know about that we can use for this. And we picked DOFAW 2024 because that one had the most applicable, I guess it was most applicable to the site-specific concerns and the amount of data that we had. And there are limits with some of the other ones for being truly applicable to answering the question. And that's, again, Madeline can speak to that if we want to go into that. But so to circle back to your actual question, Karen, does this really capture, like, is the DWP inflated because of where we're looking? If anything, it's it's potentially a bigger correction than we actually need to be taking. And so when you say inflated, if we decrease that DWP to a lower amount, let me go back to this screen here. If we decrease this, that serves to inflate, and I don't want to use that word, that serves to exaggerate, I guess. All of the words that I'm coming up with aren't quite right. It serves to, I guess I'll say, increase the fatality estimate. So a smaller DWP will increase the fatality estimate because it's a bigger correction, basically. And so what we found here is that we are reducing that DWP, which will have the opportunity to increase the fatality rate, because what we've found from the site-specific data is that we're covering less of the carcass distribution than we anticipated or than we previously had evaluated when that evaluation was done. I think it was in 2018.
So yeah, Jenny, just maybe to put that another way, in this current example, basically, if you find a bat the model assumes that there's also one out there somewhere that you're not finding. So for every one you find, there's two. If you were to reduce the DWP to like 0.33, then it'd be like if you find a bat, then it would assume that you're missing two somewhere, right? I mean, am I oversimplifying that?
Well, that's one correction. And then it's also influenced by carcass persistence and searcher
Yeah, of course.
efficiency. So
Yeah,
so
perfect.
it's not pure, but yes.
Yeah. What I was hearing, I guess, overall is that, and especially now kind of understanding the new constraints around expanding a search area, it sounds like maybe a first step as we kind of move in, and again, not to be presumptuous, but if the HCP were to be approved and we were to move into implementation, it sounds like there would be an initial step of just doing some more digging on the locations, Karen, to your point, like that plot, and then information related to, weather, persistence, and everything else around those, and begin to evaluate if there's, and I don't even want to say model, I'll just say if there's any trends that we can pick up there that would influence what we now know about searcher efficiency out there, and maybe come back to the group at some point next year to have a deeper discussion about it. I'd really like to get, and this is difficult at this time, but I would like to get the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service modelers involved in that too. And of course, Karen and your group to kind of think through, to make sure we have kind of sort of a holistic approach there.
Yeah, I think this does need further exploration. I think, so Jenny, so you guys had been using the 0.57 for the DWP, and then when you look more at the data, it went down, right? Your DWP that you're using going forward is going down, so that'll increase.
I'll use the word inflate but trying to remove the kind of negative connotation. It will serve to inflate the fatality estimate.
Well, or I guess I get it a little bit closer to reality, right? I mean, it's like incorporating more data so that it's like maybe a bit more accurate, right? Versus saying that it's like inflating it. I mean, it seems like we're making it more realistic, but it's still missing that piece. Like when I'm looking at the amount of search area that is falling within the area where carcasses have not ever been found is still quite high, right? And so I think that's the piece that really needs to be explored further, is like how do we incorporate it's like weighting the search area in that reflects that the distribution better. I think that Troy is saying that's something to continue work on. I agree that Fish and Wildlife Service, we need to get modelers involved with that. I think at this time it's not a resolved issue.
So
I think
go ahead, Troy.
Well, I was going to take it in a different direction, so you go ahead and answer, and then I'll go. Yeah.
Well, I guess go ahead, Troy. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Well, I was thinking more about on the process side, Karen and Kaheawa and others. For today, I guess the question in front of the group is about HCP, recommendation for approval, right? And so I'm thinking about handling this, in the future with the understanding that if there were to be some, and Kaheawa, going back to, I think a comment you made in the last meeting was like, this is sort of like fundamental. This is the underpinning of the entire kind of request for take and all that kind of stuff. So I totally get that. And I guess what I'm thinking about putting it in larger context is that the HCP currently outlines, all of this in a process for how we're doing it now. It also includes a take estimate and therefore a take limit, there would be an authorized amount of take that would be there. So if we were to continue to work on this into the future, we would still be working against that take limit that's included in the HCP and was approved in the EIS. And so if we ended up as a group coming up with a site-specific model or some trends or some ideas that would otherwise influence, and it turns out that the take is different than what we expect, we would still be operating within that take limit. And then we would have to, decide as a group whether we were still comfortable with that or if a future amendment would be necessary. And I'm just outlining all of that because I don't want us to get hung up on, well, what if this is all incorrect and we have to create a whole new model, which might not even be specific. And that doesn't allow us to get to the decision in front of us today. So I just want to open the door for, I guess, a decision today and a commitment to work on this more specifically in the future.
Yeah, I was wondering, can we address it in adaptive management? So as we're gathering data on the fatality monitoring, what kind of, and maybe Karen, you have some ideas of what kind of trigger would it be to adaptively manage the way we're calculating the actual take? Is that a way we could approach it?
Sorry, Afshin, could you repeat that again? I heard you, but I just need to hear it again.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, so we have fatality monitoring going on as is described currently, but we're concerned about where the actual carcasses are falling and if we're, missing, if there are these gaps of data, basically, right? And so we want to gather more information on that. And then at what point we could we address it in adaptive management? So where we have more data to inform where these carcasses may be falling, and then revise the way we're calculating the take. That's my understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong.
I think the intent is there in the HCP. We can definitely spell it out more clearly, but the way that we see it working is with every new fatality that we find, we continue to evaluate that on how we're on what that DWP looks like. And so that, we are using the method that we have now that I've outlined. We are informing it with new fatalities. We are collecting other pieces of information. We can look at those other pieces of information. For example, what was the wind direction to the extent possible, the wind direction on the day that we think the fatality happened. That's sometimes the concern about pulling in that data. We definitely know what it is on the day that we found it, but dating fatalities, the age of the fatalities is an inexact science. And so, if there's been a shift in wind, we, might or might not get that right. But we have the opportunities to look at that. And sometimes it's more clear cut than other times. So as we move forward into this next permit term, the intent is that we are pulling all of those pieces of information in and continue to apply either this modeling, which is what is recommended from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or updated models as they come about and are peer reviewed. And, we would, of course, work with all parties if there was a new model, both for fatality estimation, but also for how we understand fatality distribution.
Jenny, is that in the adaptive management table or where is that articulated?
Molly, would you be able to answer that question where we articulate that? I don't believe it's in the adaptive management.
We talk about it just in the post-construction fatality monitoring section, Afshin, and then We also included a changed circumstance for like new technologies and methods. And I would just say that that's sort of, I don't know that it was outlined that way in the original 2006 HCP, but it's how the 2006 HCP has been implemented, because like evidence of absence or these DWP models that we're using were not even on anyone's radar back in 2006, but you know, they've still been incorporated into permit compliance. So we tried to write this HCP in a way that will allow it to adapt with the state of the science over time, over the next 25 years. But it would be the PCM section and then change circumstances.
Maybe can you just clarify adaptive management? I mean, okay, so you guys come and you present at your annual meetings and we make recommendations, and this isn't reflective on you, but we see a lot of permits, and a lot of times it can take a couple of years to get things changed. This seems like the kind of thing where we'd be looking for updates to either the search grid or the direction in which things are done, or the number that's being used here, if we take into account what Karen's saying as far as like weighting, right, where they're falling out or where they're likely to fall out. And so I think the question is like, how do you speed up that loop so that it's not something that comes in an annual report and say, oh, we should start thinking about this, but how can we speed up that loop and tighten the language to make sure that those changes in the search protocol and the calculated take are occurring at a faster rate?
I don't know if this fully answers the question, Melissa. I'm kind of talking while I'm thinking, but we provide DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service with quarterly reports, and then ESRC gets an annual report. The few years that I've been involved here, there's quite a delay there between we get our reports to DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service August 1st of each year. We haven't been having the ESRC meetings on those until, you know, winter, early spring. I know there's a desire to move those up closer to the end of the fiscal year.
Sorry, Molly, I'll save you the spin on this. I think what I'm looking for is essentially built-in adaptive management triggers that say, if this, then that, and you don't have to wait for us to deliberate. Essentially, you can anticipate that, hey, if a large portion of things are falling in a particular direction, or you have indicators that suggest that things should change, that change can take place without us having to say, hey, you should change this. So essentially build in those triggers and have it be more automatic. I think that's where I'm going with this.
I mean, I think the most natural trigger that we can use that we already anticipate using is fatality data. So, you know, when we have a fatality of a covered species, that automatically gets rolled into doing this assessment, you know. So that's, you know, that's the most obvious one. We need the data in order to revisit what the assessment is. That might be few, and we hope that that's few and far between.
I would also maybe just add, Melissa, maybe this gets at what you're after, is I think separate from the, yeah, I mean, I think adaptive management is probably the right place for this, but even just separate from that, you know, as we go through the process here today, if the ESRC, you know, were to approve the permit, or sorry, the permit, or approve a recommendation for approval, support a recommendation for approval, you could also say, we want you to come back, you know, whatever, in February of next year with a more detailed approach on site-specific modeling, et cetera, to keep that moving, you know, put some bounds on how quickly that happens. That I don't think it has to be tied up in the adaptive management of the HCP itself, I guess is what I'm saying. And then I would also note that I think what we're talking about here actually, you know, this is about one project, of course, but this is sort of like the underpinnings of how we think about take estimation for these projects. And so, you know, it's probably a bigger conversation to be had about that. That goes beyond just an individual project. So it could be sort of a separate kind of parallel work stream with ESRC next year too.
And I'd like to see these data presented in the annual reports. I mean, I think that it's really, you know, the fact that this is the first time we're seeing this and these data, I mean, these data aren't available for us to look at across projects and other things. And I recognize that each site is a little bit different, but you do have a lot more than 17 fatalities for Opeapea and for the other, for other species as well. And so there are likely some similarity, or there's the possibility that there's similarities across sites, and there's potential for pooling data for certain types of things. So I'd like to see this, like these data as part of annual reports and made available.
And Karen, I think some of that information can also be found in the DWP appendix to the HCP, where we compared our site-specific distribution to like the Hull and Weir model, which is looking at like a larger sample size of bat carcasses and turbines. So I just wanted to point that out, that we have compared it to larger non-site specific models as well.
Theoretical models.
There's none of the data are presented there, right? So we're and there's not the in that appendix, unless I'm missing it, that appendix I, there's not the spatial information either. So I appreciate that there's information in that appendix, but I think I'm looking for more than that.
Yeah, we can definitely include these plots in next year's annual report. They just got finished.
Not just the plots, the data that make the plots. I think that's the, yeah.
Kavika, I think this was a topic that you had raised. Do you have a pathway forward to recommend?
I honestly don't know. I think I might need a break to process, honestly, everything that we just talked through. I appreciate the applicant, especially Troy. I mean, everybody, but Troy, I appreciate you acknowledging that you understand what my concerns are and trying to find pathways forward. I don't know. Could we maybe, I mean, there's other things I want to talk through. Maybe put this in the cooler for now. I don't know if we're going to talk our way through this and then revisit it in a bit or take a break or something.
Well, why don't we take a bio break if that's okay? I mean, this agenda item, we're looking for a recommendation, right? So we have to work through all the issues today, right?
You gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have to figure it out.
So well, I don't have a bolt of lightning hitting me right now, and I do have other things I want to talk through. So maybe we'll take a break, and could I request that we maybe talk through some of those other items, and maybe in the background processes of our minds, some pathway forward might come to us in the process. Unless somebody else sees a clear pathway forward.
I think the back of the mind thing is wise, and yes, bio break, and let's talk about the other concerns so that we have all of the complete set on the table. I do think that building in strong adaptive management offers us the best chance of getting approval today if we're able to have more clear language. I think that's something that ESRC committee is asking for across the board and across spaces, is just clear language that we can come back to each year.
Okay, sounds good. Let's take a break till it's 10:47. How about we come back at 10:55? All right. If you're back, can you please put your cameras on? ESRC members, anyway. All right, super. I think that's everyone. Okay, so we're gonna go through the rest of the comments that folks have, the outstanding issues, and as you're thinking back on, in the back of your mind, what those other issues are in your mind, it would be helpful to think of it and frame it in a way that what is it that we're looking for? Is it a specific ask and adaptive management, or what action we would like to see implemented in the HCP to move this forward today? I just wanted to say that, but yeah, I think Kavika, you wanted to move on to other issues.
Yeah. Well, somebody else have something?
I was just gonna note, so we have DOFA entomologists on as well as DOFA Maui, and I know that they do have a time constraint, I think before 12:30, so just didn't know if we want to focus on the bees now.
Okay, my issue is not with the bees, so we can start with the bees if anybody has concerns.
I don't have any concerns. If they're on and they'd like to just state whether they're satisfied from the entomologist perspective, that might be helpful.
I believe Janice is on.
Yes, I'm on.
Can you introduce yourself, Janice?
I'm Janice Matsunaga, entomologist with Division of Forestry and Wildlife. So I think with the updated draft of the HCP and following email communications and what Molly presented, we are satisfied. I think some of the things are just, there are a lot of unknowns right now and would just have to be adaptive management at the time. For example, after the 5-year experiment in the experimental plots that we proposed on how to move forward, either after the 5 years are up and or after 25 nests are produced. The total acreage for the experimental plots are, for the 3, are less than 2 acres, I believe, in total, while the greater fenced area is around 18. But some of those, little details will need to be worked out in the future, and as well as some of the finer budget points, I think. Other than that, I think we are good with all of the responses.
Thank you, Janice. I have a question, but it might be better for Molly to answer. Well, but please stay on, Janice. Whose responsibility is it to discover the 25 new nests?
Yeah, so DOFA, we would get the funding and or contract a DOFA approved contractor or entomologist to do that work.
Is the state paying for this work, or is the applicant paying for the work?
Applicant should be paying for that work.
That's all articulated in the HCP, that payment mechanism and all that. Okay.
Yeah, it's included in we haven't worked out a contract or anything with the state, but it would be similar to all of our other mitigation projects where we fund it. I think usually through the Endangered Species Recovery Fund is how we've done it in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the bee issue?
So I have a quick comment if I could jump in here.
Sure, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, this is Paul Krishelnitsky. I'm with UH and I've been working with DOFA on this issue. I just noticed in the language of the HCP, this is a little bit of an oversight, and I think it's implied, but I think it'd be good to spell it out more concretely. Is the assumption is that there would be 25 nests produced in excess of the number of nests produced in the control plots. So it's not just that 25 are produced in those management plots. And I think everybody sort of understood that that's what that was meant, but it would be good to spell that out explicitly in the language.
Thank you, Paul. It seems a good thing to do. Molly or Troy, any comments? Are you opposed to making such an amendment?
No, I think that was our understanding. I mean, we're trying to demonstrate net benefit to the species, so it's a good catch on the language, Paul, but yeah, not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need explicit? You need to do that right now? You need to figure that out.
They'll add it and then we just
So we're gonna vote.
right, it would be. My understanding is the way we've done it in the past, it's a yes, a recommendation.
With the following.
With an
addendum,
amendments
okay.
that are included in the discussion today. And then staff just makes sure that all those recommendations have been addressed.
Okay. And you.
Anything else on bees from the committee?
I would just like to really quickly thank Janice and Paul for being here today, and also just for all the coordination they've given us over the last couple months. So thank you guys.
Yes, thank you, Janice and Paul.
Stay down.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to move on to bats or?
Well, I have an overarching one, if I may, that actually relates to, Paul just said, acknowledge the cumulative net environmental benefits for the project, which this HCP articulates in the introduction. So the applicant is aware that this is a thing that the ESRC needs to assess the HCP on. But then the only other place where it's mentioned at all in the HCP is under bats. So just want to make sure that the applicant knows that that portion of, or that subsection of 195D isn't only in reference to bats, but all species covered. So I would love to see an articulation or even hear it right now, how the applicant views net environmental benefit, either as the whole or species by species, because as I said, the only place it's mentioned in the HCP is under bats.
Yep, thanks, Kavika. It should also be discussed in section 6.5, which is related to all species. And the way we were looking at it was all of our mitigation is designed to produce more of whichever species than what we are taking. And then there are additional environmental benefits to the mitigation. The covered species are not the only species presumably benefiting from the mitigation, and that varies by species.
Could you give me a page number to review that language, please?
120 in the final.
And I think the difference there is that for example, the seabirds and nene, that's easy to demonstrate because we're counting things, individuals. For bats and bees, it gets a little more difficult to do that. And so that's why I guess that's why it wasn't articulated for every species, and then we summarized it in that single section. Yeah.
Yeah, we can look at that language right now. Thank you.
I think it's also in your tables. If I'm not mistaken.
Probably true, Afshin. Conservation. I'm just kind of doing a search. It says it shows up 33 times.
What word search are you doing?
Just searching for net conservation benefit.
So okay, you phrased it differently than it's phrased in 195D. So got it. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
So the other, is there, if there's no other comment on that net benefit,
Sorry, I do have one more comment. I just so on that page, section 6.5, page 120, there's that paragraph net conservation benefit. I would like to highlight that the applicant says enhancing overall habitat quality and supporting other native species and ecosystems functions, which I believe is the intent of that subsection of 195D. So I appreciate the applicant saying that. Thank you.
okay. Any other comment on that before I move on? All right. So the one thing that was brought up was the for the bat mitigation, making sure that the language for the balance of the mitigation that's required for bats will occur on Maui and not may occur on Maui, or something to that effect, so that we're ensuring that that remains on Maui Island. Is that something, that's what I heard from the group. Is that something you folks are able to do?
I think we're totally fine making that commitment, Afshin. That was our intent. So that would be fine.
And what I would maybe say there to the group is it would be something to the effect of it will occur on Maui. We already have the 5, within 5 years. Melissa, you were talking about making sure it doesn't lag. And then something like, unless otherwise directed by DOFA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and ESRC. And I guess the only thing I'm thinking there is like, we have, I think, no worries about finding and producing mitigation for bats on Maui. But if we were to bring a series of potential projects to the ESRC that, you were not crazy about, that would give you the flexibility to say, go find something somewhere else that's better. That's all. So you don't have to do that. That's just my thought.
We don't do that. I mean, right. That's
okay.
I mean, that right, the mitigation happens on the island where the take happens. It's the standard. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, Karen, reflecting on a lot of the more recent Maui mitigation projects. There's been a lot of criticism about high elevation, yada, yada, yada. So we're trying not to do that here, of course, but we're comfortable committing to Maui. That's fine.
Okay, good.
Any other comments regarding bats for now?
I have a question comment on the low wind speed curtailment section. And then I also have, I guess, input on the paragraph related to the Maui Nui connectivity. I don't know if now's the time for that. Either one of those.
Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
I'll start with the low wind speed curtailment piece. You guys have the let's see, it's on page 76. You have the bulleted parts with where you added August to the higher cut-ins or the lower cut-in speed it's not clear, sorry, I need to get there. What is the plan for that period, that December 15th to February 15th? Is there not going to be any low wind speed curtailment during that time, or is that at the
That'll remain what our current protocols are, which is that we feather below manufacturer's cut-in speed.
So no low wind speed curtailment?
Correct, just the
during
feathering.
those time, because I think that the text is a bit misleading in that section, in that paragraph where it talks about like most of the rest of the year, and then you kind of have to look at the detail.
What page are you looking at, Karen?
There's not the I don't know if others, yeah, I mean, we talked about the low wind speed curtailment at the last meeting, and DOFA had indicated year-round low wind speed curtailment, and then it got changed to adding August in for the lower rate, but I don't think that period of no curtailment was covered when we talked about it. So I guess is the committee all kind of aware of that part?
All right, Karen, what page are you looking at?
It was it was page 76.
Thank you.
So I think that's the PDF page though, and then I get it's like the PDF page and the
It's page 86 of 351 of the PDF, okay, but numbered page 76. Yeah.
Yeah,
I never know which one
in my
give
notes,
people.
I get it backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just quickly to address that, Karen, from our point of view, where we started with this HCP development was with our current low wind speed curtailment regime, which is from February 15th to December 15th. And then we've made alterations from there. And that should have been in every presentation to you all where we discuss low wind speed curtailment, that date range. And we haven't had any fatalities between December 15th and February 15th when we haven't been curtailing.
Well, I know there's some public testimony written testimony on this topic. Would it be okay to open it up to the public just for this aspect of it?
Yeah, okay. David Henkin. David, if you're there, you can speak.
I'm here. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm trying to be visible, but I'm not sure if that's important. Now we've achieved both. Wonderful. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. David Henkin, I'm an attorney with Earth Justice. My colleague Holly Broyles was at your last meeting where we talked about low wind speed curtailment. And we think it's very important that the projects curtail year round, including during the period from December 15 to February 15. There's been a lot of discussion already about the adequacy of the searches that have been done. So the fact that they haven't found any dead Opeopea during that period of time based on the searches they've done, which don't have 100% searcher efficacy, provides cold comfort. I'd ask the committee to turn to Exhibit 3 on page 34. So page number 34, it would be PDF, I think, 44. That shows you the Exhibit 3, the monthly bat detection rates. I'd be happy to share it if I'm allowed to share a screen. Otherwise, you could just turn to it. But you will note that during the period from December 15 through February 15, you can see a lot of high levels of detection, not compared to August to October, but compared to...
Sorry to interrupt, David, but I want to be sure I'm looking at the same thing.
Sure.
PDF page 34 or real page 34?
PDF page 44, real page 34, and it's Exhibit 3. And so this is the monthly bat detection rates from fiscal year 2014 to 2024. And you can see some very high peaks in certain years. Let's say what jumps out at me when I look at this is during the month of January, particularly in more recent years when they've been seeing an uptick in Opeopea activity. That rivals the peaks that have been seen in recent years in the months of May and April when they are proposing curtailment. We really don't see any reason, any justification why you would not curtail year round at some level. And then, with respect to the curtailment that is proposed, we appreciate that they're willing to curtail at a slightly higher rate at 6.5 meters per second during 3 months out of the year. But the burden is on the applicant to show why it would not be practicable to curtail at that rate at 6.5%, which is what the ESRC has recommended in its draft guidance for these types of projects, why they can't do it year round. We appreciate that they would like to squeeze every bit of production out of their wind turbines, and we do strongly support wind energy. However, not at the expense of our native species, and particularly where there is a data gap in terms of the population trends for this species. If we can reduce the amount of fatalities by increasing the cut-in speed to a practicable amount, which 6.5 meters per second is, that should be done. It should be done year round. And there certainly should be no gap in curtailment during December 15 to February 15. That's what we have on that particular topic.
You, David, appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, so I mean, everything that makes sense, and I kind of remember the last time that applicant presented on this. Melissa Price kind of raised the issue that alluded to the justification for this wasn't relating to the maximum extent practicable, which continues to be a concern of mine. So I would lean towards keeping it year round.
I don't think that's where we ended up last time. And I do want to just reiterate, because I want to make sure we're consistent, that acoustic detections don't necessarily equal presence absence. So I want to make sure we're consistent on that. But I don't think that's reflective of where we ended up last time. There were some different graphs we were looking at that had to do with the months in which mortalities most commonly occurred across sites. We looked both at this site and we looked across all sites on Maui. And the final recommendation was based on the months that had the highest number of mortalities, if my memory is serving me correctly.
Which screen are we looking at? Molly's? Is this yours?
Yeah, I just threw this one up. This is not the graph that Melissa's referring to. I believe that one might have, Kinsley, was that one that you had? Of looking at the other facilities?
pulled that up.
Okay. So I apologize. I started bringing this up before Melissa mentioned that specific graph, but this was part of our discussion last month on sort of where to target curtailment.
I think where we had left it, and I would be open to, I would love to hear from the committee on this, but I think where we had left it was that if we have, we essentially implement this for the months where the highest mortalities occur across Maui, and then have it written into adaptive management that if we are seeing equivalent mortalities in the other months, I would love to have an instant trigger built in so we don't have to discuss it. It just goes to curtailment across the year. If in fact the data don't match up with our understanding at the time of initial approval.
All right, I like that idea, Melissa. I think, at least we have data that is informing and providing the rationale for the low wind speed curtailment during the time period that they're proposing. But I would even say if they find one mortality within that December, January time frame, that we should have that trigger to implement low wind speed curtailment during those months.
Agreed.
I mean, but in the last presentation we had, they talked about carbon benefits. They didn't talk about practical versus impractical, practicable versus impracticable, which is what 195D says we're supposed to assess on. So I guess my straightforward question to the applicant is it impracticable to do 6.5 year round? And if so, why?
I will do my best to speak to this, and then Troy or others can jump in. But I would say that our interpretation of maximum extent practicable also takes into account mitigation as well as minimization. And so we're balancing those two items while also still trying to achieve the renewable energy goals of the state. And
Okay.
so our proposed low wind speed curtailment is targeted at the wind speeds and months in which activity and risk to bats is presumably highest.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. And I'm curious whether or not our AG concurs with that interpretation. I'm wondering if she could weigh in, or if we need to call for executive session, I'm happy to do that as well.
Yes, I prefer to discuss an executive session, not an open session.
Okay, I make a motion to go into executive session to discuss the legal interpretation of maximum extent practicable according to 195D.
I'll second that so we can have that discussion.
All right, do we need a vote on that motion? Okay, yes. All in favor of going into executive session? Committee members, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous, so we'll go into executive session now. And be back.
If you could please use your Teams link for executive session.
Hey, how's it going?
we're back on.
Okay, all right, thanks, everyone. I think we're still, oh, wait. Okay, I think we have everyone. Okay, so we just had executive session pursuant to HRS 92-5A4 to consult with our attorney regarding the questions and issues related to the committee's duties, privileges, and immunities with respect to the state's interpretation of maximum extent practicable in 195D 4G1. The state's interpretation of maximum extent practicable doesn't include a balancing of the minimization and mitigation measures against other factors. And I also want to just disclose that during our executive session, ESRC member Michelle Bogardus did join the committee's discussion to weigh in on the difference between the federal interpretation of maximum extent practicable and the state's. Thank you.
Thank you, Afshin. So based on that, and in the absence of any evidence of having wind speed curtailment at 6.5, I would like to add to the list of recommendations to vote on later that there be an amendment to 6.5 wind speed curtailment year-round.
This committee, do committee members want to have any discussion on that? Or I'll move on to David Hinkin, who has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wasn't sure procedurally if I should weigh in. So appreciate the clarification about the state's position. I'm not sure what the federal position is. The only other thing I wanted to add with respect to this is it is universally accepted that it is unclear how beneficial, well, there's a lot of uncertainty about the benefits of mitigation, specifically with respect to Opeapea. That's reflected in the HCP that is before you on PDF page 102, real page, or however you want to call it, page number 92, where the applicant says mitigation for Opeapea is difficult given the challenges around surveying for bats and determining population changes. And it's stated even more with greater force in the ESRC's latest draft guidance with respect to Opeapea and wind projects on page 34, where the ESRC is on record as saying identification of mitigation actions to offset take of Hawaiian hoary bats is challenging because of many threats and factors that limit their population are unknown, and it goes on. Basically, mitigation is very, very important. But in the context of Opeapea, its efficacy is uncertain. So it's critical that we minimize the amount of take to the maximum extent practicable as a first priority, because it's better not to harm a bat in the first place than to try and offset that harm. So thank you for the opportunity to add that thought.
And if this is Troy with Tetra Tech, if I could just add one last thing there, just for clarification for the group. I think we talked about this last time, but that wouldn't, even with that change, if that were to be accepted, that wouldn't change the take requests that we've included in the HCP at present. Again, we noted that at least as you model it out, a change from, if you went to 6.5 blanket curtailment year round, would result in, potentially the reduction of up around, if you round up, it would be one bat over 25 years. And so we would keep the take request at its current amount. So effectively, the minimization would result in a fair amount of loss of energy production, and the take authorization would remain the same. So I just wanted to state that for the group.
Okay, well, I think that's that issue. Does anybody else have any other issues?
I wanted to make some comments on the rationale for the Maui nudity section.
What
That's
page you
something else.
looking at, Karen?
So real page 94, PDF page 104. And I think it's important that, I mean, this is the first time that I know of that the off-island mitigation is being proposed in an HCP, and there's a way of inaccuracies getting perpetuated in these documents, and I want to make sure that this document, because I think there is as I've expressed, there's a concern that there's going to be future projects that are going to be looking to go down this road of off-island mitigation. And so I think that the strength of the evidence is overstated, and there's some inappropriate use of citations that should get corrected in this version. And so I don't know if it just makes sense for me to kind of go through those.
I'd like to hear it.
Okay. I think one of the first ones may seem like semantics to some, but there's where it's referred to that they're known, Ukumehame are known to forage over open ocean. And that should instead be described as near shore. The two citations that you include in there, the 2007 citation does use that term, open ocean, but it's sort of inappropriately used there. Then the Fish and Wildlife Service document that's cited does include the caveat that it's in bays near shore. And so I just want to make clear that it's like the observations of Ukumehame foraging over water are all made from land. Yeah, so it's not like Ukumehame are being observed from boats over ocean foraging. So I think that's important in the context that it's being used in this paragraph. And then there's this section that talks about the you say the night that it cites the Fish and Wildlife Service 1998, or sorry, Fish and Wildlife Service 2018 that says that data indicates species migrate between Kaheawa and Maui and possibly Lanai on a nightly basis. And so that proper citation for that would be an earlier Kirk newsletter, right? The Fish and Wildlife Service report cites the Kirk newsletter, it wasn't data weren't presented there. And then I would go further to say that that newsletter does indicate that that occurred just during certain months of the year. And so I think that's overstating that they're making nightly, that we know that they're making nightly movements to Kaheawa. And then let's see. And then I just think that generally it's like you guys correctly stated in the beginning of the document. So like in pages, I guess it'd be the document page 31, PDF page 42, you guys described the genetic results. And those were described accurately there. And it's like they suggest that migration rates are extremely limited and that Maui's population is largely genetically isolated. And we don't have samples from Lanai or Molokai. And so there's not currently evidence to support that there is this, I guess at the end of at that section, that 6.3.4.3, it says that it's but given the weight of the evidence that that there's movement among these islands, and we don't have that. I mean, that it's like there could be further studies that would indicate that, but the current state of the science is not there. And so I think that section needs to be revisited to reflect the current state of the science. Those are my main points.
Thanks, Karen. That's really important because, like you said, the language gets perpetuated in future other HCPs, and making sure we accurately reflect what is actually in the science is super important. So, thanks.
And just one additional point is there's a couple of references to the continental hoary bat, and although we do, I know, and oftentimes are looking to other species in other places for examples and rationale, but I would point out that the migratory behavior of the continental hoary bat is quite different than the migratory behavior of Ukumehame at this time. So I don't take any objection to the point. Like, I think that Ukumehame clearly have no problem traveling 8-9 kilometers in a night. That part I don't. There's plenty of evidence that they can move much farther distances than that over the course of one night.
Good catches. Thank you, Karen. So, Afshin, were you taking notes? Did you add that to the list of recommendations to be voted on?
Yes, we are taking notes.
Okay, thank you.
So the other outstanding issue was the loss of productivity comment on. So this is what was for the seabird mitigation and the bat mitigation, and just ensuring that there is some loss of productivity calculated in case mitigation lags behind take. And I think the way, and maybe Molly can explain it a little bit better, the way it was calculated is there would be a 5% increase in mitigation if it's not conducted in a timely fashion, and there are time bounds on that. But in other HCPs, we've always calculated loss of productivity more on the biological aspects of the species that we are accruing that loss of productivity. So that was a comment that we had as DOFA, is wanting to see that kind of standard, like in the previous KWP one. I think in the original HCP does include that language, and we'd like to see that in this HCP as well.
Thanks, Afshin. I don't have our current HCP open in front of me. I'm trying to think of how. I do know there was lost productivity that we ended up implementing. I thought that it was just like 10% for each year. I don't recall the biological justification, or it was, and it wasn't on the total mitigation obligation. It was based on the take estimate to date, I think, and increased the mitigation obligation for the take by 10%. For Nene, I know. I can't recall the seabirds off the top of my head.
I think for Nene, you have it done like the original HCP,
Yep.
which is based on, you're lagging behind in mitigation. But for the seabirds in particular, I think in the past when you didn't have the offset that was in line or at the same time as the take occurred, then that was when that loss of productivity starts getting incurred, right? The idea is to prevent mitigation from being delayed on these species, right? And so the way that was calculated in that original HCP was based on how, how many, essentially how many seabirds are not being produced because of the take that occurred, and then that incurred loss of reproductivity is what you have to make up for because your mitigation has lagged behind. And I don't I'm not certain how the percent works, like just taking out 10%, increasing it by 10%. I don't know how that compares or how that, the rationale of using just a 10% increase. I'm not really sure where that comes from.
Yeah, the 5% we have in the current HCP was based on 20 and a half years of the take occurring. And so 5% is essentially a year. So for every year of lag, our mitigation would increase by 5%. So it was not based on the species biology, but more on the time frame of take. But I think, we'd be happy to look at how that's calculated with DOFA. It hadn't come up in previous discussions.
And Afshin, you're talking specifically about take that would be recorded or accrued, I guess, effectively. And if mitigation's not in place, so it would be based on, just for clarifying. So the loss of productivity of the birds that were found, or were documented at the facility or modeled at the facility, before mitigation was in place, right? So it would be tied to that. Yeah, sorry, I muddled that a little bit.
No, that's exactly what it is. It's the take has occurred, but mitigation hasn't been implemented. And so taking account the loss of productivity of that particular, of those, whatever the amount of take might be. So I guess that would be our comment, is that we would like to see that loss of productivity calculation similar to how we did it in the original HCP.
Molly, what do you think? I think that works. We could just work with staff on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, assuming the group, not to get ahead of everybody. So sorry. If that recommendation were put forward, I think we can make that work. Yes.
Are there any other comments from ESRC members? Okay, I don't see any. Are there any public comments on Zoom? Or in the emails or on YouTube?
Nothing on YouTube.
We did have a comment from Michael Whitby on our email.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it? Should we read it out loud?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, Michael Whitby provided a testimony via email stating that he served as a reviewer for the USGS density weighted proportion model and had extensive conversations with the developers, Manuela Huso and Dan Dalthrop. Both have since retired or left USGS. The use of the DWP as described by KWP is the current best practice. However, it's been highly debated since the model assumes an even distribution of fatalities at each distance from the turbine. In an environment that has highly uneven spatial distribution of fatalities, for example, due to strong wind patterns, the model is not as accurate. This is especially true when the search area is not randomly distributed around the turbine. In the case of KWP, where the search area is primarily in low density fall zone, it will overestimate the DWP and thus underestimate fatalities. I can provide both simulations and simplified examples to show this effect if that is desired.
Thank you. Let's what my concern is precisely.
And I'll just, oh, sorry, Kavika. I just want to remind everyone that our models do include multiple years of data from much larger search plots. So while today our search plots are only catching, 50% of bat fatalities, our modeling is based on a much larger data set.
Molly, can you answer that larger data set and that earlier time, was that were canine detection dogs being used during that time? I wasn't sure about that when you guys had that larger area.
Not the entire time. I don't know if Jenny knows exactly when canines started being used, but we do also, as Jenny pointed out, like when the dogs detect something out, hold on, let me take a step back. When Madeline ran this DWP analysis, we did include incidental finds that had been found outside of our current search plots by the dogs. So there were some further ones.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, so those earlier data with the bigger search area we would expect that the recovery rate during that time was likely lower than what it would be if dogs had been involved. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to look back at what our searcher, I believe we were also searching more frequently though, so it was somewhat balanced out by that, but I'd have to look back. I don't remember all the details.
So Steph, I don't know who read that testimony, but could that be forwarded to us? I'd like to read it.
Yes, I'll forward now.
Thank you. And that individual doesn't happen to be on Zoom and willing to answer a question, are they?
I am present.
Oh, perfect. Do you have any ideas of a remedy to this situation?
As I mentioned, it's an area of debate and discussion. There's simple remedies currently don't exist, but there have been people who have built custom DWP calculations that take into account the directional nature of fatalities. And they range from complex to quite simple. And just to clarify, in doing that, you actually don't need you don't need the wind conditions that occurred. You don't need to account for all of that, as long as the data that are input encompass what you think are the general wind conditions throughout the year. So the data of 17, which is sparse, since that is over multiple years, that I would personally consider that representative of probably what would happen over, any single year.
So those modeling those models that you referred to, were those academic exercises, or were those actually implemented in anything?
Those are implemented. They're proprietary. I know some of the small details, but they're proprietary to individual consultants that I know.
Do you know where they've been implemented?
California for certain is one of them. And I've seen them implemented. Trying to think where the other one is located. It's another mainland state. Sorry, I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, thank you. Troy, you're unmuted. Did you want to say something?
I don't know. I do. I'm just thinking of, I think this aligns with kind of what we were talking about before, which is, you know, and not being overly committal, because I know there, as I think as Michael rightly pointed out, like it is rare to do this for an individual project. So I think exploring it is certainly something we want to do. I don't know that we can, we don't really know what the outcome of that's going to be, I don't think, as a group. And so I guess I would say we should commit to exploring that, utilizing the data we have, and, you know, probably initially at least erring on the side of the simple versions that Michael was alluding to. And then if we have to get complex, we can. If we trying to get at, Melissa, something you were, I think, striving for was like, we don't want this to take forever, right? And so I think what I was saying earlier was like, if we could, and again, thinking about what we're trying to accomplish today, which is to, you know, hopefully get to a point where this plan could advance to the board, you know, next month, is work on that sort of outside of the context of the HCP and put some time bounds on it, like come back in front of you all with an approach and maybe some initial results in whatever, a couple of months or whatever you want it to be. And keep the take authorization and everything that we have in the HCP the way it is right now. We do have in the adaptive management section the commitment to continue to explore, you know, the most up-to-date information. And I think this would fall under, like, if we come up with a solution that is better for this site, then I think the way adaptive management is currently written would allow us to incorporate that. And so I guess that'd be my recommendation. And then, you know, the way that you handle the time part of it is just recommend that model or modeling effort or exploration of that modeling effort advance by whatever, February 2026 or March 2026, whatever you want it to be. So I don't know. I'm just thinking about pathways here, Kavika.
Yeah. Thank you, Troy. I think we're all trying to figure out pathways, so appreciate it. So seems like adaptive management is a viable pathway to explore. You mentioned a willingness to make a commitment. Could you maybe articulate what such a commitment might look like in writing?
You mean if it were to be, I'm sorry, if it were to be kind of outside of the HCP or?
Well, I'm struggling a little bit with outside of the HCP, because then I don't know what the
hook is. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. No, I get
so
it.
that's why I'm thinking, as I think I've seen somebody mentioned earlier, amending the adaptive management section. Which sounds reasonable. My concern is, what if we do this model and it shows something way different than what the entire HCP is based on? I don't know how you address that in adaptive management, unless Afshin or whoever suggested that has ideas.
Well, I'm assuming the change would only be the search area from the model.
Well, I think that the point is that the take estimates could change.
Oh, that's true,
right?
yeah.
And then
I think the way it would happen, I think with where adaptive management would work there is that, I mean, ultimately, in most, or if not all, but most of the adaptive management triggers that are in the HCP now are tied to, you know, sort of like the rate of take over time. Like there's a take authorization that's in there, of course, but if at any point in time it appears like the take is going to exceed what is authorized, then, you know, that's where adaptive management really comes into play. And so I think that would apply in this case as well. It just would be like, if we're changing the underpinnings of the model that is giving us our estimate of take, if that alone makes us think that the take is different than what's authorized, you know, I think then we work with DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and eventually with you all on, you know, potentially an amendment at some point in the future, depending on what that looks like. I think it's hard to know, you know, without working through that exercise, but I think that's where you would land. I would include it in, I guess, in the adaptive management piece. We do have, so adaptive management, is typically tied to the objectives of the HCP. And it's like, if you're not achieving your objectives within a certain period of time, then adaptive management is triggered. Right now, there is one objective that relates to the modeling of take using post-instruction monitoring and so forth. And we link it to each of the individual species, the take authorization for each of the individual species. But that might be a place where we could just include either as part of that objective or as an action related to that objective to develop or again, to explore developing a site-specific model for fall distribution and carcass distribution so that it is kind of embedded in the HCP somehow, Kavika.
Yeah, and I think putting time bound on there is really important so
Yeah.
that we do it early on in your permit, not something that's gonna be too late or.
So yeah, I think that's right. And so maybe if the group today could, I mean, obviously, I think we get the gist of what you're looking for here. If you could decide when you want to have that in front of you, and then maybe Afshin, we work with you and your staff on like the exact terminology of what that would look like, so that it would be kind of a contingent approval, I guess, today, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, do folks have thoughts on when you would want to see this model?
I really have no idea, but could I ask a question of Michael? Thank you, Michael. I'm curious that if there's any chance as a part of your public testimony, you might be able to submit the model that we're looking for here, or is that a huge?
Without the data itself, it's somewhat difficult. I can submit in a simplified example that might work, but it's unfortunately it would take some time.
Okay, I was afraid you would say as much. Thank you. Though. DOFA staff, do you have any thoughts?
Kinsley's writing her recommendations slide, and so she has include adaptive management language regarding creating a custom model for measuring KWP1 fatalities within 2 years of HCP implementation.
I heard Troy say 6 months.
Yeah, I guess my thought on that, sorry, I don't know if I can say anything about this, but actually I said 2, but well, I'll go for 6.
Oh.
No. What I think we should do, and maybe we break it into two pieces. Maybe the first piece is, I think kind of what Michael was getting at is like explore the feasibility of this based on the data we have and so on and so forth, come up with like an approach and bring that back to this group. And I would say within, 2 months or 6 months, whatever you want to call it. And then the second part would be if it's determined to be feasible based on the information we have and worth everyone's time, because this is going to involve USGS and, like I said, Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA and everybody else. Maybe the second part of that is developed model within whatever 1 year or 2 years or whatever you want to call it. So I like the idea of like, let's jump on it, explore it right away, and like get to the point where we're like, yes, we can, or no, we can't, early. And then if the answer is yes, we can take a little more time to more fully develop it with USGS, Fish and Wildlife Service, and DOFA.
Okay, Karen, does that seem reasonable to you?
Yeah, I mean, exploring it in the short term and working with USGS and others to explore it, is that the question you're asking? If it's reasonable within a couple months? I mean, yeah, a couple months feels doesn't feel unrealistic. And then also, yeah, I mean, we'd have, as far as like USGS involvement, I can't speak for whether we have like the resources to to like commit to contributing to that. So I don't, yeah. I don't know if that answers your question, Kavika. I mean, I think these models, yeah, will take, it takes time, yeah, for these to go through and to be getting expert opinion and looking at output. So,
Karen, I think what I was getting at there was like the exploration piece could happen sooner. We can
Yeah.
all look at it and get around the table, look at it. And then if the idea is like, yeah, let's develop something, then that could happen over a little bit more time. But
Yeah.
I think that works. And yeah, I didn't mean to commit the USGS or anybody. I know Fish and Wildlife Service is also in kind of a strange circumstance right now. So, but the door is open to everybody to support that effort as you can.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a not just a KWP question, right? This is really for all projects. This spatial distribution piece for the search areas. It's for all projects. And so, it seems like the other projects could be contributing to this as well.
Okay, I think we are going to try to reflect that in our recommendation slide. And then I think we had one more item regarding the fees.
Yes, circling back.
Janice, next.
Oh, Janice, done. I'll just bring it up and then let Janice expand on anything. I think we've just been moving so quickly, doing so well, efficiently that we missed this. But just regarding the surveys, the language that's currently in the HCP indicates like targeted surveys annually will be likely. And I think that the entomologists feel that, annual surveys are going to be a must to be able to document potential take and document the full scope of the nest. So like I indicated in DOFA's presentation this morning, that language, I think, our recommendation is that language is tightened up, as well as the mitigation language regarding long-term management at the site. Currently, the language indicates that long-term management will occur if the nest offset is not yet achieved, but the acreage is also on the ITL. So that acreage needs to continue to be maintained. And I believe KWP has committed to this on the phone. And yeah, so I think just the language would need to reflect that, that there would be long-term management of the particular treatment sites and the fence over the long term to maintain that requested, or to basically offset that requested take of the acreage. But Janice can expand if I'm missing anything since you're still on. Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, sorry. We really had to rush a lot of these edits recently, so I sort of missed some things that were in the follow-up resolution, but I don't know if that needs to be reflected that it will go into the amendments or but I mean there was an error that I didn't catch with the budget for the annual surveys to mark the nest, so that we would need to change that overall and decide that with KWP. But in the follow-up resolution, in not in the HCP, but in one of the emails, it says that they will fund the annual surveys. So as long as that is in the amendment, or if it needs to be recorded officially. And yeah, what Kinsley was saying, I think in the follow-up resolution they sent, it says that the continued management would only be in the ironwood removal plots, but we want to reassess after. We would like the mitigation or the management, long-term control of the ironwood and weeds to potentially move out of that area for the long term and not just be concentrated in that small experimental plots for the 25 years. So we just wanted to make that clear. clear that that would probably move out of those plots and yeah.
And be informed by what happens in the plots, right? Basically, that's the idea.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure it's not like set in stone or anything like that. I think that should cover it. Kinsley, did I get everything?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think right now KWP budgeted a lower number for management, that maybe wasn't encompassing if there was the need to expand beyond those treatment plots. And so I think that, that's what you all conveyed to me, is that if those treatment plots aren't working and you need to expand, and then more plots need to be managed over time.
Yeah, the cost would change after the 5 years or 25 NES. The cost for the longer term would be higher, but I wasn't sure if that was something that needed to be discussed today in front of the committee.
So my understanding of that would be that that would be covered by like adaptive management. So if the mitigation, isn't as successful as we think it will be in 5 years, and we do have to expand it, that we would cover that with adaptive management.
I think, Molly, like the concern is that it's written as like if the number of nests are not achieved, but since on the license it's acreage and nests.
And the fenced area is 18 acres, correct? So there's some mitigation activities happening on over 18 acres, but the ironwood removal is more targeted to these treatment plots.
For the first 5-year experiment, yeah, but for after the 5 years, it might move out, yeah.
The ESRC members want to weigh in on this a little bit. So the question is basically the offset commitment of the 5 acres of habitat lost, right?
Or yeah, their long-term commitment for the life of the license. Yeah.
Seems like a reasonable thing to expect.
Okay. I'm not hearing any other comments on it.
We can
Because they all
also
agree with me, obviously.
I had something say like long-term management in the broader mitigation area to be informed by the results or the findings in the treatment plots.
Yeah, Janice is shaking her head. I'm deferring to her.
And I might just offer, maybe it's something like just tying it to the objectives. So in order to meet the objectives, whatever, I can't remember, whatever object number it is in the HCP, that the management would expand outside of the plots, and informed by everything else you said, is informed by the results of the work inside of the plots. I always like to anchor back into those objectives, just so they're the most, specific things that we're trying to achieve. So
That's what I appreciate about you, Troy. Thank you.
that's the only thing.
A lot of the things.
Take what I can get.
Okay, are there any other items anyone wants to bring up? Otherwise, I'm gonna have Kinsley bring up the list of So what I'm feeling like we're going for here is a motion that would be is it the language? Recommend approval with amendments. And the amendments would be the list that Kinsley is pulling up. I'll give everyone a few moments to read through that. Unless you want to go over it.
Is it big enough?
What does YFB stand for?
Oh, yellow face bee. I'll write that
Oh,
out. Yeah.
okay.
Sorry, I know this is minor semantics, but production of 25 nests just sounds a little strange. Increase of 25 nests or something like that? Beyond existing nests or something like that? Obviously, no person has the power to literally produce a nest.
Yeah. Excuse me, this is Paul Krushelnicki again. I had some suggested language I sent to Janice too that's a little bit more specific about that. So we
Janice, Janice or Paul, can you read that out so it can be reflected here? Because I think our next step is to start voting, so we need it to be here now.
I think Janice had to leave. Paul, would you be able to provide that?
So yeah, I mean, I made a number of edits to that mitigation section. We didn't, I think, realize before today that there was some changes made to the last version that Janice and DOFAW came up with. And so there's a number of minor things that aren't that important. But in terms of the 25 nests, let me see here. Yeah, so in that section, I suggested adding to 20 greater than 25 nests are established within experimental plots in excess to the total number of nests that may establish in the control plots. If subplots are used to estimate nest abundances, the lower 95% confidence bound of estimated nests in removal plots must exceed the upper 95% confidence bound of estimated nests in control plots by greater than 25 nests. So because we had suggested that there may be alternate methods used to track those. So possibly tracking every single nest, but if that's not practical, using subplots, so it gets a little bit more complicated. I hope you're not trying to copy everything I just said.
Paul, did you, you said in excess to number of nests that just establish on their own, like spontaneous, or yeah, I don't know.
Right, that may establish in the control plots on their own with no management, basically, which is a possibility. I don't know that you need to include that second section of what I said. And I'd be happy to provide that to you guys and KWP if you want it sort of more explicit. But I think that captures the intent of what I was saying.
Is there another slide, Kinsley, that has like the adaptive management density weighted stuff, or this is all everything?
This is everything. Number 5 was what I was utilizing. But I can add that. Was that a separate recommendation, the adaptive management related to the DWP?
Let me read that one again.
Okay. I know that might have been, because I think that was what was initially discussed, was the DWP specifically. And then I know we moved on to like the whole model as a whole for measuring fatalities. I wasn't sure.
To clarify with Karen and others, we're talking about creating a custom model for carcass distribution, but not like a custom evidence of absence model, correct? The overall fatality model will still follow evidence of absence, I assume.
Yeah, I was just looking at Michael's testimony to try and figure out how to tighten up that language.
And then was it that we would explore the possibility within 6 months and maybe come up with a timeline? Because it sounds like depending on the complexity of the model.
So I think what we're recommending is improving the density weighted proportion model by incorporating other data sets such as wind speed and maybe another thing or two. Is that your understanding as well? Or are we talking about using a different model entirely?
I think you're right, Kavika, and I think it's just site-specific parameters, right, is what we're looking at.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I think what Michael said is you wouldn't necessarily even have to include like wind speed and direction as long as your data set covers the full gamut of what you expect to occur at the site.
Well, I guess Michael should chime in, but I I understood that does include some wind direction pieces, right? Based on like prevailing winds. Is that right, Michael?
Yeah, he said something about using the first few years of data should be sufficient to project out into the future.
Yeah, Molly's interpretation is correct that as long as you have the distribution observed over many years and conditions, you don't have to explicitly account for wind speed and direction in the model itself, because that is characterized by the fatalities that you observed.
Thank you.
I have a related question for Molly or Troy. When a carcass is found, I thought last time you said there wasn't any data on where it was. It was just noted that it was found, but am I misunderstanding that? Or is there a GPS point taken or?
So today we take a GPS point, we have bearing, we have a ton of data. I think it's, and Jenny, if she's still on, can maybe jump in, or at least just kind of nod her head if I'm correct, that some of the initial data collected in like 2007 to 2010 that we have in the annual reports is missing some of those aspects. So we just don't have the full data set for every carcass. But any carcass we find today, we're taking a GPS point and collecting all of that data. And that all gets transmitted to Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA as well with our fatality reports.
That's correct. And for the bats, we do have all of that position data for all the fatalities, but it just wasn't, the distance was taken and the direction from the turbine, but not the actual bearing. So we had southwest as opposed to what, 240 degrees.
Thanks, Jenny. our data sheets are better today, Kavika.
Great to hear. And so all that's articulated in the HCP, and there's no chance that it'll suddenly stop happening without consequences.
I mean, I guess in the HCP, right, there's those bullets that things like the requiring of the genetic sexing of carcasses, and seems like it makes sense to be explicitly requiring these type of data as well. I don't think that was in there.
I think it might be incorporated by reference, based on like the fact that we follow the ESRC DOFA reporting guidelines, but we could easily add those bullets in as well.
And there's nothing in this slide here regarding like data availability for these things. So it sounds like these data are transmitted to Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA. And so are those data available? So like if, let's say, like Bat Conservation International is looking to do something, like, are these data, I mean, I'd like to see things in these annual reports, right? I mean, these data right now are not available for anybody to model.
Yeah.
Besides within, like within your group. I mean, and I don't know that people can make a request to Fish and Wildlife Service or DOFA for the data. I mean, it seems like everything is internal now. So how do we get it so that the data can be available?
Yeah, I did a word search for GPS, and there's only two instances, one with yellow-faced bees and the other one with nene nests. So I would like to see, unless there's something specifically in the guidance that is cited, then I would like to see it in here.
Are you requesting that the GPS data be incorporated in annual reports? Is that what you're looking for the carcasses? DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service receive all that data and we have it, but we don't have it in a public facing format.
Well, I just had a request that, one is to clarify in the guidance they cite, is that a part of the guidance that they take the GPS point for all carcasses? Because if not, 20 years into the future, it might stop happening and then there's no recourse for making sure it always happens throughout the duration of the permit period.
It's in the down wildlife protocol that we received the GPS point of the carcass.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that. I think that Karen had a different but related issue relating to accessibility of data.
Yeah, I mean, the data aren't available, I guess, to be analyzed or looked at. So I don't, I guess at this point, right, we take it on faith that the modeling that's done, done by the companies themselves, right, is good. I think standards now are for data being made available.
I think the purpose that they're provided to the agencies are so that they can do modeling if they want. I think the Fish and Wildlife Service typically does. I can't speak for them now. And I think DOFA probably relies on the Fish and Wildlife Service for that. But I mean, I guess that's probably maybe a bit more of a question for DOFA and Fish and Wildlife Service in terms of partnerships to analyze that data in a different way.
Yeah, I guess if we get a request from USGS or whoever to look at that data, the data that we receive, we can share that fatality data. The only thing we hesitate sharing is anything related to like actual nests or that.
But so that it would be a request to DOFA for the data.
Yeah.
document, right? If they give us a report, it's public document, if we have it. So if people want access to it, they can have it.
And then those data are archived like with, that's something that I guess DOFA or Fish and Wildlife Service take responsibility for archiving. So if they're like a 10-year look back, those data would be available.
Presumably, Karen, and if not, we have it archived.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of change in ownership and
Yep.
other, groups that are working with data. So it's like there's issues of of it being available, down the road because yeah, I mean, we rely on these sort of long-term data sets in order to be able to be making, to be informing models. And so if data are not available for the long term, that holds everything back. So.
All right. Okay, I see David Hankin has his hand up again. David.
Yeah, thanks. Just with respect to the issue of making sure that the expectations are very clear with respect to bullet number 5 for the adaptive management language. There's a deadline for the initial phase. There's no deadline for the second phase, and there's some discussion that about how long that should take. But without a deadline, it's not enforceable.
Thanks, David. I was just about to say something, beat me to it, but I was waiting for them to get done typing those last notes. But I agree with that. I think we said, I forget what we said.
Was that the 6 months or no? The 6 months was the initial.
6 months is for phase 1.
I don't remember what they said.
I guess KWP think they can get it.
I think it depends on as we're exploring the direction we decide to go. And so I'm wondering if, the 6 months aligns fairly well with the FY 2026 annual report. And maybe that includes a timeline for model development based on the explorations that happen in the first 6 months.
And if you wanted to, I guess, if that makes people nervous, I like what you said, Molly, and you could say not to exceed.
Yeah,
2
yeah,
years or
not to
whatever.
exceed 2 years.
Yeah.
Because
we
I
do it as
think
fast as possible. Yeah.
I am similar to Troy, where I'm like, let's just do it in the next 2 months. But yeah, it might not be feasible. And especially depending on who we need to rely on for that, like Karen mentioned, especially if we're working with, federal partners and stuff, there may be staffing limitations that will influence the timeline.
Okay, so we have changed it to in time not to exceed 2 years. For that second phase.
That seems good.
Yeah. All right. All right.
There is not a bullet included about the last chunk of the Ukumehame mitigation occurring on Maui. I mean, the current HCP, section 3.2.2.3 leaves it open for the NAI, and as we had talked about.
Just remove
not
the
leaving
option.
that door open.
Yeah.
Karen, you said just take away that first reference to the section and just say update related sections regarding bat state of the science.
Well, so there's two kind of separate pieces. I mean, I think the clarification on the state of the science on inter-island movements, like I wanted that written more, more appropriately. And the second piece is to remove the option for further mitigation. Like, right, they're doing more than half of the mitigation already off island. And so we had discussed in the group, and I guess the rest of the ESRC should weigh in on this, but like that removing some of these sections that, it says here, KW for Opeapea, KWP1 may also pursue mitigation opportunities on Lanai. And so that's on page 21 of the real page 21, PDF page 31. Like that's leaving the door open for the rest of the mitigation to happen on Lanai or elsewhere. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
That was in the
But there's a couple, it's in a couple places in the document that there's language that says you're gonna try to find it on Maui, but if that doesn't work out, which, like, I mean, how do we just like what's the criteria for that? So I just think there shouldn't be an option, given the weight of the evidence, like to do the last third-ish of the mitigation should happen on Maui.
Karen, I don't want to cut you off from finishing this, but I do want to note we're at 1 o'clock and we haven't taken a lunch break yet. So just want to flag that as being important. I noticed some people are just going ahead and eating. If we're okay to turn off our cameras and just eat, that's one option, but I know folks in the boardroom have less of an opportunity to do that. So just want to highlight that we'll be more effective probably if we have calories.
I also need to hop off for 30 minutes to pick up a child from school early, so I won't be back until 1:30, and hopefully we'll have lunch in there.
Sorry, 11:30 or 1:30?
1:30.
I don't think we can vote without Lindsay here. Lindsay, are you able to stay until 1:30, you said, if we keep going?
No, I need to leave right now to go pick someone up. I already stayed half an hour later, and he's been waiting for half an hour because I was trying to finish this conversation, so I need to hop off.
We still
But I
have,
will
but
be-
your access we don't.
We're ready.
Fine.
Is there anything else? Can I go?
Wait, let me just clarify.
I'm sorry, I'm carrying a push for a vote, but I just want to check in with the committee. Like, I don't think it's wise to push for a vote before we eat. If folks still have questions or concerns or things they need to fix, it would be better to do that after lunch. But just want to check in with the committee on whether folks are saying good, then we can vote, or whether it's, I know Lindsay, when you say you got to go, I'm pretty sure you're saying you got to go right now.
Pretty much. Do we lose quorum once I go, or do you still have it without me here? Most of the comments are not from me anyway.
We should still have quorum, I believe. Oh yeah, Ashley.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and I will see
Okay.
you in half an hour. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Okay, so committee members, do you want to have lunch and then vote, or do you want to vote and then have lunch?
I'm okay to vote now. I just want to make sure that Karen's good with these last 4 sub bullets, that accurately reflects the issues she raised.
Kinsley's trying to address the comment with number 7. So Karen, if you.
yeah, his reference future, yeah, off-island mitigation for the remaining, yeah. Remaining mitigation credits, it's not the appropriate terminology. Yeah, I mean,
And if there's any last minute B questions, we're going to be losing our Paul shortly, so just wanted to give a heads up.
yeah, I think I'm okay with these. Can I ask a process question? Sorry, I don't want to make everything take forever. So what happens if, so the ESRC recommends these, if KWP comes back and says they're not able or willing to implement the 6.5 year-round curtailment, what is the process there?
Well, I think, so this would be a recommendation to the board to approve with these amendments.
Yeah.
So then we wouldn't, if they can't do these amendments, then it wouldn't be a recommendation to approve it because they haven't,
Conditional.
yeah. So would have to come back to the ESRC, I guess.
And just to be clear, there's nothing here that at least on the face of it, that is an issue. So obviously there's some details to be worked out and some wordsmithing that will have to happen working with you all. But yeah, that our expectation is that if you vote to move it forward, then this would be implemented.
Okay, so I don't see Melissa. I don't know if her camera's off, but oh, there she is. Okay.
Sorry, there comes a point where you need calories. You got to start prepping them.
Thanks for hanging
Some of
on.
us aren't camels here. We can't go forever.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion from anyone.
I'm really going to defer to Karen on the motion. Not to put pressure on you, Karen, but more just to be out of respect because I think you had the most concerns about the language here, and I want to make sure you have time to think about that. But certainly anyone else is welcome to make a motion, but I won't be the one to make it first.
I think, yeah, with these amendments. Right. Is make a motion to approve with amendments. Sorry, set the correct terminology.
Yeah.
Approve with amendments.
The listed amendments that we have on the screen. We don't have to read them out loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, so let's get a vote with hands so I can see everyone. All right, I see a unanimous vote to approve the HCP with the amendments listed on the screen. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Hanging on. And I know everyone wants lunch, so.
Thank you, Molly and Troy and KWP as well.
Thanks,
Yeah.
everybody. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you soon.
We still have a heavy agenda item coming up, so is it okay if we come back at 1:30?
Works for me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll be
Yep.
back at 1:30. So committee members, if, when you return, can you just put your cameras on so I know you're here?
Ashleen, I'm here. I'm just finishing lunch, so I'll be on camera soon.
Okay, yeah, or let me know you're here.
This is Karen. I'm here.
Same boat as Kavika. This is Melissa.
Okay. And Michelle was here. I don't know if she's here or not. Okay, great. Okay, I think everyone's back then. All right, so we're moving on to agenda item number 4. And this is the ESRC review of the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative Second Draft Habitat Conservation Plan, which is, we're going to review the executive summary through chapter 5 of the draft. As a reminder, I wanted to mention, I guess in the August 8th meeting, our Deputy Attorney General did ask all ESRC members to disclose if they met with KIUC privately, and then what was discussed. And if you were able to do that, we'd request that. And the AG is present if you have any questions on that. Yeah, she is.
I did not. I don't know if you want to hear.
I did not.
I did not.
Neither did I.
We meet regularly with KIUC.
Yeah. Fish and Wildlife Service is a different boat, sorry. Okay, thank you. So now we're going to start with DOFA staff will give a short presentation. And then, as I understand it, ESRC members want to comment after his presentation, and then we'll go to KIUC for their presentation. So I'm going to hand it over to Jesse.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a good chance to get some calories in. I know I did. So yeah, let's start off. So we'll be talking about the Kauai Island Utility Cooperative Second Draft Habitat Conservation Plan. Just providing a bit of project background, the HCP term requested for this project is 50 years. The plan area is the full geographic extent of the island of Kauai. KIUC is requesting coverage for 2 specific actions. One is the operation of power lines, modifications and new power lines they may install. Currently, they have 171 miles of transmission lines, 1,360 miles of distribution lines, and 70 miles of communication lines. During the period of the HCP, they may install up to 360 miles of new lines. They also own and operate streetlights throughout Kauai and at their facilities. Owning and operating, we have defined in the submittal as control. We do understand that control may have some different meanings, but here it means owning and operating. So currently they operate 4,150 existing streetlights, and during the period of HCP operation, they will increase, potentially add on another 1,754 new streetlights. They do operate facility lighting at Port Allen and Kapaya, and they also have nighttime lighting used for power restoration. They are requesting coverage for 9 species. These will be seabirds, water birds, and sea turtles. I'll go into a little more detail in the upcoming slides. This is a truncated timeline of this project, reflecting events that have occurred since 2023 until now. So in January 2023, we had the publication of the first draft of the HCP. There were ESRC meetings in March, May, and June to review that draft. In November of 2023, KIUC delivered to both the service and DOFA excerpts of the revised draft, showing some revisions and addressing ESRC, public, and agency comments. On the 30th of 2024, KIUC delivered the second public draft. This was delivered to the service and to DOFA. On October 29th and 30th, 2024, KIUC hosted live edit meetings with the agencies to discuss and address remaining comments and make live edits with the group. On the 21st of November, 2024, KIUC delivered a second public draft to the EIS team that incorporated all revisions addressing agency, ESRC, and public comments. And August 23rd through October 22nd, this was a public review period for the draft HCP and draft EIS. Public comments to these documents have been posted to the DOFA website. They are available on the draft HCP website. So for a couple of our species, I wanted to give a little state of the species background. For Ake or Ban-rump storm petrel, population estimates are currently unknown. For A'o, the pelagic population estimate is 84,000 individuals, the confidence interval of 57,000 to 115,000. For Ua'u, the pelagic population estimate is 19,000 with a confidence interval of 11,000 to 34,000. For Io, there are about 1,511 throughout the state, confidence interval of 1,317 to 1,718. On Kauai, there are about 336 of these. For Alaikeokeo, throughout the state, there's estimated 1,564 individuals. On Kauai, there's a population of 552. For Alaiula, apologies on the misspelling, there is an estimated 712 individuals throughout the state and a Kauai population of 485. For Koloa Maoli, there are 673 individuals. They are all found on the island of Kauai. For Nene throughout the state, there are 3,797 individuals. Hawaii has the largest population of 2,314. KIUC's take request for the 9 covered species are as follows. I have it broken down into annual take and then for the entire permit term. So I'll just run through these real quick. For Ake, they assume an annual take of 1 individual, 71 during the permit term. For A'o, 6,595 for annual take. For 50 years, this is 300,029,765 individuals. For Ua'u, the annual take is 2,479 with a permit term requested take of 100,023,967 individuals. For Io, annual take of 1, total permit term of 53. For Alaikeokeo, annual take of 2, total permit term of 107. For Alaiula, annual take of 2, permit term of 135. For Koloa Maole, annual take of 10, permit term of 490. For Nene, annual take of 25, permit term of 1,236. And for Honu, or green sea turtles, it is an annual take of 1 nest, or during the permit term, 50 nests. To mitigate for this take, KIUC has various actions that they will undertake. They have identified 12 mitigation sites for seabirds. 8 occur on state lands, 4 on private. At this time, not all mitigation sites are confirmed. However, KIUC is in negotiations with these other sites and is moving forwards. For management actions for seabirds, they will undertake power line minimization. These are diverters and reconfiguration. They will also engage in colony management, which includes predator control, social attraction, vegetation management, fence checks and repairs, and monitoring of those seabird populations. Additionally, they will provide funding to save our shearwaters, which they count as both minimization and mitigation. For water birds, they're going to minimize at high-risk spans with a focus on Mana and Hanalei. Additionally, they will provide funding to save our shearwaters, about $300,000 per year, This will increase to keep pace with inflation. And for sea turtles, they will conduct nest surveys and shielding. And then they also have some minimization for lighting. However, an agreement needs to be reached between the county, state, and KIUC for this. For concerns and recommendations, DOFA staff are having ongoing discussions with the applicant and will be meeting in early January to complete this process. We did want to highlight that DOFA supports DAR's recommendation to include language for Honu'ea or hawksbill turtle in the HCP. Additionally, DOFA recommends that KIUC include the following statement. If during green sea turtle nest surveys, a Honu'ea or hawksbill turtle nest is observed, KIUC will immediately initiate a major amendment process to include this as a covered species. If ESRC members have any questions for DAR staff, they are present on the call. However, we don't have a separate agenda item for DAR. Thank you for your folks' attention, and we'll open it up to ESRC.
Thank you. Great overall. So Jesse, I think you might have missed one slide, one bullet point in the kind of synopsis. I don't think you had our site visit listed in October.
Correct. Yep. So we did have the site visit on the 22nd.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So every time that this draft has come before us, I have said that I do not see net benefit, which is what one of the things we are supposing to assess this HCP by. I'm curious if DOFA staff has any thoughts on the matter.
Yes, Kavika, we share your sentiments. That is actually one of the approved comments and recommendations that we have for KIUC. We would like to see them include a table with a clear definition for each species as to what net benefit or net environmental benefit is.
Okay, so am I correct in understanding that that has yet to be done in this draft?
Yes, that is correct. They do have information within the narrative, but there's no table that clearly defines it.
Yeah, I think previously, I can't remember which HCP it was, probably one of the wind farms, I'm not very sure, but there was some discussion on net benefit, and that applicant pointed out that it's net environmental benefit, not just a species benefit. So I would agree with that interpretation of the language in the law. And so I would encourage us to think broadly when we're thinking net benefit, and it's not just a species by species issue, which is why in the last HCP discussion, I applauded that applicant for their language regarding net benefit, which is what I think we all need to be aspiring for. Thank you.
I'm wondering, before we get too far into the weeds, Don, I was wondering if you could speak to a big picture question I have, which is, what motivation does KIUC have to get this done? There's a lot of specific things I would love to go into as far as, biological aspects, mitigation, minimization, but this has been 15 years in the making. And when I look at the worst case scenario versus stable population aspects and the uncertainty that's there, if I were KIUC and were responsible to the people of Kauai, I would want to make sure that I was not responsible for causing the extinction of a species. And I'm not convinced that things are moving in the direction of getting this permit done. And so we spend a ton of time in these meetings thinking about these things, providing recommendations. And when it comes back, a lot of the things aren't done, or some are done, but other changes are made that essentially negate that benefit. Can you help me understand what motivation KIUC has and that you have for getting this done?
I think I understand what you're asking me. We want to see this done as soon as possible. We're highly motivated to get it done. It has been a long time coming. We've put a lot of work into it. We want to see it done as soon as possible. We are currently, and have been for a while, implementing the majority of the seabird conservation actions while we've been developing this HCP, but we still want to see the HCP move through the approval process and get the permit, federal permit and incidental take license issued as soon as possible.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I think, you know, we're looking to approve what was the numbers just looked at, and I should have it pulled up right here in front of me. I have it on a different screen, but you know, we're looking at approving like 5,000 mortalities per year. It's a crazy number that we don't see in any other HCP. The mitigation has to make up for that. And again, we can dive into those details, but 15 years of this being drug out, and from what I hear in the background, it just doesn't sound like on the DOFAW permit side or the DLNR permit side, sorry, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service side that we're super close to getting this done. And if this drags out, I mean, my understanding of the mechanisms is that if a permit doesn't come through, the threat is always that the company will be sued, right? That's not in the best interest of the species. It's expensive for everybody. No one wants that to happen. And so we've allowed this to drag on for 15 years. How can we be assured this is going to get done within the next year? And that changes that are requested are implemented the next time we meet?
I'm going to let Michelle speak for you. Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, no, Melissa, it's a good question. And we all know as we start this conversation that this has been a long time coming and that this HCP is massive. And despite having looked at these numbers for the last 15 years, I will admit that even as I see them today, my heart beats a little crazy. That being said, KIUC has been pretty responsive to the request of the agencies for comments. We have been working incredibly diligently, especially over the last 3 or 4 years. And I will say that this has been an ongoing effort for the last 15 that I have been working in some way, shape, or form in conjunction with this project. We have never been closer than we are today. We have never had a draft that is more complete than it is right now. I am not going to say, because it is still going through the evaluation process, whether it is ready for permit issuance on either state or the federal side, but I would say that this is our very best chance of getting it over the finish line, and that is in the best interest of the species. So I believe that KIUC is here for the right reasons and is intending to try and make whatever revisions are necessary in order to get it over the finish line, and they have expressed that both privately and publicly, that is their intent, and they have demonstrated that to us, that is sincere. I would like to see this done. I would like to see this done sooner rather than later for the benefit of the species. I don't know if that helps identify kind of where I feel like
your
this is at.
perspective is helpful. I think maybe I'll ask a specific. I would like to see, we're talking about what is a 500 something page document at this moment.
Yeah.
As it comes back to us in future iterations, sorry, this is for Dawn and not for Michelle. If you can provide a track changes version for us so that we can see, especially as we get down to the wire. I'm glad to hear that from Michelle's perspective, we're getting down to the wire. It would be very nice to see where the changes have been made, as well as that were requested, as well as if there are any additional changes that happen in a different direction. It's really easy to produce a track changes document. You can do a compare docs in Word and it'll automatically track and show everything for you. And if that can happen with any future drafts that we've got to review, I think it would really help us to be efficient in understanding which changes are made in the directions that we request, as well as any additional things that might have been added in between drafts that were not requested. So I think that would be helpful, but I'm glad to hear from Michelle's perspective that this is close to getting done. It means that our discussions today are worthwhile. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your request. So we did actually prepare a presentation today that goes over the revisions that we made in response to ESRC comments, because we wanted to capture those for you. But it sounds like what you're actually requesting is a red line version between the January 2023 draft and the current version. Am I understanding that request?
What I'm requesting is that moving forward, I think that would be extremely helpful to help us understand, especially as things get fine-tuned. We've seen in other kinds of HCPs that as something gets added, sometimes something gets taken away. So you're giving 6 with one hand and taking away 6 with the other hand, not you, but in other permittee situations. And for ESRC, as we're reviewing these documents, it would be very helpful for us to see where those changes are happening. This is really typical of drafts that are requested, for example, with peer-reviewed publications or anything like that. You always submit a track changes version alongside a clean version so that folks, if they want to see the clean version, they can read the clean version. If they want to be able to skip along and see where changes were made from a previous version to meet concerns, they can easily see where those were done, as well as any additional changes that were made. So I think it should be a pretty straightforward thing to provide. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, thank you for confirming that was the request. We actually do go back and forth, sharing track change versions with the agencies on every iteration, and there have been many. So
right, and I don't need to see the whole back and forth, but just like we meet every few months, right? And so if you just provide us from the last time we saw it to this time we're reviewing it, a clean, again, I tell my students who are working with me on revisions that we're submitting for journals and everything, that they don't have to track as they go. You can just do a compare docs at the end and it'll create a compare docs version that shows you the changes that were made. So it's usually a pretty straightforward function within Word to create that document.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the process. That I understand the.
Dawn, I think you froze.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I understand the request. Thank you for clarifying, was all I said.
So, Dawn, thank you for preparing everything and for everyone for presenting this. I have 1 hour before I have to hop off, and I read all 500 plus pages and appendices of this. I do have substantial comments, and so I'm just wondering, what do you think the best path forward is given limited time? Do you want to present first, or do you want me to hop right to it?
You know, Lindsay, we want you all to have the time to give us your comments. So we can present if that's important to you, but we do not need to. Really, we're here to hear what you all have to say. So happy to let you take the ball and run with it.
All right. Melissa, you look like you have something to say.
I was just going to say, I'm in support of you going ahead and answering your questions and having that discussion to start with. And I see a thumbs up from Kavika.
Okay. Yeah, sorry everyone for jumping into that. And, recognizing that I joined ESRC, I haven't had a chance to review the document in my capacity on this committee, but have been involved for close to 20 years and having discussions around that. So just wanted to go into it. So the first thing, and this was something that just came up when Jesse presented, is what you're looking at is essentially taking out 10% of the population every single year, give or take, depending on the population estimate. And in the document, you're presenting a 1% growth rate. And so my first question has to do with the foundation of which the model is actually built, because that feeds into everything else afterwards. So are you talking about a 1% growth rate after your population has been brought down by that 6,900 birds that you're taking out? Let's just say for Newell's, the same thing applies for Hawaiian petrel. Or are you talking about a 1% growth rate over and above what your starting population is? Which population are you applying that growth rate to?
That's unfortunately a complicated question. So I'm gonna ask John Brandon, who does our modeling.
Okay.
John, I think you're the best person to answer this question.
Yeah, maybe I can start an answer and then John can follow up. And I'm David Zippen with ICF, the project director for the HCP. And I did want to clarify what the take request actually means, because I saw in DOFA's presentation accounting for the bottom line of the take request for each of the species, both annually and over 50 years. That was correct. But I think what's different about this HCP is that the take request is made up of several components. And because power line collisions account for over 98% of the take request, that really is driving the size of those numbers, of course. And the nature of power line collisions is that we don't know how many of the birds that are colliding with power lines are actually perishing or being injured or simply colliding with a line and flying away relatively unharmed. So we had to make some assumptions in the HCP about each of those categories, but we called the entire number of power line collisions the take request. So I think that is a really important thing to remember. And actually 70% of that take request for the two primary covered seabirds, Newell shearwater and Hawaiian petrel, 70% of that does not result in mortality by the assumptions of the HCP. So you have to sort of really take that into account, because that is how the model, the population dynamics model, works, is that we are accounting for the mortality, of course, of subadults and adults, as well as the indirect take of chicks and eggs from adults, from breeding adults that are killed. So it is a much smaller number. It's still a large number, no question, but it's a much smaller number of birds that are actually killed by our assumptions than the complete take request. And I'll just show briefly on the screen, if I can figure out how to share.
Sorry, David, while you're pulling that up, I'm a little
Yeah.
bit confused. There's a whole section in the HCP that talks about how, sure, there's the direct mortality, they broke their neck or were instantly electrocuted, but then there's like a huge amount of language showing that there's, you can have burned feathers, you can have other things that result in injuries that eventually cause mortalities, right?
No, that's
So when you
true.
say assumptions, is it instant mortality, or are you accounting for? I'm a little confused by what you just said, sorry.
Sure, I'm still figuring out the screen share here. Here we go. Nope, wrong one. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, while you're getting it up, the absolute number, I get that is hard to estimate, but it sounds like you do have a good estimate on the 70% are released alive. So if we're looking at a 10% per population per year take estimate, let's say 70% of that live, that's still, we're taking out 3% lethally of the population every year and still only asking for 1% increase. So even the absolute population numbers there's a big discrepancy, and that's why I was trying to figure out what your growth rate is being calculated off of.
Can you see this table 5.6?
Presenter mode slideshow mode doesn't work. You'll have to go into presenter. Or sorry, the opposite.
Okay, so you're seeing the slide, the title
Just
slide?
slide one is what we're on.
Okay. So this is not telling me I'm sharing the same screen. So how about this? This is what I really want to show you. All right, now can you see the document?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is the key table that explains the groupings of the take request and our assumptions regarding the allocation of power line strikes to each of these three categories. They're all assumed to be take, so that's why the take request adds up to these numbers, but the mortality is simply this number of mortality of adults and subadults plus the indirect take of chicks and eggs. So it's a considerably smaller number than the total take request. To your question, Lindsay, about the proportion of the population, I think, of course, it depends on what your denominator is and the assumptions you make about the size of the population. Jesse presented in the overview estimates based on at-sea studies. We did not use those studies because of, we thought, serious limitations in their methodologies. So we have different estimates of the population of the covered seabirds on Kauai. And if John is available, I think he would be a good person to speak to that.
Well, one thing just to make sure we're on the same page, if I'm hearing Lindsay's comment correctly, we have two scenarios in the second draft. What is called the stable trend scenario stems from an ESRC recommendation. And that is not a 1% growth rate scenario. So that's not where the take request is. And that's where the projections of take are coming from. I think the max rate on that one is 8%, which is never realized because there's predators and power line collisions and all that stuff. So it comes out to be closer to 4% realized for the big area, what we call the Honolulu to Keikaha area. So I just wanted to make sure we're understanding this is not coming from, the take is not being projected based on the worst case scenario.
No, that makes sense. I'm just trying to get an understanding for that, because in reality, you almost don't need to model a lot of this because you have the actual data from the last 10 years of management of what the management you're proposing to do is going to be doing. And some of the demographic parameters. So there's an 87.2 success rate or reproductive success rate cited for Newell shearwater. And in my reading of the seabird literature, that is about the highest reproductive success rate of any species anywhere. And I don't doubt that birds can hit it in 1 year, but to have continued sustained reproductive success at that level and then to argue for higher and predator-proof fences is biologically pretty unrealistic. And so I'm worried that the foundations of the model that you've used are being based on overly optimistic numbers that are not represented across other species and not sustainable for these species in question.
Unfortunately, Andre's not here today, but so, I mean, those are coming from data that is the 87% is coming from the conservation sites where there is predator control. There are also estimates before there was predator control that are extrapolated to other areas, including that big area, Honolulu to Keikaha, that I mentioned. And I'm not sure if someone else had something to add.
I just wanted to say, you do raise a good point, Lindsay, and that we have a lot of data from the last 10 plus years of work at many of these sites. And the reproductive success rates that are in the HCP are based on that data. So we feel confident about them just because it is based on the data we have. The averages do vary depending on the period of time that you're looking at, but that 87% is pretty consistent for Newell shearwater in the last 8 years, 5 to 8 years. So we're fairly confident in the reproductive success rates.
Okay, I guess I would argue for the precautionary principle. So almost all the seabirds in Hawaii experienced a pretty dramatic shift in 2015, which was the last large El Nino, which changes oceanographic conditions. And a lot of them had fundamental shifts in their reproductive success at that point. So that unless you're incorporating the data going back pre-2015, we're about to enter a really large El Nino. And I know that's beyond the scope of the document you're producing, but it is going to have some level of impact. And so the variability is what I'm interested in. And like I said, I don't doubt that you can hit those numbers for 1 year or a couple of years, but I do have large doubts about being able to sustain that for 50 years. I don't think we actually know enough about what's going on to be that optimistic. And so I would like to see something that has a more realistic scenario that is established within the literature that translates across species that's more conservative. Because otherwise, the second you don't hit that, that's a really high number, you're going into adaptive management or worse.
When you say you're looking for something more conservative, you're looking for something in terms of reproductive success rates? Because
Yes.
some of the other assumptions in the model are very conservative. Okay, so reproductive success rates. Okay.
Yeah, because that's the majority of the conservation actions that you're taking are well, at least the colony-based ones are going to impact reproductive success. And so I don't think it's realistic to choose the highest value and say that's what it's going to be. It doesn't give you any wiggle room or margin for error on that.
So there is, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but there's a lot of different lines of evidence coming from the conservation sites that all point towards predator control. I think in particular, the low risk in that part of the island to power line collisions and other anthropogenic mortality, all adding up to positive growth. What that growth rate is, there is uncertainty about it, but it's some number that's greater than 0. As you mentioned, in the worst case scenario, that is modeled at a 1% rate of growth. So if we plug in a different reproductive success rate into the model, you can end up with 0 or negative growth rates, which don't match the data. So that's kind of the rock and the hard place with some of these things. So. And also just to add, the reproductive success rates that are used are the average over, I think it's 3 years too. So it's not just 1 year. We're not just picking the highest value there.
Yeah, and that was my comment about El Nino is 3 years is actually not a long enough time to average reproductive success. You've got to take one bird generation, which in this case is going to be at least 5 to 8 years, and ideally one climatic cycle that they're vulnerable to.
Yeah, and there are certainly, we've had lots of discussions with Andre and others about at-sea conditions and things like that. So I guess I would add every single conservation site in there has an adaptive management trigger for the reproductive success rates if they drop below. And I think others can speak to those a little better than I can. But
we also did, just to add a little bit, we also did a pretty deep dive, Lindsay, on looking at reproductive success rates since 2015. We did a whole exercise where we took, average over the 10 years, average over the 5 years. Interestingly, that average was not, the 10-year or the 5-year average wasn't much different than the 3-year average, but we did do a deep dive on that. So we have that data. We considered that, but we left it at the 80. We decided to leave it at the 87%. And with the 87%, we could reduce that, but that was the target we felt comfortable establishing based on the data we have. But I hear your point. We don't know what's going to happen with at-sea issues. That's hard to predict.
Lindsay, just for the rest of us to understand, based on the literature search that you've done, what's realistic for areas that have a high level of management, such as is occurring in those areas?
I'd say closer to 80%. Lanai hit a similar level with their Hawaiian federal management after several years, and we were all completely dumbfounded by that. So that, I mean, it's good news that they can get up to that high value. If I were planning a 50-year document and I didn't want to go into adaptive management, I wouldn't choose the highest value over the last 3 years as my starting point for mitigation, is what I'm saying, because I think there's too much variability that you can't control, including the biology of the birds, climate, all of that, to say that you're going to be able to hit that target every single year. I'm not doubting the authenticity of the 87%, just the realistic ability to hit that target every single year. And then what happens when you don't? Since the number of birds that you're producing to offset take is really tied to increasing reproductive success. So that fundamental number is really important to the whole scheme of how this is calculated.
Thank you. And Don's comment, or it may have been John or David's, that without using the 87, then they don't end up with a positive growth trend, which is what they're seeing on the ground. I mean, essentially, it's not a really defensible reason to use 87. It just suggests there's another parameter in your model that isn't accurate, right? And do you have a feel for what parameter that could be, Lindsay? I'm just curious.
I don't know that I do. I just know that the numbers that were presented in there are among the highest that we've seen for any seabird species. You know, there's survival numbers, like this is getting a little bit in the weeds, but it indicated that there was internal inconsistency within the document about survival to age 1. So I think it said 75% survival to age 1, or sorry. It was unclear how those calculations were made to age at first breeding as well. And so that might be some of it. And granted, given that birds are not banded, there's not long-term marker capture data going on in this colony. It's really hard to get those numbers, which I get. So that would be my guess as to where it's coming from, is age at first reproduction, survival to first reproduction.
So, Lindsay, I am not a modeler by any means, but I do want to go back to the biological goals and objectives of the HCP, because I do think we always have to address inherent variability between and within colonies across Kauai and across the species. So I think that the way in which the HCP attempts to try and deal with this is that I'm looking at page ES 11, where it's looking at the metrics for objectives 1.3. And this is again for biological goals and objectives, where the growth rate for breeding pairs annually of at least 1% on a 5-year rolling average, and maintaining a 5-year rolling average of 87.2 reproductive success rate. So I think that's anticipating that there might be a couple years that are low, a couple years that are high, but that's the goalpost for the 5-year rolling average. And then there are specific adaptive management triggers and responses for if those metrics are not met. I will admit that I reviewed that, and based on the best available information that we have coming out of the sites right now, we felt like that was appropriate. I can go back and talk to Adam about what that means in terms of our modeling scenarios, which looks a little bit different. But I guess my point is variability, yes, of course, and we should be anticipating that that's going to happen over the 50-year permit term and within any 5-year cycle. But are you saying that those metrics are not sensitive enough, or they are overambitious?
I think they're overambitious, and I think the fact that only a 3-year average was included when you have 10 years of data, I would incorporate all of that if you have it from the time that management started, because that's your most realistic number, unless your reproductive success was based on more than 3 years of data.
So just we've hit the 87% every year for newels. We have a lot more variability with Hawaiian petrel, and in general, the reproductive success rates we're seeing are lower for Hawaiian petrel, and the variability in the data we have is higher. Mm-hmm. And we do have some variability in the Newell Shearwater. We do expect some, but the variability has been less in the data we have over the last 10 years. And every year since 2019, we have achieved that 87% or higher.
Okay, so it's
So I think that's part of our confidence, is just seeing it consistently happen over time. We did talk about using the 10-year data, and one of the reasons for not using the 10-year data, well, first of all, it wasn't that different from the 3-year average. But the other reason is there have been a lot of changes in the predator control program over time. And the way the program has looked in the last 5 years is different than how it looked in 2015. Even that is, we could still use the 10-year data, but that was one of the reasons we didn't. Yeah, I mean, that 87% has been relatively consistent. That's not to say that it will remain that way for 50 years. I hear your point. I understand, and I think it's a valid point. We do expect some variation.
Yeah, because what you're describing there suggests that you had contractor variability or skill variability in your predator control, which, given that this lasts for 50 years, good portion of us, for better or worse, are not going to be alive at the end of it. So you're going to have transitions of people that are implementing that have varying levels of skill. Again, totally unrelated to the birds and all of that. So I would feel more comfortable using a longer term data set that incorporates variability to protect the entity against having to come back to do this and having something that's realistic.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Lindsay, with regard to tenure, my concern would be that you wouldn't be seeing changes that are going on fast enough to respond adaptive management. If you're going to look at a 10-year average, it's going to be a long time before you
I'm not
see
suggesting changing the rolling. It's the past data. No, rolling
I see.
5
Okay.
years. Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
I think capturing the variability that you had before you hit that consistent 87% is a good thing. And yes, it'll bring your model down a little bit, but I think it's going to capture real world scenarios a lot better than picking the best, highest years.
Thank you for that input. Appreciate that.
I think just to build on what Lindsay just said as a take-home message, I think what you mentioned, Dawn, that the numbers weren't that different when you use the 10-year rolling average versus the last 3. And I think applying that precautionary principle, if it's not that different, then go with the 10-year rolling average, right? So I think just as a general rule, that keeps us in safer territory. Lindsay, what was keeping the floor for you, Lindsay, so that you get through the things you need to before you've got to go? What did you have your next one ready?
I do. I'm going to transition to social attraction. And I will preface this with, I have done a lot of it and I've been super gung-ho on it. And I have been somewhat disappointed actually in the results that we're seeing in on the ground of social attraction in Hawaii. We did a global analysis 3 years ago on projects worldwide, which is an open source database that anyone can access. And social attraction works. It's just very, very slow. And the social attraction that's occurring, this is coupled with predator exclusion fences, which again, done a lot of, and I love them. But I also know the downside to them in terms of the cost and maintenance and everything like that. And so the number of social attraction fences that are being proposed for this is too high for the landscape. The general commentary from New Zealand, who developed both social attraction and predator exclusion fences ahead of everyone, is that you shouldn't really have more than one social attraction site per 100 kilometers for procelariforms. That is what Department of Conservation issues permits for in New Zealand, and that's because you're drawing from the same general population of birds. And so building more social attraction sites across Kauai is still drawing from the same population. You're not generating more birds, you're just dispersing them into different locations. That, coupled with the long delay time, just based on the bird's biology, again, it's not a criticism of the technique, it is a reality of their biology, is that recruitment's going to be really slow to start. And there's very much a sweet spot in setting up where these sites go. So I know Honopu and Pohakea have seen some initial success, And I think it's because they're both close enough, and this sounds funny, but far enough from dense colonies. I think for KSHCP, the KSHCP site is too close to a super dense colony that outcompetes it auditorially for attractiveness for the birds. And so I feel like the money and investment would be better spent in protecting existing colonies rather than attracting a very small number of birds into colonies nearby. And so to find additional mitigation sites or expand the existing ones rather than investing in a technique that has a really slow payoff. And it gets back to the other argument, because the reproductive success in the predator exclusion fence is just 2% higher than what we're proposing, what we just talked about. So it's 89 point something percent. And to me, that growth rate, or the increase in reproductive success, doesn't justify that output and the management that's going to need to happen on those fences. So I don't know that I just more or less made a statement rather than asked a question, but I would strongly suggest not focusing on social attraction and predator exclusion fences and putting that into predator control on the landscape.
Thank you again. Appreciate that comment. It's different than other comments we've received. So I think people seem to have very different feelings on this subject. But I appreciate that perspective, and we certainly are seeing a great success rate with just predator control with no fences. So that's a good point.
Lindsay, I don't want to interrupt your flow here, but I just want to stick a pin in the fact that one of the things that came up on the site visit is that the predator control outside of fences has a lot of landscape impacts. So not only essentially developing trails and potential weed introduction pathways, and then you get into real biosecurity issues, potential impacts to rare plants, which are not listed as part of the take, but could have secondary impacts due to the actions. And so just want to highlight that it's not a silver bullet for the applicant to just say, just switch to landscape level control. I think there are some real considerations that need to be there that we can further discuss when you're done with your comments, but I just want to stick a pin in that for later.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. And there's a ton of impacts to building more predator exclusion fences. I know a couple of them are already up, and those are ones that I built several years ago. So I completely get that. Anytime you modify the landscape, there's going to be impacts to other things, even if you're benefiting some of the others. Have you attempted to model what it would look like without the social attraction component of the ones that have not been built yet, recognizing 2 are already implemented?
I'm going to assume that question is for me. We have done some sensitivity runs. It's been a while on different social attractions. I think Dawn might help my memory here. Upper Manoa, there's been some history here, I think, with where they might go or not go and things like that. We have comparison runs in the HCP in those plots, one with no HCP, so that one would not have any social attraction sites in it. But as far as a comparison run with just predator control and no social attraction sites, I don't think we've done that off the top of my head.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be worth doing minus Upper Limahuli and Upper Manoa, since those ones have not gone in yet. And I guess that leads into my other question: is Upper Limahuli still included in this?
I assume that is not a question for me.
Yeah, this HCP was basically, this draft version was basically finalized before the issues arose with NTPG. So yeah, it is still included at this point in time in this draft.
Okay, do you anticipate it being included? And that's why I'm just wondering, because if you're having to rerun everything given, and there was an asterisk saying that not all sites had been committed, what do you think the likelihood is of Upper Limahuli being committed to this?
I'm not sure I can speak to the likelihood today. We're in ongoing negotiations right now. I think we feel cautiously optimistic, but it's hard to say until you actually get to the finish line. We were successful in being able to work through concerns at Upper Manoa with the landowner and get an agreement. And we're successful in getting an agreement there. So, you know, we hope that the same thing happens here with Upper Limahuli, but we also are doing our due diligence on alternative sites and alternative conservation measures in case Upper Limahuli we're not able to include Upper Limahuli as part of the HCP. So yeah, hopefully it will remain part of the HCP, but if it doesn't, then we'll be prepared with alternatives. We've started talking with the agencies about some of those alternatives, but again, we hope that we can include Upper Limahuli.
Maybe a quick follow-up question that Lindsay, since Andre's not on, you may actually be the best suited to answer this question, which is when I look at the potential high population size of like, what is it, close to 500,000 on that stable trend one at the end of 50 years from now, like, does that amount of area that's shown on the HCP even, like, does that hold that number of birds? And if you start
Easily.
taking away sites?
No, we're not limited by habitat. That's the good news.
Okay, so you can pack 500,000 birds into that area.
Oh yeah, I mean, Midway, which is, I don't know the size, but they have 500,000 burrowing bone-and petrels in there. I mean, that's not what the forest is going to get to, but no, I don't think we're limited by habitat.
Super
Whether
helpful.
they
Thank
expand outside of managed habitat, totally different story, but island-wide, no.
Okay. Oh, right, island-wide, but considering that the predator control is not taking place island-wide, and if you have the areas in which predator control is taking place get smaller and smaller and smaller.
That's true.
Is that very realistic?
Does anyone have an acreage or hectareage, depending on the unit we're presenting here, of the total protected area that's being proposed, or total managed area?
And maybe since there's some things that are have high uncertainty regarding whether they'll be included, and there were all those asterisks for places, maybe based on the ones that are secured currently, we can base our decisions on.
I don't actually remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember the acreage off the top of my head, but we're looking that up right now.
Yeah, I'll share that table with you. It's 1,981 acres.
Okay. And an acre is, what is that?
Or
1,000 square feet?
802 hectares, if you prefer that.
And sorry, David, is that including the sites with an asterisk that have not been secured as well as Limahuli, or is it only including those that have been secured currently?
That includes all the sites currently proposed in the HCP, so that does include Upper Limahuli. You can see the list here if you wanted to subtract out anything.
Can you just clarify for me which ones are not secured at the moment?
Sorry, go ahead, David. I just wanted to check with what you're defining as secured. So we don't have land agreements executed land agreements in place for any site right now except Upper Manoa. We're relatively confident about the sites on state land, but that land agreement hasn't been executed. So at the moment, the only one that's a question in my mind is Upper Limahuli. But if you're looking for the number of sites where we have executed land agreements, that would only be Upper Manoa right now.
Okay, and that would be a question as far as the remaining sites. Okay, thank you. So Limahuli is a big chunk.
Yeah, so right now I'm just calculating, hold on. So for scale, this is about 100 times the size of Kaena Point, and there are about 14,000 wedge-tailed shearwater pairs. And for those that have been out there, you know that that means if you are not on trail, you're stepping on a burrow. So this density that is being proposed at max density is 50% of Kaena, which is still incredibly dense across the whole landscape. So Melissa, back to your original point, for burrow nesting species that are montane, that is an extraordinarily high density. So I hadn't calculated distribution across the landscape like that, but I think they would struggle to actually support that within the existing landscape. And that's at the 1900 hectares.
At the full size, yeah. Okay, good to know. Thank you. And the reason I think this is important is because over the last 15 years, my understanding is that the area that was proposed for mitigation has essentially shrunk. And so that's where I think that ends up mattering.
I may be missing something because I didn't join this project until 2020, but my understanding is the mitigation has actually increased significantly from what was previously discussed. So I will have to, I think, Michelle, I'll need to loop back in with you and see if I've missed some piece of history here.
Yeah, I think I might be missing something too. The mitigation is significantly bigger than what it was in earlier versions. I think there has been a lot of discussion, as was alluded to earlier, about both ESRC and the agency's perspective on the value of predator-proof fences and the importance of those and the size of those and the relative value that comes from those, as well as the arc, as it were, over how we feel about social attraction sites. And y'all, I think one of the challenges that we face in this HCP is that because it has been through a long iterative process of putting the pieces together, many of the pieces that we see here are pieces that have been put in by previous comments by ESRC and by the agencies trying to make sure that this is a strong document, but then, information changes. So, for example, some of the modeling provisions that we see now today are the result of particularly Loyal, but also other previous ESRC members really wanting to try and dig a little deeper into what that might mean for population dynamics for the species. Some of the things that we see now in terms of social attraction sites are the result of ESRC and the agencies really pushing to have more social attraction sites incorporated into the conservation strategy. Some of the changes that we see in this version related to the use and complexity of predator-proof fences are the result of ESRC and the agencies providing meaningful comments on how do we get that strategy right. Of course, the challenge now that we're seeing is that, those comments have been incorporated, but now our understanding and we have a slight shift in how we're looking at it now. So I'm encouraging us to keep that in mind as we're looking at this again. Doesn't mean that additional shifting may not be necessary or appropriate, but just keep that in mind as to how this thing has been formed.
No, Michelle, I appreciate that. And it's, great because it means science is evolving and the group is listening to the comments and incorporating them. And, we just hit the 15-year anniversary a couple days ago of the completion of the first fence in the state. And that's how long this HCP process has been going on. Same thing with social attraction and translocation. We just hit the same anniversary. So as that data comes in, you probably thought I'd be the last one to say don't do social attraction or predator fences. But it's because we're learning from the data that we're getting back. They're still really useful tools, but they have to be used in the right circumstances. Otherwise, they risk creating more work for the implementing entity, whoever that might be, than the benefit that they might put forward. And given that that reproductive success value is so high, if you had a lower reproductive success, I'd be saying something different. I'd be saying put a predator-proof fence around as much of that as possible. But if you can get to that without the fence, you should always go without the larger infrastructure because there's going to be more associated maintenance.
Wholeheartedly agree.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Lindsay. No, go ahead.
No, I'm shifting gears. So
I just quickly wanted to tag on to thank you, Michelle, for that. It was a great summary. And I think our concern is It is particularly difficult to implement something while you're also developing an HCP because the data keeps coming, right? And we keep trying to revise the HCP with the new data. And I guess our concern is this is going to be a never-ending revision. And at some point, we would like to just call it and say, okay, this is the best we can do here today. We're going to move forward with this plan and address new data and new assumptions that come from that data in the adaptive management and during the implementation phase. And we thought we had reached that place with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DOFA in their reviews. Obviously, we're just coming to you now for your review, but yeah, it's challenging with all the with the changing landscape of data and understanding.
I want to make sure we get to Lindsay's other questions before we hit 3 o'clock. I'll just say that I think across the board, one of the things I would love to start pushing for is that rather than just saying, no, adaptive management, that we put in automatic triggers for things that'll happen if we reach particular metrics. And I think that'll reassure all of us that things would happen without another 10 years of spending on stuff. And also just encouraging folks that if you're ever between one number and another, choose the more conservative number. And I think that ESRC will always be happy with that. So that's another way to keep things moving forward. Lindsay, what's your next question?
This will hopefully be a straightforward one. So in the SOS credits for this, because SOS is an integral part to keeping down birds alive, the funding that's given to them, the credits given to KIUC should be proportional that the funding that's given to the program, recognizing that SOS performs a service for the community and they get a lot of birds that are not associated with KIUC. So for example, if SOS costs $1 million a year to run and KIUC is funding half of that, they should really only be getting half of the credits for the listed birds that come down. And I don't know if that's explicitly stated in the document, but just recognizing that that entity performs a public service over and above the scope of this HCP.
I think in chapter 5, we talk about that aspect that SOS does serve other entities. And I think that I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact language, but I think we try to address that in chapter 5. So it might be helpful, Lindsay, if you have some specific suggestions about if you're looking for clarification in that language, or if you think that language is missing.
I don't have the document up on that page, but basically it would require knowing what SOS costs to run every year and what percentage you're funding it. And the percentage of their operating budget that you fund should be the percentage of newels that they intake that this HCP gets credit for. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. That's not the approach that's a different approach than how it's being handled now, but I do understand the comment now. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Don, I forget, but KIUC currently is funding almost all of SOS, correct?
Actually, because when SOS went out as a nonprofit, now they're able to do some fundraising. So we are funding right now about half. But if you look at the breakdown of the birds, it wouldn't quite work the way Lindsay's suggesting. That wouldn't work with bird funding ratios. I need to think a little bit about Lindsay's comment and talk with Molly a little bit, but right now it's about half.
Yeah, I think that comment is also more probably important for the water bird mitigation, because that's the full mitigation essentially for water bird take is funding SOS. So understanding what is the actual benefit from the funding that KIUC is providing SOS would be important, because SOS does get funding from other sources, including DOFA.
Yeah, I think that the part of the challenge is that historically, KIUC provided all of the funding for the program, and actually the program historically has collected, rehabilitated and released many different species of birds, some that are not even particularly rare, of course, and so was providing that community benefit, even from KIUC funding. And the funding sources of SOS have expanded, as Don mentioned. And we're also starting to see other HCPs using SOS. So certainly the KS HCP, just for a few years now, has started to turn birds into SOS as well. So it's getting a little more complicated to do that. And I think that also gets into contracting issues, and that I'm not sure KIUC is ready to have. They've been very flexible, I think, until this point.
I think the water bird situation is further complicated by the fact that most of the water birds SOS gets are it's disease or it's unrelated. It's just further complicated on the water bird side, but yeah, it's challenging to.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point, and we'll certainly think about it, but it's not as simple as dollar for dollar credit for the specific birds.
All right, and then my last one, and then I can hop on my phone as I get in the car to listen, was considering off-island mitigation. And so I think Hurricane Iniki kind of provided a wake-up call for that. Right now, almost all the eggs are in one basket. You know, we've got a smattering of newels on Maui, possibly on Lanai and Oahu, but functionally the species exists on Kauai. And I think we need to consider that translocation off island to another island is a great insurance policy and should be considered as an additional management action in the event that there's some sort of stochastic event that takes out birds from this island. Having a safeguard population in a secondary location is a really high recovery objective, which I know is not part of an HCP, but there are sites that are set up and able to take newels off island that could assist with mitigation. I think those should be considered.
Don, do you want me to go ahead? Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the comment, and it's certainly something that we have considered over time, and discussed it pretty extensively with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA. Their guidance to us was to focus on maintaining and enhancing a viable metapopulation on Kauai of newel shearwater. And so that's what we have done. We are aware of some translocation efforts in the past that, in fact, KIUC participated in one of those back in 2015 to 2020, and those were not very successful. And so I think we're not comfortable at this point, unless we have other data. We're not comfortable based on the data that we know of in including translocation as part of this HCP, but certainly something we can talk more with Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFA about.
Just add one additional detail to thank you, David, to what David said. I think it sounded like the translocation to Nihoku was wildly successful in terms of the fledged rate. I think what seems at this point maybe too soon to tell, but the return rate is the thing we're most concerned about. And yeah, I think for the HCP, we don't see how we would need to see a good return rate for growing a colony, and we haven't seen that yet. So hopefully those birds will come back to Nihoku and that those numbers will change, but the current data leaves us quite cautious.
No, and I completely agree that it is definitely lower than anyone hoped or expected, but as an adaptive management strategy, and especially in the absence of any additional sites, I think that would be good to still consider. And apologies, I'm going to hop over to my phone. I have to leave, but thank you for allowing me to go first so I could get some of those in, and we'll try and listen remotely to the rest of the discussion, just not on video.
Thanks, Lindsay. So opening it up to other ESRC members. Or if folks want the presentation, I know Case, you did prepare a presentation.
I'm wondering if I could just ask them to follow up on the biosecurity aspects of the plan specifically and how it accounts for, particularly if things move in the direction of away from social attraction and toward landscape scale predator control, which will have landscape scale impacts on vegetation, rare plants, other things like that. How the plan accounts for those secondary impacts on rare plants. In biosecurity, for example, a potential introduction of ants, that kind of thing. Are those explicitly stated in there as far as the biosecurity plan and how those things will be addressed?
They are.
Sorry, I guess the
Yeah.
room there would be, I know we've got several folks on who may have questions about that, and I don't know when the appropriate time is for that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they are. We do have, as part of the conservation strategy, and particularly conservation measure 4, we have some appendices in the document that talk about protocols for fence construction, fence maintenance, fence repair, and addressing potential effects on rare plants, as well as the rare other birds that may be in those areas. So that is something we address. I'm not
And sorry,
sure.
that's specifically in regards to fences, though. If we're talking about mitigation outside of fences, is that where you're going next?
I was going to offer to bring others into the discussion about the predator control activities, because I think is that what you're asking about?
No, I not the predator control. And we've spent a lot of time talking about that in previous meetings. I'm actually talking about, like, for example, when we did the site visit, you can see, and I know from my own work, surveying for snails or other things like that, every time we go into these habitats, particularly when we are making new trails in places, we tend to track seeds in. And so I'm just wondering, as well as potentially ants and other things, I'm wondering about the biosecurity protocols that are specifically written into there to ensure that we're maintaining those sites, especially because where a bunch of the mitigation has ended up is in the middle of NEPM and NAR sites, which are particularly sensitive habitats. And so they're some of the most, I mean, if you want to use the word pristine, they're the closest to that we've got in many of those areas. And so people having to go in there regularly to do the predator control, which is an important part of this plan, has the potential to introduce new complications into those ecosystems. And I want to make sure that we're thinking about net benefit in the whole ecosystem and not just those things that we're doing for the birds. We need to make sure that we're not causing new problems while solving the problem in front of us.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I know that the monitoring team that does all of the monitoring of the seabirds at the conservation sites, that does the predator control, have rigorous biosecurity protocols in place that they've developed over many years. I can't speak to the specifics of them, but we can certainly get back to this group on those details.
And maybe as folks are speaking to that, I'm wondering if you can speak to any explicit agreements written into the HCP as far as how coordination takes place with the NAR and NEPM and kind of the feedback loops that are built into that as far as communications, because I think those are, I've seen with other kinds of programs that they operate within the jurisdiction of a DOFAW program, but they're not in the direct line of authority. Things get really complicated really fast. And so what is written into the HCP as far as the communications and feedback loops and that kind of thing?
Melissa, we don't have anything in the HCP, but the reason we don't is it was my understanding that we were going to develop that with DOFA in the as part of the land access and permits, conditions on our permits, which is actually something in process. So we have talked about it. I agree with you. It gets very complicated. We would like to see a communication protocol in place, and all of my understanding from all the discussions about that is that we would have that developed as part of the land access and permits that we will need for state lands.
I don't know if DOFA HCP office wants to speak to this as far as the biosecurity protocols and what you folks are hoping to see there. Or I know we've got a bunch of the, we have the NEPM program director for Kauai on. I don't know if it's in development and everyone's happy with how it's moving and doesn't need to see it in the HCP, then great. I'm happy to stop this line of questioning, but I just want to make sure that it is taking place.
Oh, cool. Oh, there we go. Hey, Melissa, I have a few comments. Can you all hear me okay? I'm Mason with the Hawaii Invasive Species Council. I was off camera, on and off today. So I work on biosecurity with ports of entry for the state of Hawaii. And one thing that was missing from the plan, which can impact these critically endangered species, is little fire ant monitoring at base yards and maintenance. So a concern would be if vehicles conducting operations, whether it's fencing or any utility operations, have little fire ant in proximity, that could be a pathway to spread that around the island to these critically endangered species and also to areas anywhere on the island. So I'm happy to talk about y'all on or off camera next few weeks or even today about biosecurity protocols from vehicle washdowns to monthly or biweekly peanut butter testing. But I think with the rate of LFA spread on Kauai currently, this is a gap in the biosecurity protocol. And this is just one insect gap that I'm aware of. There's definitely more to consider, but this one's directly related to the plan.
I would love to follow up with you. Thanks for offering that. I will try to get your contact info hopefully from Jesse and then follow up with you. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. I'd love to talk to y'all.
I also just wanted to add one more thing for you, Melissa, along these lines. We had agreed with the agencies to develop a standardized predator control protocol, and many of the biosecurity aspects that you're asking about we are developing in that standard predator control protocol. It's a developing document, so I don't have it today. But because we needed some time to work with our predator control teams and to get that in place, but that is in process. We actually are pretty close to having a draft. I think still needs a little more work, but that the biosecurity pieces that you're asking about related to the predator control team and colony monitoring teams accessing the sites will be in those protocols. And when we have those to share, we'd be more than happy to share them. We intend on sending a draft of that to DOFA and U.S. Fish and Wildlife for them to review first and get their feedback and input. But then once we have a version with their feedback, we'd be happy to share it.
Thank you. Is Danica still on? Or Deputy AG? I see you there, but are you still here? Maybe on, but not on. I just had a question regarding, I know that KIUC isn't thought to have direct impacts on rare plants through their regular activities, but I'm wondering how the law treats or how the policy treats the secondary impacts that can occur as part of the mitigation action. So for example, if they're regularly going into areas and doing the predator control in these vast landscape scale areas, there's a high potential of having secondary impacts on rare plants, particularly, I mean, being able to recognize all of those at all the different life stages is a challenge for the average person. And so making sure, I'm just curious about how that fits in, but I don't know if we've got the deputy AG here to speak to that. And if not, then I guess we can put a pin in it for later. I don't know if the DOFA office has any comments on any of this, or if Chris wants to speak.
Hello, I am here. This is Danica. Did you have a question for me?
Yes, sorry, I was just curious. I know that with the HCP development, obviously in the biological assessments, you're looking at what the direct impacts are of the actions of the applicant. But in this case, there's potential secondary impacts on when they're doing the mitigation actions that could take place, for example, impacting rare plants. And I'm just wondering, I know it falls under that whole net benefit thing, but I'm just wondering how that's treated. Like, would you list the rare plants in the HCP, or would you have it in the biosecurity protocols or the SOPs? How does that get handled, the potential secondary impacts on rare and threatened species?
If they're an impact as a result of the project, they should be discussed in the HCP if they're going to be mitigated or through the HCP.
Okay. So I know in the areas that we walked through, it was highlighted during our site visit that we passed by, I don't know, Chris, if you can remind me of the number, but was it like 17 bird plants or something that we passed by just as we were going through on the way to the site, and we were passing through the landscape scale predator control areas. And so I didn't see any plants listed on the HCP. So I'm just curious about those potential secondary impacts and how likely there are to be secondary impacts on rare plants due to the predator control efforts.
As I'm saying that, and KIUC might murder me, I'm not sure if they're preparing an environmental impact statement or other environmental disclosure document pursuant to Chapter 343 Hawaii revised statutes, but that's another place that it would be appropriate to analyze the impacts of those plants or impacts to those plants.
We did prepare and publish a draft, or I say we, U.S. Fish and Wildlife prepared a draft environmental impact statement, and that was published for public comment. And it does talk about, it does analyze impacts to plants in that document.
But overall, 195D-21B2 does talk about the ecosystems, natural community, habitat types, and all endangered, threatened, proposed candidate species in those areas. So if plants are there that are endangered, threatened, proposed candidate, they should probably be mentioned as well if they are known or reasonably expected to be present.
Everyone, I'm trying to find a link to the EIS that was prepared under HRS 343 and federal NEPA statutes so that you can review the plant language. Short order, though, is that neither DOFA admin nor Fish and Wildlife Service identified that take of listed plants was likely to occur from the proposed action, and therefore they are not included as covered species in the HCP.
Were the mitigation actions considered?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask if that answered your question, and to go back, that 195D-21B2A is talking about identifying those types of things. So it's not necessarily requiring any type of mitigation or minimization. But of course, if there are extremely rare plants, there should be minimization steps taken and contingency plans if there are harm. But
thank you,
I'm sure Mr. Henkin or someone else might have something to add.
Yeah, so David and Chris.
Oh, this one, Laura Han.
Okay. Yeah, thanks so much. And Melissa, thank you for that question. If KIUC is causing take of listed plants while conducting any activities, doesn't matter if it's under an HCP or otherwise, that would be take that needs to be authorized under an in-cell take license for the state. As far as an in-cell take permit for the federal government, the federal ESA has different restrictions on harm to listed plants than Hawaii. Hawaii treats listed plants like fish and wildlife. And so the take prohibition is a little more straightforward under state law.
We would still have to address it though.
You'd have to address it, but as far as within quotes take, in knowing under the federal law, if it's on non-federal land, it is in knowing violation of state law. But now Dawn and everyone else knows that it would be in violation of state law, so I guess it would be federal take. But anyhow, so the short version is just because they have to do something to avoid take to, let's say, Newell shearwater doesn't authorize them to cause take of any other federally listed species. And so I think you're concerned about ensuring that whatever they are doing either avoids all take of other species or that take is addressed in the context of the overall plan is very important to make sure. Yeah. So thanks for raising that.
Thank you. And sorry, I think Chris has tried to unmute a few times. Is that correct, Chris? And Chris, I see your camera unmuted, but not your voice. We can't hear you.
Unmute. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, panel, folks, guests. I apologize. I didn't know I was able to speak in this meeting. I was just adding clarification to Dr. Price. When we did that Honopu walkthrough, we did point out 6 to 7 endangered species that were in the ungulate fenced area leading on the way to the predator-proof fence. So I was just providing clarification. Okay.
Thank you, Chris. And my understanding is those are nearby where they were in the same areas where the predator control actions were taking place. And those trails you guys had mentioned are largely used by those doing predator control. Those are not public maintained access trails. So what is the likelihood of, I know you can't provide an official assessment in this on the spot request, but I'm just curious whether there are likely to be impacts on the rare plants, given that you're the NEPM program manager for Kauai.
Excuse me. Sorry. It's my belief, as some of the folks mentioned prior, that actions in and around these endangered plants will have an effect. So if you're going and you're searching for burrows or you're doing A24 rat control, regardless, there is a great potential for impact on these species in a deleterious effect if you're not addressing them as you're conducting the work.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. And I see that Sherry's hand is up. And so I know she's branch manager, so maybe also wants to speak to it. Sorry, go ahead, Sherry.
Hi, all. Thank you for this meeting. And yeah, I have a couple questions. One, I wanted to go back and ask, what does a Honu nest, how many individuals are we talking about when we talk about a Honu nest? And I don't know much about Honu biology, but I know that when talking about seabirds, it's important to know if it's male or female, the reproductive capacity in a nest. So I'm just curious, what does a Honu nest comprise of?
And Sherry, I'm so sorry. I do want to get to your question. I know that you have a really important role to play on this. Do you mind if we just finish wrap up the line of the recommendation from the committee as far as biosecurity and rare plant impacts before moving on to another topic? I know this needs to be covered today.
Absolutely, but I do
Okay.
have a rare plant question, and that is, I think some of the language in the HCP to me doesn't adequately address invasive plant or endangered plant control or protection. And I think that's been an issue with some of the other landowners that are associated with this HCP. So when I'm talking about that, I mean plants that are outside of a area that's fenced or that are outside of the boundary of where a specific control method is happening. But it's well documented that you're not going to have the kind of biodiversity if you don't have the vegetation in and around it. So I feel like this HCP has been lacking in the vegetation component, both controlling non-native beyond the actual like microscopic little area that may or may not be fenced or that's being, ungulate or rat controlled, but also the impacts to endangered plants getting to these areas, I think, is not sufficient. Okay, thank you.
If I could just point out where in the document this information can be found about actually both of what Sherry mentioned. So protection of endangered plants, that is found in attachment 2 to Appendix 1B. And I'll just put that on the screen briefly, just so you can see where that is. It's just a few pages of best management practices that Kyle and others at Hallex have been using for years. So I'll let him speak to any specifics. But that's an important reference if you missed it, because it was sort of buried in an appendix. And then for best management practices to control invasive plants, the other component, that is in Appendix 4D. So that is an entire appendix about how invasive plants are controlled. And again, consistent with that earlier best management practices for endangered plants. So just wanted to make sure people saw those resources in the HCP. The document does include those.
Thanks, David. And I am aware of those, and I still think both are insufficient for what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's fine. And I guess I encourage people to provide specific comments about what might be missing, and we're happy to consider adding that.
Yeah, I feel like I've had those conversations, but yeah, we can circle back.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Sherry. And I'll just note that I know there's a lot of stuff we've got to cover today, and we're rapidly reaching the end of the day. These sound like longer conversations that need to take place, and it sounds like from the at least Kauai DOFAW perspective, it maybe is not adequately addressed in the HCP. And so I'll defer to those conversations that I know are going to take place following this ESRC meeting, but just wanted to highlight that whenever it comes back to ESRC, we'd just like to hear that it's been adequately addressed and that those who are in charge of these areas and know them best, and are keeping an eye on all these things are feeling comfortable and confident about the measures that are listed in there. So from an ESRC perspective, that's my view. I don't know if anyone else has anything or if we should move on to the next thing. I do see someone's hand raised, but I know we do have a lot to cover today. So
yeah, I just really quickly wanted to, since we are primarily on the ground in Honupu and the Honunapali doing these actions, Honupu specifically, the site visit that the ESRC came out, the trails we went on, we established those trails with accompaniment of state botanists, either PEP botanists or Adam Williams, the Kauai DOFAW botanist, was present on the establishment of all trails in those areas. During the course of that, we communicated with them about what plants we were seeing, what plants to stay away from. PEP has a current presence in that area. We know PEP's flagging in there. And I understand that a lot of this, we talked about how to codify or that there needs to be a codification of communication between the contractors, KIUC, and DOFA, NEPA land managers. It is happening on the ground there. And it is something, even as we go forward, if we do make new trails, which we very rarely do at this point, it is again in coordination with state officials. And we also communicate with them about plants we see that we do not recognize, both for the invasive and native rare plants that we might be seeing, because we understand that we might be introducing weeds or finding weeds on those trails, but we also might be seeing new rare plants that might have popped up or not been previously noticed. So on the ground currently, that type of communication is happening as we currently do the work.
Thanks, Kyle, for that. I guess maybe this is a homework for DOFA, but what would be important is for us to understand if there is unavoidable impact to plants. I think then we as a committee probably need to be addressing that in this context.
I guess I'll just put out a voice and say my preference at this point in the HCP is to get to a point where we all have confidence that take of listed plants are going to be avoided through adequate avoidance and minimization measures. And if there are changes that need to be made in order to address that, let's figure that out and do it, rather than try and add listed plants in as covered species within the HCP, which would not be my preference.
I think what my point was is, we're talking about 50 years here. And so we're trying to make, something, get it done for the species. We're trying to understand all of the complexities and move things forward. But what bothers me or makes me take caution is that we want to make sure that we have the ability to adapt. And I know there's adaptive management regimes and possibilities, but I feel like the vegetation component as a whole is lacking. And as long as we can address it in one form or another, should we need to, we may not need to, along the way, then I'm satisfied. But up to now, I just feel that it's been a little lacking, and but I don't want it to stop this HCC from moving forward. I just feel like it needs to be on the record and understood the concerns that a number of people have.
Can I ask the, sorry, is that Kavika or?
Sorry.
No, okay. I'm wondering if the maybe Afshin, I know you're chairing today, if you can kind of speak to what's happening moving forward and what you need from us today. I think this is such a large HCP. There are many aspects we could dig into. I know we've got a second day that we're looking at different parts of this that's coming up in January. So we do have more time to discuss these things. Maybe you can just speak to what you need from us today. And I want to make space. I haven't heard from Karen in a while. I don't know if she had other things too.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing we want out of this meeting today is to get ESRC member comments on the draft, and we're focusing on that first part up to chapter 5 in the KIUC. And then we're breaking it up because, like you said, it's such a large document. So we're trying to do it in digestible bites. So we're going up to chapter 5. We want to gather as many ESRC comments. We also have members of the public here, so we have to open up for their comments as well. And then in January, we have 16th, we have a tentatively scheduled ESRC meeting to go through the rest of the HCP. Correct. Is that right?
We also have backup dates in February and March as well.
Yeah, I wanted to just chime in too. That what I'd like to see with this meeting is an opportunity for the ESRC to comment. I know it's a huge plan, but we've been doing this for a long time, so it's not new or it's not necessarily proposed, so to speak. It's actually happening, and so there's an opportunity for the ESRC to weigh in on what they're seeing. I mean, we're going to have Jesse's setting up meetings with our staff and KIUC, so we can work out some of these other details later. But I think what you're seeing on the ground now is pretty much what we can expect, and with some enhancements going forward. So that'd be the kind of thing we'd be looking for from the ESRC. I think it's just trying to get any kind of initial reaction to what's going on. I mean, we've been working on this for a long time, and we're just trying to get it over the finish line.
Kavika?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. So as I said in the beginning, I'm really keen to hear the applicant's perspective on net environmental benefit. I don't know if that was in their presentation. They want to do that. But that is been my expressed concern for several years. So I've been looking to hear about that.
We could move to that now if that's where everybody wants to go. I think we do have some slides that cover that. David, if you could pull up the slides and talk through the slides that are relevant to the net benefit.
Yeah, and I'm not able to see the slides as I'm driving, so if you could just be sure to talk through the content really well, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, that's right. Thank you for the reminder. Sorry, Kavika. Yes, I think we can talk through it.
We can. It is a little more difficult when you can't see the slides because some of the conclusions rely on population projections and looking at comparisons of.
You know what? Let me in about a minute I could pull over to the side and I could see the screen. So we
I
could
appreciate
get
that.
going.
Yeah, thanks. I also don't want to take up a lot of time with my presentation. I know we only have 45 minutes left, and honestly, this is incredibly helpful for us to hear ESRC concerns and comments directly. And we're trying to keep our answers short so that we can, hear from you. So I definitely encourage more of that discussion.
David, maybe we could just go straight to the slides that speak to the net benefit question and hold the rest for either the next meeting or later if appropriate.
Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, why don't I start with water birds, since that covers 5 of the covered species.
Oh, sorry. Is this directly answering Kavika's question about net benefit? And if it is, sorry, I don't know if this is what he was getting at.
I'm hoping it is. I was assuming
Okay,
it was asking
got it. All right.
net benefit for all of the covered species. So we have to take them one by one. So I thought I'd start with the largest group, if that's all right.
Sorry, I might have been misunderstanding. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is, I think, a helpful way to look at the requested take for each of the 5 waterbird species relative to the ranges of population sizes that we see on Kauai. And I think these numbers are quite similar to what Jesse presented at the beginning. And you can see the estimated annual average mortality from the covered activities listed there, as well as a percent of that mortality of the total population. And because most of those are ranges, we express the percent as a range as well. So in 3 of the cases, it's less than 1 mortality per year. For Hawaiian duck, it is just under an average of 2 mortalities per year. For nene, just under an average of 5 mortalities per year. You can see the total over 50 years for the number of mortalities. We've also included in the next row the total injuries over 50 years. And then total take from conservation sites, which only applies to Hawaiian duck and nene. The assumed 50-year recovery and release from the SOS program, which is our mitigation for that mortality, is shown, and those are updated numbers from the 2023 draft. They did go up slightly because of new data. And our take request for the waterbirds actually went down substantially, nearly a 50% reduction in the take request. So if you just subtract the 2 numbers of the 50-year recovery and releases minus the estimated total mortality over 50 years, you get the net gain. And now, granted, some of those recoveries and releases would be from power line collisions, but as Dawn mentioned earlier, in some cases, it's more than half of those rescues and recoveries are from other sources. So we're still well above, even if you cut in half those numbers, we're still well above the total mortalities over 50 years. So this is probably the easiest one to understand because we can look just at the numbers of individuals. It's not as easy to do that with the seabirds, so that's why I wanted to start with the water birds. I don't have a specific slide on green sea turtle on Honu, but the net benefit to Honu is demonstrated because of our, I think, very robust nest shielding program for the entire beach where a street light occurs that may affect and create some light attraction for hatchlings. And so because KIUC is committing to shield beaches, in fact, I can pull up a table for you on that really quick. To shield those nests throughout the beaches where Honu may be nesting, that is creating the net benefit for the species. Here's the table. I'll share that with you. So this is table 515 in the HCP, showing the total beach length in the nest shielding program for all 7 of those beaches where there are 1 or more KIUC operated streetlights that could be causing light attraction. And a subset of that, we've estimated about 25–30% of that beach length is affected by light attraction or may be affected by light attraction from KIUC streetlights. So the remainder of those beaches, which are not affected by KIUC sources of light, would also be subject to that same nest shielding program. So of course, we don't know how many nests would occur, but if you just assume an even distribution of Honu nests throughout those 4.42 miles of beaches, we would assume that the nest shielding would protect approximately 3 times more nests affected by other non-KIUC light sources than KIUC streetlights. So that is our demonstration of net benefit for those species. Let me go back to the presentation for the covered seabirds, and I'll try to keep this brief. All right, so for the covered seabirds, these are numbers from the stable trend scenario. Remember, this is based on the best available data we have on trends in seabird populations on the island in the last, well, since 2010, last 15 years. And based on the model results, you can see the starting total abundance and the estimated annual mortality from the covered activities, including indirect take of chicks and eggs. So this is really what must be offset from the mitigation. Remember that our job in the HCP is always to minimize and mitigate to the maximum extent practicable the impacts of the taking to each of the covered species. So it's not necessarily the take itself, but it's the impacts of the taking. So we take that seriously and are looking very closely at that level of mortality. And you can see just roughly calculated under the stable trend scenario, that's approximately 2%. Just at that first year. And because, as John explained earlier, under the stable trend, the metapopulation is growing, the estimated mortality would also grow over time because it's the amount of power line collisions is linked to the total population size. Working our way down, the total abundance of the Kauai metapopulation at the end of the permit term is listed in the middle, so just under 500,000 wool shearwater and just over 500,000 Hawaiian petrel. And if you just subtract from the total abundance or subtract the total abundance from that number, we can see the net increase in the metapopulation at the end of the permit. And that's not just from growth at the conservation sites. The conservation sites are growing considerably, but we also see growth outside of the conservation sites. And that's primarily because of the power line minimization, because the largest subpopulation Hanalei to Kaha is also the subpopulation that's most at risk of power line collision. So the collision minimization that KIUC is doing is actually benefiting that subpopulation quite substantially in that scenario. So we can calculate a simple ratio there at the bottom as well. I'll show you the same results, the identical metrics under the worst case scenario. This is the scenario where we're assuming, remember, that the most that we can get out of the conservation sites is a 1% growth rate per year, as well as a substantial decline in populations outside of the conservation sites. For Newell Shearwater, we've set that at a minus 11% growth rate, which is very substantial. For for Hawaiian petrel, we've set that at minus 8%. So, we feel like these are very conservative assumptions. And we're trying to determine through that if we can meet those population metrics that Michelle was speaking to earlier. that are part of the biological objectives for both species. And we can still do that even under this fairly dire scenario. So you can see the estimated annual mortality there. Starting at year 1, it's approximately 1% of the total abundance estimated for each species, just under for Hawaiian petrel. The ending total abundance of the Kauai meta population is lower than the starting total abundance of both meta populations. And so you can see there is a net decrease in the meta population. But what is very important about this is the population trend. And I'll just scroll quickly to the key graph here. And hopefully, Kavika, you're looking at your phone now, because this is the important graph, great, to look at, which is the same worst case scenario. We're just looking at Newell Shearwater here. And the blue line is with the HCP, so with the proposed mortality annually, and with the HCP mitigation and the conservation sites. The gray line is a hypothetical scenario of no mortality from KIUC facilities, and no HCP, no conservation sites. So this is what would happen without the covered activities and without the mitigation. And you can see that in the gray line, the population has a fairly steady decline. Predation is unmanaged and, of course, continues to reduce reproductive success. But with the HCP and even with the mortality that would continue with covered activities, we do see a positive growth rate in about 2058. So a little beyond halfway through the permit term. And this is, again, for the entire Kauai meta population. And what's essentially happening is the Hanalei to Kakaha subpopulation is declining. It declines in importance. The population in the conservation sites and in the Nepali coast are growing in importance because they're essentially one of the few sites that are growing on the island under these assumptions. So the net benefit under this scenario, we believe we can demonstrate because of those 4 points listed on the right. We're reversing the projected decline of the Kauai meta population. So not only does the growth rate become positive, but you see those lines crossing. And you actually have a better scenario, better situation for Newell Shearwater with the HCP than this theoretical without it. Metapopulation increase in abundance for at least 18 years. So the last 18 years of the permit term. We're always above the key threshold that Fish and Wildlife Service and DOFAW have set, 2,500 breeding pairs, or and that's what the y-axis is here, or 10,000 individuals. And then by the permit term end, the metapopulation continues to grow steadily and provides that long-term viability. So these are all described in that metric in the biological goals and objectives. And because we have achieved that, even under this very pessimistic scenario, we feel that we've reached the net benefit for the species. And the story is similar for Hawaiian petrel. But let me stop there and just see if that has answered Kavika's and others' questions.
Yeah, thank you, David. Appreciate that. That is very helpful. So I have a meta concern, which has been my concern for several years, and that the tough thing for you folks is that you have both the federal law and the state law that you are trying to address in these habitat conservation plans. my concern is that throughout the last 15 years of this project going on, there's been a disproportionate amount of focus on the federal law and almost neglecting of the state law. So the big difference between the two laws is the net environmental benefit. So Fish and Wildlife Service, all they care about is the numbers of endangered species. And clearly that's how you folks are interpreting, or planning for in this HCP. I still don't see anything about net environmental benefit. So as an example of that, and to echo Sherry Mann's point earlier, there's there are several habitat altering species that are in these sites, not the least of which is Himalayan ginger. Where there's Himalayan ginger, you don't see burrows, or if there were burrows, the birds don't go in them anymore. And so if these species are allowed to spread in the mitigation sites, that is not net environmental benefit. So one of the biggest concerns I have, aside from the number of the birds we're talking about, is that this is a big shift from previous drafts where these folks are not committing to controlling these habitat altering invasive species that are going to be game changers. And I'm not sure how we can be so confident about these positive numbers without a commitment to control the footprint of those invasives in these mitigation sites. I'll leave it there, see if anybody else has any other comments.
No, I think we can go to their response.
Sure. Yeah, happy to provide an initial response, which is we do actually in Conservation Measure 4, which is the establishment, management, maintenance of the seabird conservation sites. Invasive plant species management is an important component of that conservation measure, and we've committed to controlling key invasive species, including the ones you've mentioned, Kavika, as part of the management of the conservation site or sites, because we also recognize that by doing so, we're also providing more and more high quality habitat for the covered seabirds. So that is an important element of the conservation sites.
Thanks. Can you go into a little bit more detail about what this draft commits to controlling and how?
Dawn, I noticed you came off mute. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I can jump in here. So the draft does list specific species that we would be controlling, but I also want to add that we, in addition to the standardized predator control protocols, we also agreed with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and DOFAW to develop a vegetation management plan over the next few years. So that's in process. That would be more detailed than what's in the HCP, but we do give a list of plants. Kyle, I also see your hand up. You may have something more practical application to add into this.
I was just going to speak to not directly to the veg management plan, which I know is currently in discussion, but I was going to speak to, I would say, and I completely agree with Kavika's point that there are species out there that absolutely need to be managed, because over the course of 50 years, I think, Himalayan ginger is a perfect example, is going to become it already is a huge problem. It's going to become an even bigger problem. But I was just going to speak to, having been on these sites for over 10 years now on the ground out there. And I think it's hard to capture, but there are huge benefits to the current mitigation programs out there that are not being captured or described. I think, for example, we remove over 3,000 rats every single year from these sites, and it absolutely has a positive effect on the native vegetation in the area. I think this is also maybe an under-discussed benefit of the predator-proof fences. Within the 2 years that the Honupu fence has been up, the return of the recruitment of native plants within that fence has been absolutely tremendous. Both for common species, everything from a'ali'i to iliahi to even some rare Pep mersini has been doing exceptionally well with the removal of rodents from within this predator-proof fence. We do focus on the birds, but being out there, there is absolutely a benefit to the surrounding environments as we remove just the invasive species that do also affect seabirds. And that even goes, to cats. Cats have an effect on native forest birds as well. We know cats depredate pueo when nesting on the ground. The removal of the number of cats we take out of these environments would obviously have knock-on effects to other species in the area as well. So I do agree that the implementation of veg management is a major step, but I do also want to acknowledge the environmental benefit outside of seabirds that the current predator control mitigation efforts have out there.
Yeah, appreciate that. I recognize that myself, but as you pointed out, none of that is in there. And so, which is kind of why I was saying earlier, this is all written to, or a lot of this seems like it's written to address Fish and Wildlife's concerns, and not 195D per se. I've been saying this for years. But thank you for that. I would like to hear if there are any details of making a commitment to controlling and perhaps even cutting back the Himalayan ginger footprint in these mitigation sites.
I think David Zippen was just showing some of the language on I think the commitment is in there. I think it's in a combination of in Chapter 4 and in the Appendix 4D. David was just sharing his screen with a list of some of the species. There's a more detailed list in Appendix 4, I believe it's 4D, that he pointed out earlier with the best management practices. So if there's, I don't know if there's something specific.
A list of species is nice, but it's not a commitment to controlling the footprint or making sure that it doesn't expand. This is a 50-year thing, So if these things expand, we're not going to hit the numbers, arguably overly optimistic numbers that are in this HCP.
But I think the way the commitment is worded is to limit to control invasive species so that they do not expand into seabird habitat or threaten seabird habitat or preclude breeding in those areas where seabird colonies are being managed.
Okay, that's already happening. So
almost all of the seabird conservation measures are already being implemented. Almost all of this that's part of the seabird conservation strategy is currently being implemented.
Okay, well, I'll leave it there. I know we're supposed to end it and I think there's some folks who wanted to testify from the public. I'll be sure to leave time for that.
Okay, so I do want to do a time check here. I thought we were ending at 4:30. Are folks not available?
My bad. I thought we're ending relatively soon. I want to make sure there's time for the folks who have been waiting.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Unless ESRC members have something they want to say right now, I would like to open it up to public comments? Okay, do we have any comments from people on Zoom or and then we'll check email and YouTube as well. I think David Henkin and then Dilek.
Good evening or good afternoon. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Thank you very much. So we submitted some comments in response to the environmental notice as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service's invitation to comment on the draft HCP. I think you had access to our comments, and I also emailed them separately quite early this morning. But basically, we have some overarching concerns about the failure to minimize and mitigate the take to the maximum extent practicable. When we were talking about Kaheawa, we were talking about particularly under the state process. It's important to ensure that each of those is done to the maximum extent practicable. And if you look at, we've been focusing primarily on the impacts to seabirds. If you look at this current draft of the HCP, with respect to minimization measures, whether it's from power lines or it's from light attraction, the HCP says we've done everything that we're going to do, by and large, and then they make some commitments for any new street lights or new power lines. But as far as the existing ones, we've done everything that we can do. And well, first of all, in the context of a 50-year HCP, it doesn't seem to be acceptable to say that the company cannot do anything further with respect to either light attraction or power lines. And specifically, a couple of things. So in the draft environmental impact statement that was circulated for this project, there are alternatives, and I circulated those as well, alternative C and alternative D to that draft EIS. They identify additional take minimization measures, that's alternative C, and additional take mitigation measures, that's alternative D, that both DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife Service have determined are financially and technologically feasible. They can be done. They're practicable. KIUC has not, at least in the context of that draft, the draft EIS says KIUC hasn't explained why they're not practicable. And so the agencies both have identified additional take minimization and mitigation that is practicable, and therefore the law demands nothing less. Though at least those things need to be added to it. In addition to that, we have included in our comments, we know that power lines are a huge driver of massive amounts of take of seabirds. And the notion that there can be zero undergrounding, which would eliminate take in high-risk areas, zero undergrounding in the next 50 years, again, does not seem to be a reasonable conclusion. So, the alternative C identifies additional line minimization measures that should be taken both with respect to existing power lines and future power lines, additional lighting measures, including dimming, that should be done. So just take a look at those, and all of those should be recommendations of the ESRC, because if they're practicable, the law requires it. With respect to lights, there are a couple of measures that were not listed in the draft EIS, but we have been urging in our comments. One of them is converting the KIUC streetlights to low blue light, so to minimize the amount of longer wavelengths of light, which are known. The draft HCP recognizes this. There's a lot of literature out there about the attraction, increasing the attraction of seabirds, particularly newel shearwaters, which are the main species that are being impacted here, through the adoption of low blue light streetlights, which are already on the Big Island. So the Big Island has had this for well over a decade, a requirement mainly for astronomy, but you can have streetlights with less than 2% low blue light content. It's perfectly safe, it's perfectly practicable, and therefore it should be required. And I will note that the Kaheawa HCP that this ESRC just recommended with some, recommended changes, but in that HCP, it talks about all of their lights are going to be low blue light in compliance with the Maui County Lighting Ordinance, which requires all outdoor lights to be less than 2% blue light content. Now, I should drop a footnote here. It was all outdoor lights until earlier this year, the Maui County Council exempted their own streetlights because Earth Justice, on behalf of some clients, is suing them over their streetlights. But that was based on politics and litigation, not science. DOFAW is on record with respect to Maui County, telling them that they should convert their streetlights to low blue light to protect, among other species, the seabird species that are being affected here. So again, this is practicable. Their existing technology, there's no reason that it cannot be done to reduce the blue light content. And then the other thing that was in the Kaheawa HCP that you all just voted in favor of, there they were going to put on motion sensors, the lights at the Kaheawa facilities so that they're not on when they're not being used. In the context of streetlights, you can do the same things in remote areas. So in the HCP, there is a map of the facilities. It's not super precise about the location of the streetlights, but it's figure 2-1. And there are areas that are where streetlights are pretty much the only light around, going out towards PMRF, on the Mana Plain. Why should those streetlights be burning all night if there are no cars in the vicinity? So they should have motion detectors, in addition to the dimming that's recommended in Alternative C to the draft EIS. So just in summary, more needs to be done for minimization and mitigation. And also in our comments, we highlighted the importance of ensuring that Upper Limahuli Preserve is available as a mitigation site. It is really the anchor to their mitigation strategy. And as part of that, it's important that it be not only used to benefit the species that are covered under the HCP, but to avoid harm to the environment there. So the contractors that KIUC previously was using at that site before they were told they were no longer welcome were introducing invasive species. And that's completely unacceptable for the reasons that you've talked about at great length. You have our comments. If you have any questions about that, happy to answer them, or otherwise feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
If anyone has any questions for David, we can ask otherwise, or if KSU wants to respond. Otherwise, we'll move on to, I see 3 more hands up for public comments. All right, Dilek?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Dilek Shahin. I'm representing Kauai Endangered Seabird Recovery Project of the University of Hawaii. And similarly, we also have submitted our comments for this HCP. And I am only going to focus on Chapter 5. That's my understanding that we are discussing the effects today. And I also would like to start with a reminder that we are talking about 2 species, particularly I will talk more about seabirds, that are endemic to the Hawaiian Islands. And when it comes to the new shearwater, Kauai is assumed to host 90% of the breeding population. So we have a really big responsibility on this island to make sure that the species will just continue living here. So for my main comment about Chapter 5 is about the methods that are used to calculate or to quantify the impact, basically the effects. I think that KIUC did a great job with the pathways of the effects on species. They covered almost everything that there's there, but not when it comes to methods. I think the models used and more than the models, how they are being used, I think it's very concerning. So KIUC themselves claim that the two models that are used in the HCP are probably upper and lower bounds of the population abundance projections. And yet, so this is basically what I perceive it as a worst case scenario and the best case scenario that we have now based on the limited data we have. And yet we go for the best case scenario, which is a stable trend, to claim the maximum amount of take that KIUC could achieve in the next 50 years. So I think when we are talking about endemic species where we don't have robust data on, especially from in the Hanalei to Kekaha population, there is no population vital rates that are collected on the ground. Most of the model assumptions are coming from either other species or things that are collected on the other parts of the island. And when we have not really high quality data, I would say it's kind of dangerous to assume that we have the best case scenario, the populations are stable between Hanalei to Kekaha, and therefore we should go for maximum take. I think there's really, it's not precautionary approach to me. And I also would like to touch on, so we are talking about 3 different data sets claiming stability to go for the stable trend scenario. All these data sets are systematic and they are reflecting changes in the numbers. But I, as a seabird scientist, I don't think they are reflecting the true population dynamics, because with the seabird, these are long-lived species and they have a huge non-breeding population that is unobserved. This is a problem everywhere, not just on Kauai. We are not able to observe this population. They are outside, living out at the sea, visiting the colonies, but we don't know how often, when. And we're talking about the data that is pointing out the breeding population. So the radar, power line monitoring, and SOS data both looking at the breeding portion. And there are published articles, peer-reviewed articles, showing that seabird population, the closest example that I have is, for example, an albatross species, the breeding populations remain stable, and this is a relatively long-term monitoring on the ground. Yet when we account for that non-breeding portion, based on the more robust parameters, they are able to show that the population, overall population, is declining. So again, this should push us to go for more, adapt more precautionary approach in this. And then the other danger in the models is that we are trying to reverse engineer, basically coming from, oh, okay, radar data shows stable trends, and if you are getting this many power line collisions, then we should reverse engineer and try to come up with a starting abundance. So these kind of models, I believe it's fine if you are calculating growth rate, for example. We can assume parameters from the closest species, from whatever we have on the ground. But when we are trying to look into absolute numbers, basically, as David mentioned in the net benefit presentation, so basically we are talking about impact of the take, right? But if we don't know the starting population with high accuracy, how we are concluding that the impact of the take is not negative? Because we have some power line collision numbers, but starting population number, we don't know. And if you're going to compare these absolute numbers, absolute power line collision to absolute population starting abundance, then we need to measure that number. I don't think we can reverse engineer and estimate it and just basically rely on this estimate for 50-year long term. I believe, I'm not a modeler, but I think there was a lot of details were missing, or I missed those details in the draft HCP, but I do believe we can reach a similar scenario, not necessarily by changing biological parameters like the breeding success or breeding probability, but also changing the power line, for example. How sure we are that these power line numbers are perfect, right? We're treating everything like one data point perfect for 50 years. And, at least I don't see some simulations done with different parameters or uncertainty around this estimate. That was concerning for the model for me. And overall, this is, again, I don't agree with using the stable scenario for the take authorization. I do believe these two models are meaningful when we are talking about seabird species. I do believe all of the parameters are within the seabird what seabird populations show worldwide, but it's how we use the model basically. I don't think when we don't know much about the species, we should go for just basically, the best case scenario and maximum allowable take. And that's another meeting's topic, but I also do believe adaptive management chapter of this HCP is not really strong, and especially for Hanalei to Kekaha, I think there's a great amount of investment for the conservation side and monitoring these sites. But when it comes to Hanalei to Kekaha, it's a bit, a lot of things are missing, and we included these in the comments. And all these scenarios together, we are looking for the best case scenario to request maximum take that we can achieve. And then adaptive management is not so strong. And as David Hankin mentioned, probably maximum practicable degree minimization has not been done. All these things, I think if this HCP goes through as it is with the requested take, I think we are really risking some declines that we will not detect very easily in the populations over KIUC's benefit basically. It will be easy because we won't need amendment. It will be, very safe in the 50-year long term. But can't we go, for example, a little bit staged approach where we first look at things more strictly, maybe, a little bit lower take request, somewhere in between. I wouldn't know what that arbitrary cutoff would be between the two scenarios, and then maybe more strict monitoring, and then maybe increase the take based on that. So that's all of my comments for chapter 5. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dilek. Just pausing to see if anyone has any questions or follow-up.
Afshin, we're just we have the written comments. We've been working on draft responses. We don't want to take up time in the meeting because we see other people's hands up. So we'll follow up with the comments and with written responses.
Okay. Moving on, I see Mimi Olery from DAR.
Yes, thank you. Hi. I know Sherry had asked about nests and what constituted the nest, and for sea turtles, and that's what I'll be speaking to, is just that it's not an exact science. If we have a nest pit, it's difficult to detect whether this is a true nest or whether it's a practice pit. And sea turtles often will go up onto the beach and dig 2 or 3 different pits before they actually lay eggs. And we use the turtle tracks as a way to identify where the true nest might be, is usually the last pit before she goes back to the ocean. That said, again, it's not exact science, because trying to get out to the beach and find these nest pits before the wind or even just the terrain is occluded because of people walking on the beach early in the morning, it's often obliterates our turtle tracks, so it's hard to identify which is the true nest. And my question also, with this take being 1 turtle a year, because I know when we did have an actual take because of the Kaheawa streetlight back a few years ago, 2023, I believe it was, we had 12 hatchlings that were killed in just that evening from them being distracted by the streetlight and crawling onto the street. So, and then over a 50-year period, as we get more recruitment of turtles in becoming nesters on our island, we're going to have certainly more nesting going on around the island and making it more difficult to identify, if we're going to have more development, where we might have turtle nesting. They do return to the beach that they're born at, but it can be within a mile of that location generally. So turtles will move around a bit. And when David explained that the net benefit was going to be putting up turtle fencing of shielding the light, that's still also sort of an exact science. We do that certainly, but turtles can crawl down further away from the shield, and then the light still is distracting them, and then they can crawl into vegetation and get stuck, or other locations that are just not optimum for the sea turtle to make it to the ocean to survive. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention, that just putting up nest shields all around the island, and we have a lot of nesting now going around the island, and we did identify in the Habitat Conservation Plan areas of concern on 7 beach areas in the maps, and then also I know there's 29 lights that we're concerned about, but that said, it's going to take quite an effort to monitor these nests and then know the exact date that it was actually laid, to count it 15 days from hatching, which is generally 60 to 70 days after the nest has been laid. So I just wanted to raise that to everybody's attention. And then also talking about net benefits, I don't know if I missed it. What is mitigation also including stranding responses where KIUC will help with saving turtles that have been stranded because of entanglement or boat strike or whatever, where they'll be treated and a reproductive female possibly saved by going to the Maui Ocean Center and veterinary care. So just wanted to clarify that's part of the mitigation as well for net benefits.
Hi, Mimi, this is Dawn. Just a couple quick responses. Just wanted to clarify the take is not one turtle, it's one nest. So if one hatchling from a nest is wounded or killed, that's take of the whole nest. Or if it's several from the nest, that's take of the whole nest. So it's nest, not individual turtle. And stranding is not currently part of the proposed mitigation.
Thank you for the clarification, Dawn.
Sure.
Okay, thanks, Mimi. Chipper, if you'd like to.
Yeah, thank you. What a great discussion to sit in on this afternoon. I just want to, I'm here testifying this afternoon on behalf of National Tropical Botanical Garden. And I've been involved with this project from its inception. And I just want to say the discussion earlier about the biosecurity concerns are real. And in fact, that's what led to our renegotiation with KIUC on our land use agreement. And I really hope that in addition to language in the HCP, that there's real budgets and real effort put behind mitigating those impacts, because it's far too easy for a slip up to allow invasive species like little fire ant or even the larger biting fire ants to get into an area like the ULP. And once they're in, they're very hard to get out. So biosecurity is super critical. Also want to say that the net benefit discussion has been raised by a whole number of people. And it's also something that, as was shown in a screenshot, it's in there. It's in the HCP, I think in kind of a cursory way. I think it needs, as Sherry said earlier, it really needs to be have greater emphasis and also to see beyond just words of the real commitment. This has been a sticking point for us in our negotiations with KIUC, to be candid. And while they recognize the importance of it, it's an area that we've really struggled to try and get adequate funding for from KIUC. Having said all that, I did want to update you that we are very close to having a new agreement with KIUC, and I believe that we will sometime in January. And we're really we're really stuck right now in terms of how to deal with the predator-proof fence area that's being proposed. Actually, it's half constructed inside the ULP. So I found Lindsay Young's comments earlier about really rethinking the value of the predator-proof fence areas that are so close to existing colonies to be of great interest. Our understanding was that the predator-proof fence area inside the ULP was going to draw off perhaps birds in from unprotected areas in Wainiha and Hanakapiai that are not currently being managed on a landscape scale as certain parts are, as Alex talked about, upper areas, but there are certainly a lot of nests that are not in actively managed areas. So it's a lot of beautiful ohia trees were cut down to construct the first half of the predator-proof fence in Limahuli. So it would be very interesting to see if a recommendation comes back that that fence should not be completed. And if it is a recommendation, there needs to be a serious discussion about the restoration of the impacts, because there were a lot of serious impacts related to that initial construction. So in closing, I just want to say that I believe we are close. As David Henkin said, you know, we see the ULP as really a key domino in the mitigation strategy. We are totally committed to this work. This is what we live for. And the beauty of the garden doing the work on our own property is we are the botanists. We do understand the delicacy of Melissa was bringing up earlier of working in these highly sensitive habitats and ecosystems. And we do see a net benefit if we can continue to work and manage the habitat for these seabirds, because it is a win-win when the habitat can be managed as effectively as the predator control for the ground nesting seabirds. So happy to answer any questions you might have. I know it's been a long day for you, and I really hope to have a signed agreement with KIUC in sometime in January.
This mahalo, Chipper. This is Sherry, man.
You're welcome, Sherry, and thank you for your comments earlier. You know, that the holistic habitat piece of this, it's in there in writing, but we're just not seeing the commitment it deserves. So thank you for championing that, Sherry.
Thank you, Chipper. I'm good to hear that negotiations are moving forward and very close. That's great news.
Yeah, we want to be part of this. We want to be part of the success of these species, and we will be. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we have one more hand up. Oh, Chris Motley.
Yep. Hi. I just wanted to, you guys are hearing me, right? I just wanted to reiterate, you know, basically, you know, that vegetation management really needs to be honed in on. And I appreciate the earlier comments about that. You know, we in DOFAW have identified about 62 threatened and endangered species that fall from Upper Manoa across all 10 sites. And, you know, these species, although they're in these areas, you know, just like any other species, they're dynamic. They're going to change. They're going to be moved. They're going to be, you know, dispersed, I should say, you know, across all 10 sites. And so it's just really important to remember that, you know, we need to also be monitoring these species if, in fact, they aren't going to be covered in the HCP. Because they are valued and important. So I just wanted to add that. I know it's not the time to speak on that, but I just wanted to make sure that that was very clear. That if we aren't going to be including them in the HCP, then, you know, something needs to be done about monitoring it for this 50-year term or permit or whatever that's going to last beyond all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And I think what,
Looks good to me.
I mean, if they're existing in the area or the footprint that this work is being done, they need to be addressed in some way, right? Whether it's those avoidance minimization measures or some kind of mitigation measure, but if they are there and they are potential impacts, they need to be addressed in some manner. I don't see any other comments. No other comments from YouTube or email. So we have a little, I know it's the end of the day and I'm sure everyone's tired, but we do have a little time if ESRC folks want to have a little discussion on any of the topics we just heard or thoughts.
Well, not hearing anybody else. I thought David Hankins' comments were pretty interesting, and would be inclined to make a recommendation in alignment with that testimony. So I'm curious what KIUC, if they had any response.
I just want to make sure I understood what you said, Kavika. Were you referring to David Hinken?
Yeah, sorry, David Hinken. Yeah, and his testimony about there being I think definitely minimization that was practicable. You know, with the species minimization is really important given its crashing population. So I was curious to hear what you thought about that.
What I think about that is that I don't think there's enough detail in the EIS for us to understand what that evaluation of what is practicable and economically feasible is based on. We would need that information. We have not conducted a feasibility analysis. We don't have enough information on the additional mitigation or minimization to be able to evaluate that. Feasibility is pretty involved for both of those. For minimization, it requires engineering. First of all, we have to know the precise locations. We have to do an engineering study. There's a lot that goes behind evaluating technical and economic feasibility. For mitigation, it's very similar. We would need to know the specific locations. We would need to if either have presence of seabird data or collect presence of seabird data on those sites. We would have to have our teams go to the sites to determine the feasibility. So there isn't enough information in the EIS for us to know whether
specifically, you know, things like changing out the street lights, is that something you folks consider not practicable?
Well, KIUC doesn't control wattage or illumination or location. So to the extent that we can minimize the street lights, which is the shielding, we have done that. But so how the street light process works is people who are developing street lights, whether it be the county or the state of Hawaii or private developers, they submit a request for new street lights to KIUC. The illumination and the location, and KIUC simply installs and maintains those lights. They do own them as an asset, but they do not control the wattage or illumination or location. So we from that perspective, the minimization of streetlights is not feasible or practicable for KIUC. If the county were to adopt an ordinance or the state were to adopt a lighting ordinance, of course, KIUC would install streetlights according to those ordinances, but we don't control those aspects of street, or KIUC does not control aspects of those on streetlights.
So I see where you're coming from and how that might make sense for existing streetlights. That made me think, well, what about new streetlights? I'm assuming you'd have to write agreements between you and the county or whoever owns those streetlights. Could that be something that's included in any future agreements about streetlights, that they be conform to those standards that are Maui is following?
Again, so whether new streetlight requests come to KIUC, the person who's doing the development, sometimes that's the county, sometimes it's the state, submits the request to KIUC and they give the specifications for the streetlight in terms of location and wattage and illumination. So it's the same procedure for future streetlights. Again, if the county adopted or the state adopted ordinances, then those requests would, presumably, the developers would submit those requests according to the ordinances.
No, but I mean, you don't need an ordinance to say, as the owner of the streetlight, we're only going to put it in if you conform to these parameters. Couldn't you do that as the owner of the streetlight?
No, not the way the process. That's not the way the process works. We also have a public safety issue.
Well, so if the state requests a light, you have to put it in. Can't you just say, we're only going to put in lights moving forward that if they conform to these illumination standards?
Yes, KIUC is responsible for installing the lights.
So why could you not say we're not going to install a light unless whoever's requesting can conform to these illumination standards?
Because KIUC doesn't set those standards.
No, but you can, or you don't install the street light.
It sounds like we need to do a public campaign with the state and the counties to change the illumination. KIUC doesn't have the power to change that. It has to be through the county and the state agreements. And really, I think it needs to be out to the public for them to realize that this would help minimize a massive number of takes of endangered species. I just think that public awareness needs to be raised.
This is maybe an issue between the ESRC and your council about this, but from our Earth Justice's position, the KIUC says we own and operate these streetlights that are killing and injuring endangered species, and we have no ability not to do that. Is not, I mean, if they were killing and injuring humans, you couldn't say, well, the county told us to install this, so what are we to do? Why are we responsible for the death and injury? So I don't buy that analysis. It's their streetlights, and they're responsible for minimizing and mitigating, and I would say that goes for the existing streetlights. So I'm sure these are contracts, and contracts can be changed if they're in violation of the law.
Dawn, I know a few years ago, KIUC replaced all the lights with LED lights. Was that something that came from the county or the state, or how did that process work? Maybe that will help us understand.
That process happened in the same way we describe in the HCP, that we're looking at potential minimization for sea turtles. Together, the county and the state and KIUC developed an agreement. So essentially, we need the county and the state there needs to be agreement with the county and the state on minimization measures for streetlights that involve wattage or illumination or location.
And are you saying they would refuse to give that agreement? Have you ever asked?
No, I didn't say that.
Have you? Yes. Anyhow.
I'll just say that this has been a long-standing topic of conversation going back as far as the KIUC short-term HCP, which is 2010 through 2014, and even in the years preceding that. I'm not going to try and get into the long, complicated history here, but I will say that there's certainly some legal components behind this where I agree that there would need to be a clear understanding of the county's responsibilities and the state's responsibilities as it relates to the streetlights. As of right now, it is our understanding that KIUC does not have control over the location, number, or wattage of the streetlights themselves. And so we are working forward with the HCP under that fairly clear legal analysis at this point. But I agree that ideally that there would be some sort of option to work with the county or the state on something that was more valuable than that. That being said, and I don't want to refocus us, but the take associated with light attraction under this HCP, while certainly not negligible, is not the biggest source of take. And so focusing in on areas where minimization is going to be the most valuable has always been our focus.
But on green sea turtle, I'll just point out, since light attraction is the only source of effect from HCP covered activities, we've certainly, as Michelle said, talked about this quite a bit. Conservation Measure 6 in Chapter 4 is all about KIUC working with the county and others to see what can be done. Can't make promises because it's not under KIUC's control, but that conservation measure is there for that reason.
And yeah, and we'll talk about chapter 6 next meeting, hopefully get into the details of that. I see Dilek has her hand up.
I have a question related to maximum practicable minimization that we are talking about. So we talked about lights, and I agree with Michelle that the bigger portion of the take is happening on the power lines. And I would like to ask KIUC if there are power lines that are not minimized and the current data is already showing that they are still taking birds for some reason, why we are not doing minimization. And is there a reason that we are not increasing the minimization at this point?
There's a couple of things I can say about that. The minimization is, we had to draw a line somewhere so that we could develop a take estimate. So we did a full broad scale suite of minimization in the medium and high risk strike areas and to reduce the strikes. And we're using that as a baseline to help develop our take. The spans that don't have minimization on them have a very low level of strikes. In some cases 0, in some cases 1, in some cases 0.5, in some cases 2. They're very low strikes. So we did not target those for minimization. We did a cost benefit analysis, and it's minimization or is it on mitigation? And it's a combination, of course, but the money that was spent on minimization focused on the high strike areas and the medium strike areas. And then that sets our baseline for take. We may have additional minimization on the existing lines now if we don't reach our target of 66.4%, and we will have a very high level of minimization on all future lines. So minimization is part of the plan long term. But those are the reasons why we stopped in 2024 to establish that baseline.
Dawn, it may be helpful for you to give a quick overview of the extent to which minimization done over the last, say, 8 years has decreased strikes based on the data that you have right now, if you can.
Sure. I can do that. I think also we may have some slides on that too, but I just broad brush. We started in 2020. We got a new strike estimate of approximately 16,000 birds. I'm rounding numbers here, but the strike rate for last year after minimization was 6,000, and I want to say it was around 6,300. Again, rounding, but so the strike reduction is somewhere in the 9,000 category, and that's minimization. I mean, there's a small amount of minimization that happened before 2020 that was part of the short-term HCP, but the bulk of that minimization happened after 2020. We have annual variation from year to year, so we do need more data collection. That the percent may increase, the percent of strike reductions may increase, but that's based on 2024 data with this a little more than 9,000 strike reduction. Is that what you were looking for, Michelle?
Broad brushstrokes, yes.
Okay. We have maps too that we could share that show areas where the minimization was applied and how that reduction actually shows up in each area. The HCP has maps that show strikes before minimization in the different areas of Kauai, and then estimated strikes after minimization.
I just want to add one more thing, and that strike reduction seems very significant. It seems like the diverters are really working, which is really promising. And just one thing, I know that the minimum strike reduction is coming from a model between 2013 and 19, I believe, or something from the power line monitoring. And I'm not sure how often we are checking the model or updating the models to come up with, we are again taking one point of data in time and saying that this is what it is. And if there are observable birds, like what would happen if we really minimize everything that we can, that we know where the birds are hitting the power lines, and then what would the take request would be. So it sounds like because you're trying to establish a baseline to calculate the reduction, because of that calculation, we're now basically allowing birds to still hit the power lines where we know there's a solution and where we know that solution is not so expensive, relatively speaking. And I also, one more thing, any bird on the ground in the conservation sites, I believe 1,000, some 1,000 or a little bit higher than 1,000. I would argue that number of birds probably passing the power line trail alone in just a few days. So imagine the risk of this number of birds hitting the power line trail if there are unminimized spans or unminimized wires versus the birds we are investing in the conservation side, which again, these are not mutually exclusive. I'm not saying we should choose one over the other, but just the scale of what's happening with the power line collision it's really high. Thank you.
So a couple of clarifications, Dilek. We are not picking one point in time for the minimization data. Data is collected every single year. Spans are rotated. We have both static monitoring in sites across the island, and we have types of monitoring that are moved around the island throughout the season. That happens every single year. That data is then run through the model. So the model is run every single year. It's been revised multiple times to account for new data and new understandings. So that's an annual event. I think you've seen the areas that get monitored every year. Yeah, so that just a clarification on that. Powerline trail has been fully minimized. And the majority of the seabirds at the conservation sites actually don't fly over power lines, which is one of the reasons why the northwest corner of Kauai was selected for HCP conservation sites because those birds have the lowest risk of power line strikes and light attraction impacts. So just a few clarifications.
Don, to clarify, the 100% you're saying power line trail has been minimized. Does that mean that every line has a diverter and there's, you know, like top and bottom line across power line trail is all minimized? I'm just wondering what you mean by 100% minimized.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that question. You're asking about minimization on power line trail?
Yeah, you said 100% of the power lines on power line trail are minimized. I'm just asking, does that mean like all the lines have diverters, top line has diverter, but you know, like what does it mean when you say 100% is minimized?
I mean that every span has been minimized. It's a combination of static wire removal and LED diverters on the majority of power line trail. And there are a few spans on the north end of power line trail that are visible from roads that have reflective diverters instead of LEDs. So every span has minimization, has had minimization completed on those spans.
Sorry, but she was asking about top and bottom, or there's just at least one of the wires in the span of 5 wires or whatever has a diverter.
Static, diverters.
What you're saying, Afshin?
The top wire on the transmission layer on the side of bird flight, low bird flight, has the LED diverters.
Okay, I think we're gonna lose quorum here. And so I'm going to have to cut the meeting short, but I want to give Jesse an opportunity to at least talk about next steps on this project. And then I know we're kind of maybe getting into monitoring anyway, so we should probably defer some of the conversation for that, the next meeting.
Thank you, Afshin. Thank you to everyone for being in today's meeting and having robust dialogue. Just a couple of things to update you all on. January 16th is our next ESRC meeting. We're going to be covering chapters 6 through 8. Also earlier in January, during the 7th to the 9th, DOFAW and Fish and Wildlife Service will be meeting with KIUC to go through DOFAW agency comments. Many of those have actually been reflected here in dialogue from ESRC. Some have not, but we will be working through those. And then we do have backup meetings if needed for February and March. Additionally, we are looking at holding a public hearing in January as well.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, any last questions for us or comments for us? Okay, so that is ending item 5, and now we just have item 6, which is adjournment. And so I guess I'll make a motion to adjourn, and I'll need a second.
Second.
So all in favor? Raise your hand. And I guess Kavika, if you can't show your camera, can you speak?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks everyone. I really appreciate all your time and KIUC and the public and everyone for coming today. I know today was a long day, so thank you and have a good weekend.
Hey, and thank you, DOFAW admin. Very good job. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sherry.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.